In 1992, Southwest Radio's president, Brother Noah Hutchings, interviewed Vatican insider Malachi Martin in a series of radio programs. This is one of those interviews. You'll hear fascinating information about the power elite in the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic priest, theologian, writer on the Catholic Church, and professor at the Vatican's Pontifical Biblical Institute was a frequent guest on your Watchman on the Wall programs. Here is Noah Hutchings and his guest, Malachi Martin.
Malachi, it's good to have you on the program today. Now, we're talking about the coming New World Order, or the New World Order.
Yes, if you listened carefully, I'm sure you did, I'm sure you listened to what President Bush and James Baker III, our Secretary of State, have been saying for now 2 years. They've both said, quite frankly, that Europe, Western Europe, the European community, and America are going to form one market, and that eventually the Eastern European countries, which sort of broke away from the Soviet Union, sort of, I say, because I shall explain what I mean by that, which broke away from the Soviet Union, sort of, and the Soviet Union itself, will all finally form one common market. And what's his name? James Baker III even said one day, speaking, I think, down in Texas somewhere, that this market would extend from Vladivostok, which is on the China Sea, is a Russian city on the China Sea, across the Russian heartland, across Western Europe, across the Atlantic, and over to the California beaches. This is the New World Order area, and that brings up the question of what is going to happen, what is happening in Europe, what is happening in Eastern Europe, what is happening in the Soviet Union. And let's take each one of those and take them in the backward order. Let's take the Soviet Union and the Eastern European countries. You know, there is a common persuasion, it's an illusion, that there was a revolution in those 5 countries of Eastern Europe: East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland. And the people simply shucked off, threw off the chains of the Soviet Union. The fact is, there was no revolution. The people did not rise. There was no revolution. What happened was that each of the strong men in charge of those countries from Moscow, a man called Erich Honecker in Germany, a man called Zivkov down in Bulgaria, a man called Milos Jakis in Czechoslovakia, and so on, they got a telephone call from Moscow saying, "Get out. Let the people in." The thing was consented to and arranged from Moscow itself. There was no revolution. Then the people took to the streets in joy at being liberated from the Russian presence, as 'twere. That's the first thing we must remember about the breakaway of the so-called revolution in Eastern European countries. There was no revolution. Moscow decided to skip its representatives, these horrible men it had in charge of these countries. They ground down the faces of the people with armor, military armor, and prisons and secret police. Number one. Number two, in Russia itself, we've been hearing for the last 2 or 3 years that Mikhail Gorbachev is on the plank, that he's finished, that he's going, that his plans are broken, that in a short time he will have disappeared. This man was never so powerful as he is today. Never so powerful. And the arm of his power, the 2 arms of his power, are still intact. One is the thing which the Russians call the Komitet Gosudarstvennoy Bezopasnosti, otherwise known as the KGB, or the KGB, as the Russians refer to it, KGB. And it's the secret police. It's more than a secret police. We speak about secret police as the arm of government. The KGB, or the KGB, is the government, and is the government which Mr. Gorbachev now presides over, of the reformed Soviet Union. It's a different setup from what our media tell us and from what popular commentators have given us as the view of facts. It's a different situation. The 2 arms he has, therefore, are the KGB, and secondly, the huge missilery of the Soviet Union, which is contained in bombers, missile bombers, nuclear missile bombers, contained in missiles, on-site missiles, mobile, and contained in the submarines. By the way, they're titanium-hulled submarines. We have no titanium-hulled submarines. They can dive deeper than any of our submarines and stay under longer. This is intact. It hasn't been dissipated. And the flower of the Russian army, the good corps, which is about 900,000 effectives, as the military men say, is still intact. Sure, they have a raggedy army here and there, but the core of the army is intact with its aerodromes, its tanks, its arsenals, and its settlements. There's no budging of that. This is a formidable enemy, and they're still manufacturing their missiles and still manufacturing their guns and ammunition. Now, Mr. Gorbachev has made it impossible for us to say no, because he has gone to the West. He had two stages in his plans. First of all, the stage was to come and be seen. He actually wore trousers with a crease in it, and he had a wife, Raisa, beside him, dressed in a very, very fashionable way, and she charmed the West as a very cultured lady, and she is indeed. She lectures at Moscow University. She's very versatile, and she's multilingual, and she's a convinced Marxist, as indeed Mr. Gorbachev was and still is. The first thing was to make himself known, become the glad boy of the West, and he did. You remember, if you read the papers and saw the television, it was Gorby, 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 whether he was pressing flesh in chance for San Francisco, or Washington, or Chicago, or Detroit, or Paris, or London, or Rome. His popularity soared. He was considered to be the man who opened up the Soviet Union. And the picture he presented of the Soviet Union was that, well, you fellows in the West, you originally thought that we were just a big, ugly, stinking bear with claws, ready to kill you. Well, now we're just a little cuddly teddy bear who needs his diapers changed, and he's hungry, so help us. This was the message given in the first stage. The second stage was more difficult for him, because it meant that he had to make himself accepted as a member of the West, as an inherent member of the market, the Western market system of America and Europe, which had achieved such economic prowess in the 40 years during which the Soviet Union went down economically, but up militarily. He did this in a very simple way. He knew there was a coup coming, the famous coup, in last August, 19. He was told it was coming. The Chinese said it was coming. We said it was coming. The CIA said it was coming. His own men said it was coming. Two of his chief men, Shevardnadze and Yakovlev, resigned, saying there was going to be a coup within a week. There was. There was. Now, there's a common illusion about the famous coup in Moscow of August 1991 that Mr. Gorbachev sort of said to Raisa, let's get away from it all. Let's take the kids and go down and get some sun in the Crimea. And it's so childish, because it's just like as if President Bush could say to Barbara, Bobby, let's get out of here. Let's get up to Kennebunkport, get away from it all, and let's have some sun with the kids and some fishing. Everywhere Mr. Bush goes, he is, as every president is, goes surrounded by the presidential bubble. His instruments of war, his suitcase, the famous suitcase, and his Secret Service connections and protection, and his control of the executive branch of government. He never can take a vacation and go off sun his tummy with Barbara on the seashore by himself. It doesn't exist. Likewise with Mr. Gorbachev as president of the all-powerful Russia, Soviet Union. He could not go away, dive off and hole up in a bungalow on the Crimea, on the Black Sea shore, and pretend to forget it all. He went with the presidential bubble too. He knew there was a coup coming. He knew every step of it. And the funny thing was that we in the West looked at it all through a camera perched on a ledge overlooking the streets of Moscow. So the coup was a very funny thing. And by the way, it only took place in Moscow. We were only looking at the Muscovites milling around, and only some of the Muscovites, the major portion of the people in Moscow, were trying to queue up for food and earn their living every day. Only a couple of thousand, maximum 75,000, participated in the famous coup. It was a marvelous, as the French say, coup de théâtre, an act of theater, which led us all to believe that finally the Soviet Union was breaking up. And then we had the picture of the Soviet Presidium, or Parliament, talking about the independence of Kazakhstan, the republic, and the independence of the Ukraine, and the independence of Belarusia, all republics, and of the other republics. And the general impression was created that this bear had fallen to pieces, disintegrated in front of our eyes, and needed help. They were going to be hungry this winter. They had no money. They were going to be cold. They had no wheat. They had no milk for their children, no supplies for their hospitals. So hurry up, men in the West. Hurry up and help your neighbor. That was fine and dandy as a public propaganda. The fact is, though, in cold, hard terms, speaking behind closed doors across the green-top tables of power, the West was told, look, if you don't help us, it's chaos and it's war. Because we have vast populations. They're going to be hungry. We're going to let them move, not only in the Soviet Union, but in the satellite countries. They can't carry on. You're going to be swamped. Your own economy is going to be strained. You have to help us for your own sake. And we in the West, we have one great ability. We know how to make money. In fact, America invented the phrase to make money. In Europe, before America existed, people didn't make money. They either inherited money from their daddy, or they stole it, or they hadn't got it. We invented the idea of making money. You came to the States to make money. And money has that sacrosanct character for us. We make our dollars. We earn them, and they're ours. That's the idea of the American system, the open market system we have, where a man can earn his money and keep it. We hope. Nowadays, with taxes, one wonders about that part of it. But anyway, over there, they hadn't got that idea. So we don't have this inherent ability and intention. And we saw huge markets arising in Eastern Europe and huge markets arising in the Soviet Union for the sale of our technology, for the sale of our instructions in technology, for the sale of our goods, the setting up of businesses, joint ventures, the giving of credits and loans. Our banking could profit from it, our manufacturers could, and we've taken to it, down to the glorious details of our common life in the United States. So what has happened is a very different thing. Slowly but surely, an amalgamation is taking place of our systems. We are shipping over to them all our material goods and material advances. We're not giving them one value of ours. Oh yes, we're giving the idea of democracy. That's going to be a long time taking on in the Soviet Union and in the satellite countries. There's some form of democracy, nothing like what we have. But even the democracy we're giving them is a democracy for material values, not for spiritual values. None of the spiritual values that still animate us, Noah, and we still have them, none of them are being given to the Soviets or given to Eastern Europe. We don't export those. We really export materialism. And we know that at home, in America, this materialism is costing us dear. It's eating into our vitals. But we're only exporting our materialism. And they have their mouths open, hungry for materialism. They want supermarkets. They want 2 cars in every garage and a chicken in every pot style. They want all our convenience goods and luxury goods. They want VCRs. They want radios. They want good housing. They want plumbing, indoor plumbing. They want good food. They want a variety of food. They want all we have. They want our fashions. They want everything we have on the material plane, but nothing of the spirit, nothing of religion, nothing of morality. Now, the present condition in Western Europe is as follows. There are the nations of the European Economic Community, the EC, as they call it, the European Community. They're shortly going to be swelled in their ranks with 5 other nations, Norway and Sweden, etc. That will be 17. It's a total of 370 million people, a very ebullient economy, very rich in natural resources, and very, very advanced in their technology. They are establishing close links with the Eastern European countries that were exclusively the domain of the Soviet Union. And the republics of the Soviet Union, mainly the western borderline states, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Belarusia, Ukraine, Moldavia, they are forming very close links with Western Europe already. And in time, and in a short time, they will be members of the European community. And that's going to be a very vast community because it's going to swell the ranks way beyond anything we know today. It's going to be a huge monolith, economic and financial, joined together by very strict rules and policed and governed by superstructures which now don't exist at the present moment, but which will regulate life, the daily life of millions, economically and financially. That's what's ahead of us. That is at least what is planned.
Malachi, as we look towards the New World Order and also the Scriptures, we read in 2 Thessalonians 2, Daniel 11, Revelation 13, that at one time in the future, this has not happened yet, it might be very near, that there is going to be a Superman who is going to rise, who will bend the will of all people whose names are not written in the Lamb's Book of Life.
That's right.
And all the world is going to worship him, those whose names are not written in the Book of Life.
That's right. That's what Paul tells us.
And you think that is coming?
That is coming, and he's called Antichrist. You know, Christ one day was talking to his contemporaries, and he said to them wonderingly, he said, I'm very curious about one thing. You people, in the evening time, will look at the red sunset, and you'll predict the following day, the weather. And he said, you look at the sky in the morning and see the clouds coming in from the Mediterranean over this land, and you'll tell me what's the weather going to be like. You can read the signs in the sky. Why can't you read the signs of the times? And similarly with us, it's a question you can ask our contemporaries today. Why can't you read the signs of the times in the Oakland burning? Why can't you read the signs of the times in the serial killings? Why can't you read the signs of the times in the volcanic eruptions in our cities, in our homeless, in the spread of AIDS, this terrible scourge? There are signs that we're not reading them. These are all things saying to us, wake up, man. God is sending signs to you to know that he is displeased with the way human society has turned. There are millions starving, and you're in plenty. There are people on your own doorstep. There are scourges of morality. There's immorality. You have violated sonhood and manhood and daughterhood and the family. It's no longer holding together. You're not protecting yourselves. You're no longer able to make moral judgments in public. Your parliaments never consider the will of God, never consider the moral good of your nation. You just consider who is going to benefit the most. How can we slice up the pie?
By the way, speaking of signs of the times, it is our understanding that, according to the book of Daniel and other scriptures, that after Israel returns to the land, and there, after many wars, there will be a kind of a comprehensive peace treaty signed, but out of this treaty will come no peace. In fact, out of it will come war. Now we see a comprehensive peace arrangement there in Madrid. Why Madrid?
Madrid is sort of a neutral city. Noah, let's reckon all that up. First of all, let's look at Islam, the religion of Islam. Remember that the religion of Islam stretches from the Atlantic Ocean in Algiers over to Indonesia. It is 800 million strong. It is the fastest spreading religion in black Africa. For instance, I happen to know the country of Guinea very well in Africa. 82% of all blacks in that country are Muslims. They've been converted. It's spreading like wildfire. Now, Islam is a funny religion in ways. It's funny in the sense of very different from Christianity. It gives you a book, the Quran. It says you can have several wives. It says kill your enemy. It says that Islam is the only religion, and all others are infidels and are impure, and they should not be on your land. Stuck right in the middle of Islam is the tiny state of Israel, like a fishbone in the gullet of Islam. They can't swallow it, and they can't cough it up. And there is a hatred for Israel that cannot be wiped out in the present mind of Islam, of the Muslims. No matter how many hostages are given back, this macabre exchange that they're forcing on us, a body for a body, a bit of a body sometimes for a bit of a body, which is so macabre, so inhuman, so ungodlike, so unworthy of Islam even, in its worst form, that there is no way in the present mentality of Muslims from Algiers to Indonesia that Israel can finally be accepted. Israel stands alone with its back to the sea and its face towards countries bent on destroying it. So, what can we expect from the Middle East conference? Well, we can expect a temporary peace. We can expect some exchanges to guarantee a bit of peace here and there. But lasting peace? Oh no. Oh no. I don't expect it anyway. I wish I could say yes, Noah. But no, it's impossible. As long as the opposition and enmity and hatred, it's a real hatred, exists from the Arab side to the Israelis. And, we grumble an awful lot about Prime Minister Shamir and the conditions, the difficult conditions he's imposed on James Baker to get this conference together. But just look at Shamir's position for the present moment. He has a narrow little band of land. It's surrounded on all sides, all three sides, by enemies who want to destroy it, who say they want to destroy it, who are in a condition of war with Israel, and on the fourth side by water. There's no other place for them to go, Noah. They have nowhere to go. It's either there or they're dead. Number one. Number two, look at the conference itself. Our biggest pal at the present moment is a man called Hafiz Assad. Who is Hafiz Assad? He's the strong man, the dictator of Syria. Now, we all know the evil and the crimes of Saddam Hussein. Believe you me, Hafiz Assad is a worthy companion of Saddam Hussein. There was a town, a city in Syria.
Malachi,
Yes.
I think our time has run out, and
Right.
I would like to tell you something about this town in Syria because I was there.
Ah.
So on the broadcast tomorrow, we'll continue this subject, and I think you want to enlarge on the changes that you expect that we're going to see in the world, say, over the next 7 or 8 years.
Yes, I would.
So you'll be listening tomorrow, and we're going to continue this fascinating talk with our guest, Malachi Martin.
The interview you are about to hear was recorded in 1992 by Southwest Radio Ministries President Noah Hutchings with Malachi Martin. It was part of a series of your Watchman on the Wall radio programs. Malachi Martin died in 1999, 7 years after the interview was recorded. He's been called a Vatican insider and was a controversial commentator on the Vatican who shared intriguing information about the Roman Catholic Church. The priest served as a professor at the Vatican's Pontifical Biblical Institute. He was a theologian and writer on the Catholic Church. Malachi Martin was a frequent guest of Brother Hutchings on your Watchman on the Wall programs. The broadcast you heard yesterday and the one you are about to hear are among his most important. Here's Brother Noah Hutchings and his guest, Malachi Martin.
On the broadcast today, we're going to continue our discussion with Malachi Martin. Where we left off yesterday, we were discussing the conference about a Middle East comprehensive treaty that is convened in Madrid, Spain. And we were talking about the characters involved in this conference. And one of them was Assad of Syria. And Malachi, will you come now and tell us something about Assad, and again why you do not believe that though a treaty may be signed here, it won't be a lasting treaty?
Yes, well, this Hafiz Assad, the strongman dictator of Syria, has committed as many and more crimes than Saddam Hussein of Iraq. For instance, there was one town in Syria inhabited totally by Christians. And all he did was surround the town with howitzers, blew the walls down, and then sent in his soldiers with bayonets. And they bayoneted to death 15,000 men, women, and children. He did the same in Palestine, in Lebanon. He simply plastered the walls and then sent in men with knives and bayonets and killed everybody, those who didn't escape by sea. His prisons are full of political prisoners. His torturers were trained by the Soviets. He is a very violent man, amassing huge wealth for himself and his family and his clan. And this is our associate. This is the man we're going to rely on, to be honest. I mean, We made the same mistake with Saddam Hussein before he went into Kuwait. We were treating him as an equal, as somebody to be trusted. So this is one of the members. And it must be said, quite frankly, that the people participating in the Middle East Conference, I don't think anybody can say they want peace. They want to acquire a position for themselves from which they can exercise more power and ultimately destroy Israel as a state. There can never be peace, finally, between the Muslims and Israel in the present mentality of Islam. I don't think it can come about. We can have a temporary peace until it's violated all over again. That's why the Israelis, under Shamir, have been so cautious and have been making such demands and are insisting on getting more immigrants, because remember that they lack manpower. There are, 4.5 million Israelis at the present moment versus literally millions, hundreds of millions of Muslims. The situation is not good, and until the back of Islam is broken and it ceases its hatred and enmity of Israel, we're going to have no peace in the Middle East, because the Israelis are not going to get out of their land. They have nowhere to go, literally nowhere to go. They have their backs to the water, the Mediterranean, and on three sides they're surrounded by people who hate them, who want them dead.
You mentioned the ruler of Assyria, the dictator of Syria, and the town where 15,000, mainly Christians, were slaughtered. We were in that town, and I led a group of 103 Christians on a tour. We were touring through the Middle East, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and Israel, and we stopped at that town, it's Homs, around noon one day, and the school was out, the high school and the college in the center of town there, and the children just mobbed us, wanted to talk to us, friendly, just warm people, trying out their English on us, and they were just fine people.
I know.
And I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks after we were there, we received news that Assad had sent his men in there and killed some 15 to 20,000 of those people with whom we were talking to just a few weeks earlier.
Killed men, women, and children with bayonets. They didn't even use bullets.
That's tragic. And speaking of the conference, of course, it's being held in Spain, which, of course, is a predominantly Catholic country, and the king there is Juan Carlos.
That's right.
There are some who have mentioned Juan Carlos as a possible leader of the common market.
He is a possible leader. There's no doubt about that.
But you also, I think, have another idea who might be the leader. Is that correct?
Yes, I have. I'd like to see Juan Carlos leader, but I don't think so. I think the man who really ambitions to be leader and has a chance is our old friend Mikhail Gorbachev, because he can do much more for the Soviet Union and for his plans by being president of the new Europe than he can be by being president of the Soviet Union. And he's very popular. And it would be typical of the West and Western leaders if they allowed him take the job, offered it to him, and when he consented to take it, give it to him, because they think that this is the way to deal with Mr. Gorbachev. I don't happen to think so. I have a very different idea how to deal with Mr. Gorbachev and his kind. But that's the way we deal with them. So I think we may be faced with that as a proposition. Somewhere down the line, maybe one of the big surprises we catch one of these days.
Yes. Malachi, you mentioned changes that would come into the world or in the social, religious, political, economic realms over the next few years. We know that things are changing so fast. No one knows at this time what the world will be like even a year from now.
We don't. Then you see, just reflect for a moment on how we govern our country. We have the Senate and the Congress. And the Senate and the Congress, of course, enact legislation and make speeches and enact legislation and then make the laws and that sort of business. But we all know, that what governs Congress and what governs the Senate and the Congress are the lobbies, the major lobbies, like the insurance lobby, which is the biggest lobby there, and the agriculture lobby, the farmers lobby, and the automobile lobby, and the road lobby, and the electronic lobby, and all the other lobbies are the banking lobbies. And there are hundreds of these lobbies. And they, of course, lobby for the interests of their members. And if it's the farmers, they fight for the farmers. If If it's the automobile manufacturers, then they fight for them. That's fine and dandy, as long as we were talking and they were lobbying about American interests at home. The difficulty is that if we get into, which we are getting into, a new economic system where our export and import are governed by rules drawn up to suit other nations as well as ours, the behavior of these lobbies is going to be different, because now it will not only be the American farmers' lobby that will be powerful to make laws binding on American farmers, but it will be the lobbies in France and Germany and all the other members of the European market with which we will be joined. So this is going to modify the fortunes and the fate of farmers, and similarly with insurance, similarly with automobiles, similarly with every other form of manufacturing and production. This is going to modify our jobs and affect our money, and that affects our families, our family life, our careers. So that's one big modification going to come. Secondly, then, there's the modification of education, severe education. Do you know that already for a couple of years, since 1985 at least, there's a group in Moscow, Informatik it's called, and there's a group in this country connected with the Carnegie Endowment Fund, who have been drawing up common curricula for high schoolers in the Soviet Union and in the United States. The only difference will be the language, but the common curricula imposed by the state.
In other words, schools in the United States and Russia will be teaching from the same textbooks.
That's right. That's right. And that means that the idea of values, which we had originally embedded in our education, because I got values in my school, I'm sure you did too, they'll be out, because that's not common. There's going to be no common values, moral values or religious values. This will be merely factual education, and an education totally devoted to training minds, young minds, to participate in the activities of the New World Order, economic and financial, and technological and scientific. And this is a big change in education. It means also that the direction of education is taken totally out of the hands of parents. And that means the parents have to abdicate a duty they have to rear their children as Christians. And that affects the morality of the family. It affects the unity of the family. And that those are big changes. And God knows, those changes will affect families very deeply. And we're not ready for that yet throughout the country. Besides that, then, there are other changes going to take place, because we're going to find that the idea of patriotism, the idea of the flag, the idea of America first, God bless America, all these are going to be modified necessarily, because we will be allied with people who are not Americans, who haven't got our flag, who don't trust in God, who are not one nation under God, who don't want anything like that. They're not even Christians. This is all going to be a big change for us, and it's coming. It's coming. We have, of course, throughout the academia of America, we have a set of people who are atheists already, and who eschew all religion, and consider that religion should have no part whatever, and religious morality should have no part whatever in the education of anybody, high schooler or college grad. And they're going to have a field day, because that's the type of education which is coming. And I can see many parents saying, no, I can't send my child to the public school. But the laws on homeschooling and public schooling may change, and they may be forced to. And it may come to the point that you'll have to be a heroic Christian to rear a Christian family. These are dire changes, Noah, and they bode a change in the political winds, the political behavior of this country. And it also means that local politics at the state level and at the city level and national politics at the Washington level is going to be modified. We will no longer be acting as a superpower. We'll be acting as members of a vast new arrangement of nations. Sure, we'll be one of the biggest for a while anyway, unless this recession goes backwards and catches us off guard and sends us into a depression, which some people think. I'm not going to talk about that because I'm not an economist. But we will only be one of many, and we will be bending to rules made to suit the many, not to suit us exclusively. And this is going to affect the right we have to bear arms. It's going to affect the way we travel. It's going to affect the prices of our food and the currency with which we pay for that food. There are big changes coming, and we're not ready for it as the population.
How about the economic system or the financial system that you spoke about on a former program? How about the unit of exchange?
Well, the unit of exchange, it's an open secret, spoken about in banking circles. They already have figured out a unit of change, and they already have even samples printed what it's like. We're going to have a common unit of change you can use here or in France or in Russia. They have to, because the idea of convertibility, converting rubles into yen or marks or francs or dollars, the accounting systems in all these countries are different. They're not together. And then you must remember that each of the satellite countries of Eastern Europe have a different currency from each other. Each one has a different one. And there's no homogeneity between in the convertibility rules. So that's all a mishmash that must be solved by a single stroke, creating a new currency and abolishing all the others.
When I was in China this past month, I picked up one edition of the China Daily, and there on the front page, and I still have the paper, it's on my desk, it says China readies to enter the New World Order.
That's right. China's going to enter. China's the big problem because the leadership is aging, the population is growing. It's a huge population in spite of the strenuous efforts at birth control, the killing of babies and abortion, the exposure of female babies, etc. It's still going on. But in spite of all that, it is, and it's taken to capitalism far faster than the Russians have, and it's going to compete long before the Russians compete. One major difficulty arises from the fact that it has a common border 4,000 miles long with the Soviet Union, and they're both armed to the teeth. And unless something is done, that will be the next area in which Mr. James Baker should exercise himself, or will probably exercise himself. Unless something is done to create a better climate between those two countries, there's going to be trouble. But I'll tell you, Noah, I'm a believer. And I know that my God created this world to be saved, not to be ruined. And he sent his only begotten Son to effect a spiritual salvation of all men, in mercy and goodness and compassion and forgiveness of sin. I know all that. I'm not preaching at you. I'm just telling you my opinion and my beliefs. And I believe that somehow or other, in spite of the dangers encroaching on us, in spite of the red menace from China, and in spite of its horrible dictatorship, in spite of the persistent communism and Marxism of the Soviet apparatus, which is still there, let's not fool ourselves, and in spite of the fact that in every town and hamlet throughout the satellite countries, as in Russia, as in all the Russian republics, communists are still in power and still running the country. In spite of that fact, and in spite of the corruption we have in our souls in the West, we're corrupted by our wealth and our luxury and our pride. In spite of all that corruption, East and West, I think God will draw out of this a salvation for men. Do you understand me? But we will have to pay a price. God always exacts a price. We pay our dues. And I think that's where we're heading. In the next few years, we're going to pay our dues. One way or the other, we're going to pay them.
We read in Revelation 11:18 concerning the return of the Lord Jesus Christ that he is not coming back to destroy the world,
no,
but to save the world from those who would destroy it.
That's exactly it. Because remember, you're a good Bible man, Noah. You know the mark of Satan is death.
Yes.
When God was admonishing Adam and Eve, he said, don't touch that tree, because if you do, you will die the death. And the sign of Satan, the real sign of Satan's presence and effectivity and success, is where death reigns. Death of the body and death of the soul.
Now, in your book, you speak about the struggle between the West and the East,
right,
for control of the New World Order, or who's going to be the main power chief, who's going to run the show. What is the motivation for President Bush in all this? We know that he has been a member of the Skull and Bones.
Right.
If that has any significance.
No, I think in this matter that we must regard President Bush. He's a very clever politician. There's no doubt about that. And he's a very clever diplomat. And he has vast experience in China, at home with the CIA, and in government as vice president, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he's a tough man. This man has a very tough face, and he deals ruthlessly with the situation. He doesn't always seem to make a moral judgment. He seems just to make a political judgment, but whatever. In the whole matter of the New World Order, he's a spokesman. He's a point man, nothing more. Because his actions must be dictated by those who finally have the source of power in the present materialistic world, money. And finally it is they who say this is the way it will go, or that's the way it will go. He is the political leader and spokesman for the wise men of the West, as they call them, the wise and strong men and rich men of the West. And he is spokesman for them. His membership of various groups has educated in one way or the other, in this or that or the other. He was a member of the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Affairs, as all our public figures and personages and diplomats are and have been for the last 50 years. So that's merely a common trait he shares with everybody. There's no doubt about it that is the body of opinion which is shaping America's policy and shaping America's future and shaping the future of the world. But at that stage, we're talking about a transnational mentality, Noah. No longer American, no longer European, no longer African, no longer Asiatic, no longer Soviet, no longer Russian. It's this new thing, a frightening concept of a transnational mind, not tied to one country. It's a frightening thing to think that there's going to be no difference between the men of Tokyo and the men of New York, or the men of Miami, or the men of Oklahoma City. Finally, they will all be the same, because we're used to the differences. And one of the big difficulties Americans have in settling down to the present moment is that we no longer have an enemy. Hey.
Well, we read that God divided the nation and set the bounds of their habitation. Do you think this New World Order, then, is a violation of God's edict for human government?
Oh, I think that the New World Order in its concept is a violation of God's will, chiefly because it's not seeking God's will. He's willing to allow us have a certain amount of free will, but in the final count he arranges everything. He's the Lord of history. And he manages to take all the loose threads and skeins of history and bind them together into the marvelous fabric of his salvation. It's the mystery of predestination. It's the mystery of God's will. It's the mystery of his administration of the world. Now, if men get together and they recreate the human family, and they gather them together in a new economic and financial structure that spans all nations and all races and all languages, and in that spanning structure he is not honored, he is not venerated, his will is not thought, and his values are not honored, what do you think he's going to do? Well, what he did at the Tower of Babel.
Yes, I would like to refer to the second Psalm. I think that illustrates exactly what you are talking about. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let's break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us.
That's exactly it. You've quoted the right text.
Well, Malachi, I see our time is gone.
Yes, unfortunately, the only thing we capitalists can't buy, Noah, is time.
Yeah, yes. But it's been a delight to have you on our program. Your insight into the political, financial, and religious affairs of this present world leading to the New World Order, I think have been fascinating and very profound, and we appreciate you being with us. Malachi, I hope to talk to you again.
Oh, no, I hope so. May God bless and be with you in the meantime.
Well, thank you, sir.
God bless you, Noah.
That was the second of two interviews Brother Noah Hutchings did with Vatican insider Malachi Martin in 1992. It and yesterday's interview are on a single CD entitled Visits with a Vatican Insider. They're available through this ministry. Get it for an offering of $10 in the United States, $11 in Canada. To do that, call 1-800-652-1144. Write to Southwest Radio Ministries, P.O. Box 100, Bethany, Oklahoma 73008. Or go online. Our website address on the Internet is swrc.com. There's another way to get the two interviews with Malachi Martin on CD. We'll include them at no additional gift amount when you order a copy of the book co-authored by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here. The 528-page book is available in appreciation of your $25 contribution in the U.S., $30 in Canada. You'll also get a computer DVD at no additional gift amount. It's a library collection containing volumes of information also at no additional contribution amount. So you get the book, the DVD, and the 2 interviews with Malachi Martin for an offering of $25 in the U.S., $30 in Canada. Call us at 1-800-652-1144. Next over most of these stations is a Bible in the News report. Have a blessed weekend, and be right here Monday for the next Your Watchman on the Wall program, a presentation of Southwest Radio Ministries. Welcome to today's Bible in the News report, a feature of your Watchman on the Wall program of Southwest Radio Ministries. I'm Jerry Giltner. I'll be bringing you today's report. As a former United States Navy sailor, I was appalled to learn that the Military Service Force is considering naming one of its new ships for an openly gay politician. But I'm not the only one crying foul. Others in the Christian community are sounding off on what we consider another way of promoting the gay lifestyle in America, which is rapidly turning this nation into a modern-day Sodom. If this keeps up, instead of being the United States of America, we may soon be called the United States of Sodom and Gomorrah. One News Now brought the story to our attention on May 18, 2012. We quote a portion of that article. The headline reads, quote, "First a holiday, then a street. Now a Navy ship?" As a state holiday honoring a slain homosexual politician approaches, the Navy is being pressured to pay tribute in another fashion. The San Diego City Council recently voted 8-0 to name a 2-block portion of a street in honor of Harvey Milk. Now, with a vote of 2-1, a San Francisco Board of Supervisors committee has okayed a Democratic congressman's resolution asking the Navy to name a ship after the late homosexual activist. Representative Bob Filner says doing so would be a great way to pay tribute to the state's first openly homosexual man elected to public office, and to honor President Barack Obama's repeal of the military's Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy. Milk served in the Navy before he became a supervisor in San Francisco. Dran Reese of the Salt and Light Council is dismayed by how the state has shifted in favor of homosexuality. It seems that we are on a landslide right now at this moment, where those who want to promote the homosexual lifestyle and have their symbols everywhere in this state are doing a very good job of it, she shares. Supervisor Christina Oligou opposes the resolution because Milk was opposed to war. In fact, according to Fox News, some of the strongest opposition to the proposal seems to be from the gay community. Oligou prefers a national holiday honoring Milk, close quotes. Honoring homosexuality in any way is an affront to those who believe that lifestyle is a sin. The Apostle Paul calls homosexuality sin. We read from a lengthy list of sins he referenced, which includes same-sex relations. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against.
Today we are in the home of Father Malachi Martin in New York, and we'll be discussing the situation in the world, in the church, and specifically in Rome. And let's begin by talking about this major decision that has been made by Rome to authorize altar girls. What was this decision?
Bernie, it's really an auspicious day for us to be talking, because we're just the day after the first Fatima Day in the year, May 13. As you remember, Our Lady appeared 6 times to the children in 1917. And the first time was May 13, then was June 13, and July 13th, because Our Lady is watching over the church, and she must have an special care for what has happened. Now, this new prescription or rescript from Rome saying that altar girls may be used in the sanctuary for liturgical purposes is very simple in itself. Simply, it says that there's a certain canon in the canon law of the church which can be interpreted benignly and which would allow the use of altar girls for liturgy purposes, for Mass, and for other liturgical purposes. That's the simple thing.
So it's a reinterpretation.
It's a reinterpretation of a law. But for those who are honest and who want to look at the law in itself, it's like the Supreme Court of the United States saying that there's the law of privacy, or privacy, if you want to call it that, as they do in the United States, does protect a woman from being assaulted by the child in her womb and allows her to kill that assault or that enemy in her womb. That's really the point of the abortion law in the United States. But nobody, we all know there's not a word about women's privacy in the Constitution of the United States, and not a word about abortion, but has been interpreted. It's, again, judicial activity. That is what has happened here. How it happened is something else. First of all, you must know, and you probably do know, Bernard, that for 2,000 years, the Church has never allowed women to function in the sanctuary. That's not because women are unclean or women are unworthy. It's simply that that's the habit of the Church, because priests are male, and that is the law of the Church. We can enter into that at a later date, but it's another argument completely. So any law passed since then always took into account that altar servers, women servers, were not allowed to function in any way on the altar during the liturgy. That was always the way. And it was reinforced by the present Pope in 3 of his encyclical letters. It was reinforced by the Second Vatican Council, and has been reinforced by several statements made by the Holy Office and the Congregation of Rites and Sacraments in the last 25 years. Suddenly, there's this new interpretation sent out. Number one, suddenly. Number two, the document which was sent out lacked 2 things which make any Roman document authentic. It had no protocol number. Every document issued by the Vatican, by any of the ministries, the congregations, has a protocol number, a definite assignation number, and you can look it up then under that number forever in the records of the Vatican. Number 2, nobody signed it. There was no official signature on this document at all. And it was sent out to the Episcopal conferences, not to the bishops. It was sent out directly to them. We still don't know who sent it out exactly. There are several claimants who say that they sent it out. The Secretary of State, the Congregation for Rites and Divine Worship, 2 or 3 other congregations in the beginning, they said, we sent it out. It was sent out from this office. It wasn't. Now, finally, it has been apparently claimed authentically by the Congregation for Rites and of Divine Worship. I think that's the correct title. It's something like that. It deals with such things. So how can we explain this sudden departure? And how do we explain the contradiction to what Pope John Paul II has written and said? Only, I think, 3 weeks ago he told Mother Teresa there would never be altar girls in the church as long as he was Pope.
This is very confusing, this whole situation.
Well, we better clear up the confusion. There is no confusion, really. This is on a par with the way other changes were introduced into the church. There was a time when, for instance, there was no such thing as communion in the hand. How was it done? The Pope never ordered it. No congregation ever ordered it. Minor committees told Episcopal conferences they could go ahead and do it, and Rome would finally give in. And so they went ahead, and finally Rome gave in and allowed communion in the hands. We had the anomaly one year that John Paul II went to France and Germany, and in one place he refused to give communion in the hand, and the other place he had to because they wouldn't receive it any other way.
So this altar girl decision forms part of a larger pattern.
That's right, a larger pattern, which was a tactic adopted, namely, do something for a sufficiently long time in defiance of Rome or of the Holy Father, And in time they'll have to say, well, everybody does it now, so let's go ahead and do it. It is the tactic, for instance, they're still using about contraception. There's no doubt about it that about 70% of Catholics practice contraception. They hope that in the long run the Church will say, well, everybody does it, so let's allow it, or even consecrate it as the Catholic way of dealing with things. Similarly, the homosexuals in, say, the organization called Dignity, they hope that by going to Mass, they have their own Dignity Masses, and the Archbishop of New York and the Archbishop of Boston and all the other archbishops still allow Dignity Masses, but they hope that if they go on doing that for a sufficiently long time, then the Church will finally say, well, you see, they're there. They go to Mass and communion and confession, and they're Catholics, so just they happen to be homosexual, so it's okay.
But isn't this a very devious kind of a tactic?
Yes, 'tis the only tactic you can adopt with an encrusted, ancient and well-established religion such as Catholicism. Introduce a counter action, keep it up in spite of all, in defiance of everything, and finally the Church will have to say yes. It is what many bishops about say, I would say roughly 1/2 of the bishops in America hope will happen with women priests. As you know, several bishops have come out in favor of women priests. Bishop Malone, who used to be the head of the Episcopal Conference in America, he has come out openly, and many other bishops have said so too. It's about time we ordained women priests. They hope that Rome will give in. Of course, in this case, Rome will not give in, or Rome will cease to be Rome. So this is a tactic. Now, what we must know is this. St. Thomas, in one of his books, says that when a farmer comes home in the evening, I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he says, and he finds a bucket full of manure on his living room carpet, he doesn't say, oh, manure. He says, who did it? Somebody thought of doing it, some brain, some intelligence. Similarly, there's an intelligence behind this whole tactic, which has slowly changed the Church and produced this awful thing we have nowadays called the conciliar Church. And most Catholics are now conciliar. They don't even know what has been done to them. Some of them do. Now, the important point is that this introduction, this sudden introduction of altar girls, has woken a lot of people up. And now they're beginning to say, if this was done to us like this, brusquely, suddenly, brutally, without explanation, in contradiction to perpetual church habit and what the Pope has said recently and what the Vatican has said recently, then what else has been done to us? Is that the way we are being treated? Is that the way really the Church has been changed? Because the Church has been changed since we were young. Now, there's one egregious example of this, and I'll stop talking on the point, Bernard, and it's this. There's a thing called RCIA. That is the Christian rite of adult initiation into the Church. Years ago, the RCIA people sent a copy of their plans to Rome. Rome never sent it back and approved it. Never. It acknowledged reception of it. But since then, they've gone ahead as if RCIA was approved by Rome, and it isn't. And now RCIA is a part of most parishes, as is Renew. And these two systems of Catholic piety and Catholic devotion have undermined the belief in the Blessed Sacrament, the belief in the infallibility of the Pope, the belief in hell, heaven, and purgatory, the belief in the unique salvation offered by the Church and offered by nobody else. But they say Rome approved. Rome didn't. Rome acknowledged the reception of it, but never did anything about it. And that's what the fault Rome has fallen into. We can deal with that later. I'm talking about the tactic used. By whom? The final question to answer. By whom? By a galaxy of clergy in Rome, in every country in the world, and in every diocese of the United States. And there are 302 dioceses, as far as I remember.
Are these well-known men, or is it a network?
Oh, it's a network. Some of them are well known because they happen to be very prominent cardinals or bishops or liturgists or priests. Some of them are not known, but they have worked mightily at it. For instance, very few Catholics know, for instance, that a team of people whose names now I forget even, all probably European except about 5 or 6 priests and scholars, were put together, and they were ordered to go through every prayer in the church, in the church's missal, the church's prayer book, and remove all references to hell, remove all references to punishment, remove all references to the enemies of the church, and make them bland and universal and ecumenical and loving and universal and almost Buddhist-like. That's why you never hear, and there's never a prayer nowadays which says, and teach us to despise the things of the world and to seek those that are celestial and heavenly. You shouldn't have that sentiment, because now it's good to be human. It's good to have human things. And they've wiped out any idea of punishment in hell. But that was done unknown to anybody. And these prayers are said by the normal Catholics. They don't know what they've been stripped of. Do you understand what I'm doing?
Yes.
There's this silent doctrine of everything, so that nowadays Catholics have no idea what the Church once upon a time taught and believed.
But if this is the tactic that they're using to disobey a law in the hope that later it'll be changed, let's take a look at the larger ramifications of this. Is there not a danger then that the faithful will lose simply all respect for authority in the law then?
That's what's happening, Bernard. That is exactly what's happening. They're losing, first of all, any trust in their own bishops. The normal Catholic in this country is not going to go and write to the bishop or visit him, or the parish priest for that matter, if he is confused as this. He doesn't know where to turn. He or she doesn't know where to go, because now there's no guiding light. Rome is, out of Rome are coming all these confusing decisions. The local people are divided. Some are for it, some are against it. The local theologians are, and the local bishops and the local priests are as confused as Rome seems to be. So there seems to be no guiding light at all, and people are finally saying, it doesn't mean a damn thing. These people don't know what they're talking about. The thing is too confused. Let's go home. And they go home.
What is the role of the Pope in all this? What made him change his mind all of a sudden to go along with this?
This is the terrible thing about it. For the few days following the issuance of this rescript or this order from Rome, the Pope went around talking about fraud and saying this fraudulence must stop. He had nothing to do with it. It wasn't his decision. It went against his mind, his open mind, his declared mind, his known mind. But this is the way they have of embarrassing him, because now what can he do? Rescind it and say that. They don't do that in Rome. Once a thing is decided like that, they leave it stand.
So was it done behind his back?
Completely behind his back. He didn't know it was coming. He didn't know it was coming. He has said the very opposite. Now he must deal with the fact that cardinals, very, very reverend cardinals in their full robes, say, well, it's done, Holy Father. You can't let us down in public now. And it has been the habit for the last 25 years in many parishes and in many dioceses. Bernard, do you know, for instance, there's a Bishop Gracida, I think it's in Corpus Christi, Texas, and he has not only had altar girls, and he's known as a good archbishop, by the way, and he has not only had altar girls for the last, I don't know how long, every year he has a contest for the best altar girl of the year, and there's a whole procession, and he has awards for the winners. This is despite the tradition of the Church, despite the prohibitions of the Church and of canon law. And it's the same down around the street here. There's a church which has 30 altar servers and 2 altar boys. And the 2 altar boys are going to quit soon, I think, through simply male chauvinism. That's something else. But the idea of having 30 altar girls in one small church, and the New York Times, of course, dug the knife in very deep to us in publishing this news the day it came out. It had a long article and a picture of the Pope, of course, and then a picture of a church in New York, and 3 little girls with bobby socks on and bows in their hair, chatting and smiling, sitting in the sanctuary, talking about the new decision. Now, Bernard, in the sanctuary of our churches, if it's a genuine Catholic church, there is one person resident called the Lord God, the Blessed Sacrament. You don't sit and chat in his presence. You kneel in his presence and pray to him. And the idea of the New York Times putting this down, saying, look, it's a farce. If the little girls can go in and sit cross-legged on benches or on the floor of the sanctuary and chat and laugh over the new decision, what sort of a sanctuary is that?
Won't people lose a certain amount of respect then for our Lord if that's the way he is treated?
No. There's no respect for our Lord. They lose respect for the Church. And therefore they say it's a sham, it's a farce. They don't believe Christ is there. They don't believe the Lord God of hosts is in the sanctuary. Otherwise you wouldn't let your little daughter sit cross-legged on the floor chatting about things and laughing. You don't do that. They wouldn't do that in the presence of the President of the United States, or the Pope himself, for that matter.
Now let's also bring up another point about what you said about the New York Times. It's interesting that the same day in Canada, in Canada's national newspaper, the Globe and Mail, there was that same big story right on the front page.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Do these networked people? Do they have their hands in the media?
Of course they have. Of course they have. They give all the publicity going. And they're allies in many other things too. They think that homosexuality is a valid way of life. They think that abortion is fine under certain circumstances, in moderation, but abortion is okay. Contraception too is okay. They share all those things that we, the church, has to condemn and avoid and declare to be mortal sins and to be offensive to God and destructive of the family. So, yes, there is a network. We're up against it. We're losing battles all over the place. We may have won the war finally because Christ did die and rise and save us all and save the just and those who will be justified on the last day of salvation. But we're going to lose battles. This is one battle we have lost. One bad battle we have lost badly through being deceived, through treachery.
What is the psychological impact of this decision and other decisions like this, let's say like the communion in the hand decision that was made under Pope Paul VI?
That's right.
On the faithful? Because I'm sure that you and I have both received feedback from the faithful, and they feel betrayed.
Of course, they've been out there and betrayed and confused, both of them. Those who are very traditional or are traditional-minded and know what the church was and should be feel betrayed because nobody is defending them. Finally, they were told, no, there will never be altar girls. Just as we've been told there never will be priests, there never will be deaconesses, there never will be women priests. And now, suddenly, out of the blue, without warning, 3 or 4 weeks after the Pope himself declared to somebody in public, to Mother Teresa, there would not be altar girls ever, we have altar girls by the order of some congregation in Rome, by a document without a name, without a protocol number, and then confirmed later as official, and as now unrescindable, and as the law of the Church, universal law of the universal Church. They feel betrayed and confused, because now they're saying, is Rome any longer the center of doctrinal purity, doctrinal authority? Why did the Pope allow it? Then, when we tell them the Pope didn't make the decision, that it was done behind his back, that it was done in contravention of his will, that they did it deliberately to discredit him, to show that he wasn't able to govern and he should resign, that he's no longer in command, that the people have taken over, that the bishops are just as powerful as the Pope in making these decisions. When they reckon all that, when we tell them that and we assure them he didn't make that decision but has to put up with it, guess what they feel like? They feel that intense sadness that finally Rome is no longer a bullock, that Peter is now in chains.
You mentioned something about the Pope here. Shortly after the altar girl decision, we pick up the newspapers again and read that the Pope is in poor health.
That's right.
What is going on with the Pope's health, and are these people who have networked themselves in the Vatican, you've called it the super force in the past, are they taking advantage of that situation?
Sure they are. They're taking advantage of the situation, but that's not the whole cause of the situation. First of all, as regards the Pope's health, actuarially, if you understand what I mean, in actuarial tables, the Pope has about 7 to 10 more years good life, provided there are no accidents, provided there's no assassination, provided that everything goes according to reason. He does suffer from certain things. There's an osteoporosis. His bones are brittle. He has also got a megalovirus. It's a poison in him. They needn't kill him, but they don't know what it is exactly. He's had something removed from his insides, which was cancerous, and he's 74. He's shoving on, and there are the usual weaknesses of old age and seniority, what we used to call senility, and that became a synonym with madness or craziness, and he's not senile by any means. Number one, that's what regards his health, and unless some accident happens, bad accident happens, he has about 7 to 10 more years, according to insurance tables, actuarially, as they say. Now, as regards himself, though, the enigma of John Paul II is as follows. Why doesn't he take out an axe and cut heads off? Why doesn't he fire the archbishops who are either homosexual or tolerate homosexuality in the churches? Why doesn't he remove seminarians and not allow them to be ordained who are actively homosexual? Because it's going on in the New York Archdiocese, it's going on in several dioceses throughout Canada and the United States. Actively known as active homosexuals are ordained every year. Every year. And at the same time we have the toll and the list of pedophiliac priests who are taken to court by parents and by children whom they have violated. But still this crazy policy goes on, this anti-Catholic policy goes on. Why doesn't he stop all that? And then say Father Charlie Curran or Richard McBrien, these known heretics, why doesn't he simply wipe them out priestly-wise? Why doesn't he declare them non-viable there? Remember, Charlie Curran has faculties. He's a priest in good standing for the Diocese of Rochester with Bishop Clark. What sort of a bishop would permit that? A man like Charlie Curran who permits homosexuality, bestiality, divorce, masturbation, anything you like. And he's a priest in good standing? Come on, Bishop Clark of Rochester. Get up and defend yourself before Christ and his angels. How dare he do that? But he's not the only one. Now, why doesn't the Pope scour out the seminaries? Well, he doesn't scour out the seminaries, and he doesn't remove the cardinals who are against him and who are evil, and the network he doesn't set out to destroy, which he could destroy because he has absolute power. Because as of 1978, actually October 16, when he was elected Pope, he knew it was like this already. Remember, we had two popes, John the 23rd and Paul the 6th, who had initiated this new conciliar church. And the majority of normal, middle-of-the-road, conservative, good men, priests and bishops and cardinals, went along because he was Pope, and they were popes. And they never stood up at one moment and said, oh, wait a moment, what are we giving up? What has been changed? Why change this? Why go against what the council said? For instance, take Mass. The Church explicitly, I mean the bishops in council in 1965, by a unanimous vote, forbade the Mass, the Latin Mass, to be translated into the vernacular. It said, no, the canon remains in Latin and as it is. The initial prayers, the Intruivo et Altare Dei, the introductory prayers, can be said in English. The Credo can be said in vernacular. The Gloria in Excelsis can be said. The prayers at the end of Mass can be said, but not the canon. It's forbidden by the council. But then shouldn't everybody have said, wait a moment, the council forbade this. They said the canon remains and Latin remains. Nobody did. Nobody did, except one man called Archbishop Rivero. And what did they do to him? They excommunicated him.
Now here's another question that many people ask, which is similar to the question of why doesn't the Pope remove all the bad men? Why doesn't the Pope come to the aid of those people who support him the strongest?
He relies, first of all, on them to keep their Catholic faith, their traditional faith. And you see, Bernard, it's a very tough thing for men, good men, I'm talking about good men, the normal middle-of-the-road conservative Catholic, who are good, faithful men, to find themselves being led down this road for the last, 25 years now, by popes and by directives from Rome, and to know in their hearts that something is gravely wrong, but they haven't got the authority to change it. And they haven't got the gumption or the courage to stand up and say, no, I will have nothing to do with it. Several people have, but they always faded into obscurity. They were removed from their job.
Cardinal Tiviani, for example?
He just simply faded out. And Lefebvre would have, except Lefebvre said to himself, Archbishop Lefebvre said, no, I'm going to stick a fishbone in the gullet of Rome that they can't swallow and they can't cough up. And he founded the Pius X Institute and ordained 4 bishops to carry on after him. That's a separate story. Now, but to get back to the Holy Father, the point we're making at the present moment is, why does he tolerate it? Because as of the beginning, he knew that it was over. What do I mean by that? I mean that the damage done by Paul VI and the damage done by the bishops and the coordinators of this new conciliar church between 1965 and 1978 was so vast that the Pope said to himself, I can't change it now. And he couldn't. To empty out the seminaries of all the heretics would mean the end of seminaries. A lot of seminaries would close. There are no men trained. What are you going to do with the Biblical Institute, which is now contradicting everything the Church has said about the book of the Bible, the creation? How, do you close it? Then what happens? There's no Biblical Institute in Rome any longer. What do you do with the crowds and crowds of priests who are firmly convinced they should be married, who get up in the pulpit and preach that God loves everybody, nobody goes to hell, that there is salvation outside the church, that a good Presbyterian is as good as a good Catholic, a good Jew is as good as a good Catholic, there's no difference, they're just going by Route 21 and we're going by Route 19, or some other image they use. Is that, how can he deal? He can't deal with it. It's gone. And then how do you put back the altars? How do you restore the tabernacle? In my birthplace, Kerry, Ireland, there's a beautiful cathedral in Killarney, and it had a lovely tabernacle and a lovely altar. Now you can't find the altar or the tabernacle. They're stuffed away. They've been broken to pieces and stuffed away in holes and corners. And the present Bishop O'Sullivan of Kerry is simply ashamed of the church. Ashamed of the church with his glib piety and his lack of traditional knowledge. But how can he revert all that throughout the whole Christian West? He can't. And besides then, vocations are down. He's lacking priests now. And nuns. Do you know, by the way, about nuns, a small statistic to tuck away at the back of your brain about nuns in America? There are twice as many nuns over 90 as there are under 28. Just think what that means. I mean, it means that shortly there are going to be very few nuns in America because the old ones are going to die and the young ones are too few coming up. Now, but the Pope knew that. He realized that because he sat in the catbird seat in Rome and he could see from that the condition of the church and knew that you can't restore it. What they destroyed, they destroyed. That's what they did in those years between 1965 and 1978. And the Pope, mindful of Fatima, mindful of Our Lady promises, relies on her to come and restore faith, because faith is gone. Let's face it, Bernard, faith has died out. For instance, let me give you an example. If I'm a priest, and if I minister at church, and I distribute Holy Communion, and I have a mass for, say, homosexuals, very good people, very respectable citizens, but I know that the night before they sodomized each other, and they're going to do that the following afternoon or the following morning, and I still give them the body and blood of our Lord in communion. Do I really believe it's the body and blood of our Lord? No, I can't. No, I think it's some sort of a symbolic gesture, and therefore my faith is gone. And if I go to see a new church or a new priest in any city in this country or in America, the first thing I do is I watch the priest in charge, how he behaves in the church. And if he has no reverence for what's called the tabernacle, it's usually tucked away in a corner now, it's not on the altar, or it's a box hanging by a wire, as it is in several places, and he just behaves as if there was nobody there but him and he and I, then I know he doesn't believe any longer. Come on. If in this room, say, President Clinton was sitting, do you think we could carry on a conversation with ourselves and neglect him? No, we couldn't. Or even a policeman, we'd have to say, listen, sir, good morning to you, who are you? But if you don't acknowledge God's presence, if you're at home with your wife, for instance, and you never say hello to her, you never kiss her, you never tell her, I love you, you simply don't eat with her, you simply forget she's there. Do you really love your wife? Do you really believe she's there? You don't. She's a non-entity. And that's what happens with people when they break up. Similarly with our Lord. They don't believe any longer. Belief is gone. The Pope realized that. And he doesn't know how to restore it. He doesn't know how to restore it.
So this explains then why the edifice of the church then is collapsing. That explains,
right.
Let's say, why some mad priest will destroy all the statues.
That's right.
Because once the faith goes, then the edifice that's been built up over the centuries will also
There's no reason for it. And on top of all that, then there's this devilishly clever new horizontal church where you no longer look to God. You look to the people of the community. And the people of the community, they create Christ. They bring him down on their altars. The priest is not a priest any longer. There's no sacrifice. There's no sacrifice at Calvary. And Christ does not die in an unbloody fashion at Mass. That's all hocus pocus, to use the old English anti-Catholic expression. Hocus pocus, which is a bastardization of hocus corpus meum. You know that. That's where the word comes from by the British Protestants. Now, they no longer believe that, so the Pope realizes that and knows he can't put it back again. Humpty Dumpty is broken, Bernard, and you can't put him together again.
As we finished our last interview, we were talking about the liturgy. What does it do to the laity when the liturgy that is being conducted in all the parishes is constantly changing?
It does this. It does precisely what ever recurring change does to a human being. We all find, Bernard, in our normal lives that we always have a basic routine we go through every day, and within that routine we can have variations. But there's no routine, there's no change in the basic routine, otherwise we don't know ourselves any longer. Our children don't know us. We don't know, nobody can find us. Life is in constant change. It's what happens during wartime. And I remember during the Second World War, it was the dreadful devastation when the houses were bombed and cities were bombed. People couldn't find themselves any longer. They had no routine in life. Similarly with prayer, if the way I pray to God and the gestures I use and the words I use are constantly changed, and really changed, there's constant change. If that goes on long enough, I become confused. Because we depend on routine, basic routine. Children do, human beings do, adults do, married people do, everybody does. And there's a continual change which is deliberate, and that's meant to constantly keep us moving away from the fundamentals of Catholicism into new territory. One of the latest territories, for instance, is Enneagrams. This is a new system of deciding what sort of a person you are. And when you've completed the course, which is now given by Jesuits and Franciscans in parishes, instead of Stations of the Cross, instead of retreats, instead of missions, you will given 4 initials to put after your name describing your character. And that will tell you who to marry, and how to behave, and what your passions are, and what your weaknesses are, and your strengths are. This is all psychological profiling. And that's instead of now the sermon on, say, the 10 Commandments, or sermons on the 6 Commandments of the Church, or on the doctrines of the Church. So that, and that will change for another fad next year. It's worked out by some other psychologist. And so this changes continuously, and then they have various canons of the Mass, and various new prayers, and various ways of doing things. And anyway, the Novus Ordo itself allows great ingenuity. Literally, you can say the Novus Ordo, the Mass at the present moment, in shorts, in Bermuda shorts with a sweater on you. There's no demand on anything, and the variations are huge. So that this change, in this constant change, and the lack of routine, lack of the same songs to sing, produces destruction of belief. For instance, if the national anthem was changed every 4 or 5 years, do you think people would finally ever sing it? Would have any idea of their country? A national anthem is supposed to honor the country itself. You repeat the same words, and everybody knows them, and they have a long memory, and they recall everything in the past, and that retains the memory of what we are.
They lose a sense of what the country stands for.
That's right. That's right. It doesn't stand for anything at all, because it's always changing. And similarly with the flag, there are certain things that must remain. But the network of our counter-plotters, the people out to destroy the Roman Catholic Church, have adopted an attitude of constantly confusing and removing people from any solid memory of anything permanent in religion, because they want to remove that. See, the strength of the Church always was that it was a permanent rock, using the same ceremonies, repeating the same commandments, giving the same rules for life, always adapting them to the age in which they were. That was the strength of it all. And that now is being undermined completely and changed. And the idea is to confuse people so that they need direction from outside directors. And that's where the shadow of Big Brother comes in. Big Brother telling you what to think, what to feel, how to get married, how many children to have, and how to have them, and how to pray, and how to settle your life.
Now, in the United States last year, there was an attempt to change the Grail Psalter and the Sacramentary. Mm-hmm. That was blocked.
It was blocked. Finally, they began to realize, the mass of the bishops and priests began to realize that there was a sinister move in this. And so they blocked it. They blocked it, or stopped. But it will start again. The initiative will come up in another way.
Well, this is one reason why the altar girl decision maybe surprised some people, is because here they had blocked a change. They thought, okay, now we've finally brought stability to the conciliar church.
And stop the change.
Right. And then this other change opened up over here.
Sure. And then on top of all that, now, I was talking with a young priest a few weeks ago, and he was telling me about this new parish system, where the parish priest is eliminated, and you have this new pastoral leader idea. The plans are infinite, and they will keep on because they are intent on changing things. They're intent on destroying the structure of the church as it is. And you see, Bernard, there's a point which we've made before, and we must make again, is this. If you looked at the church in 1960, 1960 or 1961 or 1950. The structure was very simple, really. You had Rome, the central hub, and out from that there ran lines of communication, pipes, if you wish, out from the central hub. And through those pipes flowed from Rome instructions and commands and decrees and books and doctrine from the Holy Father and from his various ministries. And through the pipes back came obedience and zeal and contributions and saints and mission efforts and etc., etc., etc. Vatican II changed that structure. It created in each country at least one new hub, which has its own life. It is no longer dependent on Rome for anything. Not really. It acts independently. It has its own series of committees, bishops' conferences, priest conferences, nuns' conferences, priest senates, National Organization of Women, of Catholic Women, National Organization of Nuns, National Organizations of Priests, of Monsignoria, of bishops, of archbishops.
Well, it's become also complicated with all these committees and subcommittees.
Everything is a committee. When anything has to be done in a parish or a diocese, the bishop forms a committee. He forms a new committee of laymen and some nuns and some priests. So you have now all over the world these regional hubs, and it's the Pope's hub is only one hub, and they don't function together at all. And Rome itself is isolated, and now it has been penetrated, and therefore that it no longer is the directive, the source of direction. And the Pope is only one voice in many voices.
So the Pope doesn't know everything that even goes on in Rome.
He can't know. He can't. In Rome itself, he can't. You see, the difficulty with people talking about Roman Catholicism and the Pope, and how the Pope doesn't do this and he should do that. If you lived in Rome and worked there, you'd know that you're in the middle of a rabbit warren, a honeycombed hill. There are committees and groupings and consultancies and ministries and missions that the Pope doesn't even know about. He doesn't even know about them, much less know the personnel. He doesn't know them. He can't get around them. If he went to each one of them once in a year, he wouldn't cover them all. And then the rest of the church would be going to hell at the same time in a handbasket because he wasn't giving it any attention to attend to any of them. And the men serving in these various places, the heads, the cardinal prefects, as they call them, of the congregations, most of them dislike this Pope intensely. I suppose there are about barely five cardinals, count them on one hand, who would support him at a pinch. The rest are very independent-minded. Very independent-minded. And for instance, you take an old cardinal like Cardinal Chappie or Cardinal Oddi, their whole purpose in life is to be let live in the Vatican. They've retired. They don't want to go out to the Campagna or retire to Florence or to their birthplace or to their parents or their nephews and nieces or live in an old man's home. They want to have their apartment in the Vatican. And they know that that doesn't depend on the present Pope because he's going to die. So they must please the crowd in power. And the crowd in power do not like the present Pope.
Now let's take a look at another situation that happened that involved Rome and see if that illustrates a point. Recently in the Diocese of Chur in Switzerland,
right.
they appointed a conservative bishop to clean up what had been
That's
a
right.
very messy situation
That's
there.
right.
There was a protest. Then they appointed two auxiliaries that were liberals to frustrate him.
That's right.
Is there a war going on in Rome? Does that show that there's two factions nullifying each other?
No, there's one faction against the Pope, one major faction against the Pope. And you see, the difficulty is most people think the Pope appoints bishops. He doesn't appoint bishops. Because he is one of 5 or 6 signatures on the final document that says that Bernard Jansen will be appointed Bishop of Zurich. He's only one of 5. If he signs it, sometimes he doesn't even know it until it's announced. He doesn't know. He's not a hands-on man, number one. He's not a hands-on man, hands-on governor of things. Governing is not his forte. But even the things he should know, he doesn't know. But there's too much. How can he deal with, for instance, the appointments in Madagascar? He doesn't know Madagascar. He doesn't know the appointments that should be made in Kerry, Ireland, or in Nebraska, in the USA. He doesn't know anything about it. He hasn't got time to get around to all the dioceses. and he doesn't know the bishops, and they come. We have bishops here who go to see him for their ad limina visit, the 5-yearly visit a bishop must pay to the Pope, and they give him a glowing picture of everything. Then they go home and do the very opposite. What is he to do? What is he to do? Call them back and say, you're a liar?
Well, in Canada we had a very strange situation where there was a theologian who signed a paper which denounced the latest encyclical, The Splendor of Truth.
Wow.
And now this theologian has now been raised to the level of a diocesan bishop.
That's right. Well, he's put in by the people who dislike John Paul II completely and who have the power to appoint a bishop. And they're all over the place. We have a bishop up here, an auxiliary bishop in Syracuse, in New York, who continually keeps on saying that the church of the future will not have a pope or a bishop or a priest. And he's still an auxiliary bishop because he's protected by the network. So there is a war between the hubs. All the hubs are fighting Rome and don't want any interference. I remember when the question of in vitro fertilization arose a couple of years ago, 10 years ago, I was called by somebody in Canada about it. And I said, well, have you consulted Rome? And then they went ballistic on the phone. They said, we don't go to Rome for these things. We're independent. They wouldn't consult the Holy Office or consult Cardinal Ratzinger, the head moralist of the church. They were independent. I suddenly realized, my God, they regard themselves as totally independent of Rome. And they do. And fight Rome on every issue. And Rome has ceased to have any power. It has the power theoretically, but not practically, because they themselves are against the papacy. They no longer want an absolute papacy. The absolute control of the Pope who can say yes or no. They don't want that any longer. And John Paul II has aided that, and so has Pope Paul VI, by the way they behaved in John the 23rd. Remember, the most fatuous statement of the modern church was made by John the 23rd in his opening speech on October 11, 1962. He said, our mother the church, once upon a time, used penalties to punish those who violated her laws. Now we know, and listen to the fatuous statement of a pope, a reigning pope, now we know that once men are told the truth and recognize it, that they obey willingly. Was there anything so stupid pastorally?
Well, can you imagine?
Off the mark papally, so ridiculous as that.
Well, can you imagine what would happen, let's say, in my family, if I told my children,
do what you like,
but no matter what you do, you're not going to be punished. I trust that you'll always do the right thing.
Right.
There would be chaos.
That's what happens in American schools. They're not punished. And that's what, well, criminals over here, they know they're out in the street 24 hours later, having mugged somebody. Punishment. But this fatuous statement of John 23 has been driven like a coach and four through everything. And hence, we had a very funny incident in Rome, I must say, which was like, the librarian of the Gregorian University in my time found out that the volume after volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica were disappearing. And it's a very expensive thing. So they set up a watching machine, and they caught the man. He was a young student from, I think it was America, or Italy. I don't know where he was from. I forget the details. And they confronted him and went to his room, and they found all the missing volumes. And you know what he said to them? He said, okay, fine, now apply the law, punish me if you want to. But it was nothing moral about it. It was just the machinery happened to go against him. It's a funny thing. Once you abdicate punishment, once you think that you can get away with it, you have no respect for the law. Now, there is no longer any respect for Rome. Rome can't punish anyone. Who is Rome going to punish in the name of God? How can it punish a bishop? How can it punish Richard McBrien? How can it punish Charlie Curran? He's supported by his own bishop. They're all in good standing, and most of them are heretics. And
there's so many to punish.
It's gone. And it reinforces the one fact I've kept saying to you, but not in these conversations. The Pope saw it was over in 1978. He saw it. And he said, I'm not going to waste my efforts at doing this because I can't do it. It can't be done. God has subtracted grace. He's withdrawn his protection from this visible organization. It is cursed by God. It is going out of existence. I'm going to do something else. That's his attitude to it.
Now here's another very confusing situation that I hope you can shed some light on. In the United States last year, there was an appeal to Rome from 6 faithful Catholics who
That's
had
right.
been supposedly excommunicated.
In Honolulu.
Right. And they won their appeal. And there was an order that said that the whole thing was null and void.
That's right.
Now I pick up the newspapers and hear that an interdict might be applied to them. What's going on? What?
That was the doing again. This is the scam behavior of the present Roman administration. The villain of the piece in this was a man called Cacciavillan, who is the Pope's personal representative, the apostolic delegate in Washington, who is a great pal of Bishop Ferrario of Honolulu. And Bishop Ferrario of Honolulu is a very distinguished man in the sense that he's been sued by homosexuals and sued for homosexuality. Nothing ever proven. Now, he excommunicated 6 people, all of whom are excellent Catholics, who continually attacked him for the way he was dealing with churches and for his tolerance of homosexuality. And he excommunicated them all 6 of them. They did appeal to Rome. Rome examined it and said, this is a complete scam. These people are carrying out the law of the church. The bishop is not. And therefore there was no excommunication. They're Catholics in very good standing. They sent this message, as they usually do, through the apostolic delegate in America, in Washington, Monsignor Cacciavillan, Archbishop Cacciavillan. He took the letter and added himself the following to Bishop Ferrario, the villain of the piece. He said, you can put them under interdict for insolence or for not respecting your word and for attacking you. And he sent out this as Rome's answer. He pretended that this is the message he got from Rome, until people went to Rome and said, did you say this? Did you say that they were to be put under interdict? You know, interdict, by the way, for our listeners, means that you can't go to Mass, you can't hear confession, you can't have your confession heard, you can't have a baptism done, you can't be married. It means you're forbidden all the services of the church until you come back to the fold. And Rome never said that, but Cacciavillan added it in order to save the face of Ferrario. And this is the usual villainy that Roman officials practice, and Cacciavillan should hide his head in shame.
Now, what is the authentic role of an apostolic delegate or a papal nuncio? What do they do?
He's the representative of the Pope to the state, primarily, and then to the bishops. Anybody can call the apostolic delegate. Don't call this man, but in theory, anybody can call or send him a letter complaining about things, about the religion, or about bishops, or about priests, or about anything at all. He's the Pope's representative, and there are about, I suppose, about 85 of them, almost 100 of them throughout the world. And they're politicians, they're diplomats, and they have a shortwave radio. They're in constant communication with Rome. During the war, it was one of the great ways of communicating through the apostolic delegates. And during the war in Iraq, this was the same thing. We had a man in Baghdad, a very good man, a Polish prelate, who could communicate with the Pope and tell him what was going on there.
Now, I know of some situations in Canada where the faithful have seen terrible abuses going on in their parishes and written to the papal nuncio, and nothing happens.
Well, the papal nuncio in Canada and the apostolic delegate here, the Pope's representative here and in Canada, and in most places, in Haiti, for instance, are a disgrace. A disgrace. Because you see, their reasoning, but listen to their reasoning, it's very simple. A man like Cacciavillan says, well, I'm younger than this Pope. I'm going to be alive when he's dead. And if I'm not on the side of those who make the next Pope, or one of whom is going to be the next Pope, I'm going to be out of favor. So they're looking to their own benefit. Besides, there's the grim, horrid truth that faith has diminished amongst the clergy. We now have the spectacle of bishops and priests and cardinals whom we know in their intimate lives don't believe a damn thing, but are not going to quit their job, because what are they going to do? And why should they quit membership in a gilt-edged club, which assures them dignity, stature, privilege, money, and a lifestyle which, how they afford otherwise?
But isn't it the faith that is the glue that holds the whole church together, which explains then why it's at odds with itself now.
That's why the Pope said the glue is gone, the cement is gone, the building is in shambles already. Already by 1978, remember, the church was in shambles. At the end of the reign of Paul VI, he was in for 15 horrid years, and he successfully dismantled the church. And he himself, in his misery at the end, mumbled words like, "The smoke of Satan has entered the church." And we will finally end up, we Catholics, as a fragmented remnant on the fringe of society. Imagine a Pope saying that. There's no strength in that. There's no courage in that. There's no belief in that. There's just the misery of a man guilty of one of the greatest crimes in the history of the papacy.
Now, when we're talking about the disbelief that's going on in the church, how does one explain, let's say, a prelate like Los Angeles's Roger Mahoney, who undermines the efforts of good laity to fight against abortion and homosexuality?
Faith. Bernard, at the back of it all, there's faith. If you lose your faith, you see, let's talk about faith for the moment. Most people look on faith as a gift, and it is a gift. And they look on it like, if I give you a gift for your birthday, it's a fountain pen, or it's a wallet, or it's a tie, or something else like that. They look on it as an object. Faith is not an object. It's not something you put in your pocket, in your soul. It is a dimension of being. And we all know from the experience of life, we're sufficiently adult to know, that your being, your vitality, your vitalism, your physical vitalism, wanes and waxes, grows and diminishes with your health, with your age, with your diseases, with the oppression on you, with labor on you. It varies. It is a dimensional thing. Similarly with faith. I can, for instance, believe most of the things given to faith, but I do not believe in avoiding contraception, because we have 2 children, we don't need any more. This is a hypothetical case, and therefore I diminish my faith by that amount. But that affects other things. Finally, erodes my faith. But my faith diminishes, and I can finally end up believing very little, except that I should be a Catholic, a practicing Catholic, but I'm not. And there are many Catholics like that today, because they're divorced, because they contracept, because they have killed off some of their children to an abortionist, because they become Freemasons, because they masturbate, because they're bisexual, and they know that's all wrong, but they can't get out of it. But their faith is diminished, because if your faith is diminished at such a point, you don't have it. Now, there's a point about faith which we must insist upon with everybody, that they know it. If you lose your faith, you don't know you've lost it. Bernard, if you take a man, cultured man, and you reduce him to barbarity, and they know how to do that nowadays. The Nazis were able to do it. The Stalinists were able to do it in the Gulag. He doesn't know he's been barbarized. He doesn't know he's been reduced to his culture. Similarly with belief. If you lose your belief, you don't know you've lost your belief. Otherwise, you'd run like hell to get back and get it. You don't know you've lost it. You think that you're okay. You think that the other guy who undertakes these labors because of faith is stupid. Why have more babies if you can avoid them? Well, don't be so stupid about it all. Because he's lost his faith. You don't know you've lost your faith. The penalty for losing your faith, which you always lose deliberately, is that you don't know. And you can't get it back by saying, okay, now I'll return to the church. Oh, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
So there's a certain blindness in all of this.
Completely. You don't know. You don't know. And you look at the other guy who's observing the law and observing his Catholic ways, you say, what a bloody fool he is. He hasn't grown up. It's like the famous phrase of Lord Palmerston, any man over 50 who believes in God must be a jackass. He committed suicide, by the way. But it's this blindness. If you don't know it, so don't appeal to somebody who's lost his faith and say to him, well, you shouldn't do that. He thinks you're a fool. He doesn't know. He's lost his faith. And you don't get it back, by the way. You don't get it back easily. This is the terrible thing once you throw that pearl of great price away. You will not get it back easily. You may never get it back. You may simply go straight to hell when you die.
This opens up a very serious question. Suppose there is a prelate, a bishop in some diocese, or a theologian teaching in a Catholic university who has lost his faith. Do they still hold their offices?
They should not. But nowadays we have them all over the place. We have them in Catholic University of Washington. We have people who deny the divinity of Christ teaching there. Priests. Not prelates, they're priests. We have prelates who don't believe these things any longer. We know they don't believe it, but they're still maintained as bishops. Why? Because superiors in Rome have lost their faith and get paid by him, or are in the same network of homosexuality, or just pals with him. So they support each other. But of course they should be fired immediately. They shouldn't be tolerated. And there should be watchdogs to make sure we know if a person is a believer or not. There was in the old church. But since that fatuous statement of John the 23rd, we now trust people, which is the most ridiculous thing going. We don't trust ourselves. Why should we trust anybody else? We must be supervised. And when people do deviate, then they should be called in on the mat and said, you have deviated. And either you correct your behavior, pray for your faith, get back to it, or you leave. There must be. But that's the new conciliar church. Everything is allowed.
But that's the situation then in which the average layperson is going to have to make a decision on their own. Absolutely. Whether or not to follow this particular theologian. Absolutely. They can't rely on the Rome to sort that out for them.
No, you can't. Nowadays you cannot go to the parish priest or to the bishop or to Rome and say, what should I do? They won't tell you. They don't know, or they're already heretical and they're going to give you the opposite. Bad advice. They're going to give you the opposite of advice to what you should get. That's the unfortunate thing about it. And Bernard, you see, that's the difficulty of the layman or laywoman today who have children and who have to rear them, and for themselves too. They have got to educate themselves all by themselves. Nowadays, there is a new movement amongst Catholics, though. They're now beginning to print catechisms and have special groups apart from priests and apart from the church to educate each other and to educate themselves. And I participate in several of those here in New York and in Boston and in Philadelphia. I direct several score of those groups of people. Now that they're reading, they're buying books, they're searching back for books that are out of print. They're reprinting books and educating themselves, because they say, we're not going to be educated by the churchmen, and we will finally be without the churchmen.
Is there a reason perhaps why God has put families in this situation where they have to rely upon themselves?
I don't know the mind of God except in what he does. And Bernard, apparently Christ has made a very radical decision about our age. And the radical decision is apparently a very harsh one. Once upon a time, when I was very young, you could be blasé about certain things because there were safety nets everywhere. Your parents, the community, the cops even, the teachers, the social workers.
You could rely on them to correct you if you went off the rail.
You were caught. There were safety nets. Now there are no safety nets at all. Christ hasn't done that. And he will not put up for one moment with any misbehavior. He won't stand impurity in your life. He won't stand dishonesty. He won't stand infidelity. And if you say on a Sunday, well, I'm too tired and the wife and the children are too tired, and we will skip Mass because we've all been working very hard during the week and God will understand. It's very difficult to do that in the beginning. Do it 4 or 5 times and it's very simple. And Christ's decision is he will now not give you the means of getting back. Nobody will reproach you. In fact, you'll find everybody says, okay, you're right, take it easy. Life is difficult enough already. The taxes are high and you work like a dog. So he won't make it easy for you any longer. And he, once in a while, he'll pass by you. He passes by every human being and looks at them, like at the rich young man. And either you say, yes, I'll follow and be faithful in spite of everything, or you won't. And he won't come back. He won't come back. He will leave you sink into your unfaith and into your sins. And that is apparently the decision he's made about churchmen and churchwomen, nuns and priests and bishops. Now they've given into this and that and the other. He will leave them there. He doesn't any longer send them.
So he doesn't step in to save people from themselves?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. This is his radical decision about today. Do you know why? I think, it's my guess is this, that it's now you can find out the truth if you want to. You have a means of communication. You can travel. You can find out. You can talk to people. You can read books. You can find out what you should do if you want to. We're no longer isolated. We're now a globalized, mediated world. You have plenty of means of educating yourself. Don't blame anybody else. And if you've been going to the Novus Ordo and got nothing out of it for so long, and no longer believe in the real presence, and no longer say a rosary, and no longer pray at night, you never get down in your hunkers in the morning or at night, and you don't rear your children well, you don't teach them morality, who are you going to blame?
In this third interview in our series, we're going to discuss the new world that is coming into being and how the faithful Catholic must deal with it and how the faithful Catholic fits into it. To start with, let's look back a few years to the Cold War. During the Cold War, Americans and their allies in Canada, in England, in Australia, and some of the countries on the continent in Europe could be confident that they were on the side of good and they were fighting against totalitarian communism. But they don't really know where they stand today. Today, is the United States on the side of good or evil?
Yeah, that's about the situation. We have been driven into a position which we never expected to occupy, and faced with problems we never thought could exist. And we haven't got the problems that we envisaged. After the Second World War, for instance, the outlook of Catholics in America and in North America, Canada and the USA, as well as in Europe, was that now we can expand. Now that the evil of fascism and Nazism has been eliminated, the Church has a chance of spreading its doctrine. And we envisaged a time of great labor, spending of money, development of seminaries, and worldwide mission work, but a greater acceptability because we had stood with the West against oppression. Whereas we've walked into a situation nobody envisaged. It was, as you once said to me, it was like the fact that the French weren't prepared for World War II because they expected a trench warfare, and Hitler didn't fight a trench warfare. He didn't fight a sort of a war in trenches. He had a blitzkrieg. He had a different idea of how to overcome France, and he overcame France and almost overcame the rest of the world. Similarly with us Catholics, nobody has taught us this was going to happen. What has happened? What has happened is this, that the Church that emerged from the Second World War and walked into the mid-century and into the latter part and into the last decade is a Church that is no longer a citadel. It's no longer a castle. It's no longer a secure fortress. This city of God, this Catholic Church, this Roman Catholic Church, this citadel, this supposed fortress has been totally overrun. The barbarians are not only in the streets, they're in the bedrooms, and they're all over the place, and they run it, a good deal of it. We have been invaded and taken over and penetrated and honeycombed so that the enemies of the Church are within the Church. In fact, they're in charge of a lot of the Church. And what are you to do then? Where are you to turn when you find that the very custodians of the city have been taken over or belong to the enemy? Where do you go after that? What recourse have you? And up to this, there has been no way of instructing Catholics. Catholics are now just now beginning to react, just now beginning to say to themselves, we have to decide. We have to form associations independent of the clergy, independent of the Pope, independent of Rome, in order to find out who is telling the truth. This is the terrible difficulty.
And in the past, Catholics were expecting more of the kind of persecution that went on behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, and it's very simple. That's very simple. Somebody says, I'll kill you if you don't deny your faith. You say, I won't deny my faith, and you're killed. Or you're put in prison, or you're tortured, or your nails are pulled out, or your wife is raped in front of your eyes. That's so simple to take compared to the insidious way of taking over the minds of your children in school, of brainwashing you at Mass, brainwashing you by ceremonies and by new committees and by new theories and by new methods of prayer, by making you stand instead of kneel, but not allowing you kneel at all, by making you take the host in your own hand, by telling you that women and men are the very same in the eyes of God, and we know they're not, they have different functions, and by telling you that priests are just ordinary functionaries detailed off to do a job, and that any man can do it, any woman can do it. The whole thing is upside down for grabs, and we no longer have a church which is devoted to the Blessed Sacrament, and we're all facing God with the priest at our head, celebrating the sacrifice. No. Now it's a community service, and we're all in it together. We're horizontally equal, and we embrace each other as brother and sister, and we say good morning before we say Mass, and we say good afternoon when we finish Mass, and we shake hands, and we make it a social affair, where it's not an action in the presence of the Almighty God, who can control life and death of all things. That's all gone. And we weren't prepared for that. Nobody told us that. Nobody said you're going to be surrounded by this indifferentism and this egalitarian behavior and this democratization of something which is hierarchy, because God is not a Democrat, nor a Republican for that matter. He is the Almighty God, in front of whom you must bow down and every knee shall bend in the name of Jesus. All that's gone. So that's what we're faced with today.
But similarly, in the geopolitical realm, we weren't really expecting the end of the Cold War in the way it came.
No, we weren't expecting. We don't know what, and actually we don't know what happened even, Bernard. We don't even know what happened. Let me ask you a question. What happened? Was there a revolution in East Germany? Was there a revolution in Czechoslovakia? Did the people of Poland and of Romania and Bulgaria stand up and say, go away, you dirty communists?
Weren't the communists all overthrown?
No, they weren't overthrown. They withdrew. Who told them to withdraw? Erich Honecker, who was the dictator of East Germany, got worried about a certain church in Berlin, East Berlin. It was a Lutheran church, St. Nicholas. And every Sunday, the pastor was preaching sermons that were treasonous against the Soviet Union. And the crowds were very small in the beginning, and everybody said, well, let it go on, because he must do that anyway. But then the crowd started spilling out into the streets and into the square beside the church. And the crowd started getting rambunctious, and the sermons got louder. They put up loudspeakers. The sermons could be heard outside, and they were still treasonous. So Erich Honecker got on the phone to Gorbachev, who was the head of the Soviet Union at that time. And he said, what shall I do? And Gorbachev gave him the very surprising answer, leave town. And Mikos Jakis, who was the dictator of Czechoslovakia, had the same problem. And he called Gorbachev, and he said, what shall I do? And Gorbachev said, leave town. And Zhivkov of Bulgaria, the dictator of Bulgaria, called Gorbachev and said, what am I to do? I have the same situation here. And he said, leave town. And the man Jaruzelski in Poland did the same and got the same treatment. And one, Ceausescu of Romania, said, I will not leave town, and he was killed. And we now know the KGB operatives, KGB was the secret police of the Soviet Union, mingled with the crowds that chanted in the streets, cheering all these men when they left. So something happened that was no revolution at all. Then there's a bigger problem than that. The KGB, which was the secret police, had a team, or in all, they had about 4 to 5 million operatives. Spies, counter-spies, spy masters, couriers, engravers, killers of all sorts. Then they had 2,800 gulags, that is, prison camps, run by wardens, and who had their torturers and their captains and their slave laborers. And what happened to all that?
Are they all gone now?
Where are they? Well, nobody tells us. Nobody was put in prison. Nobody was brought to court. There were no trials to find those who had murdered and killed and tortured for all those years in all those 2,800 gulags. Nobody's spoken about it at all. Are they still there? Are the prisoners still in the camps? We know they are, by the way.
Oh, there are.
But nobody speaks about it. Is there no justice? What are we doing paying them billions? We now pay them billions of dollars to recover. Who's getting the money? And now, is it funny that the latest people, for instance, elected in Hungary in so-called free elections are all the ex-communists, so-called ex-communists. And same thing in the Ukraine and all over.
Lithuania and Poland too.
Yeah, what is happening? I mean, what has really happened there? There was no revolution. So what happened to all the operatives? Then, by the way, the KGB had an army of 800,000. Where is it? And they had their own arsenals, their own aerodromes, their own bombs, their own atomic bombs, their own ship and fleet. What has happened to all that command? Where's the high command gone? The generals who were in charge of it. Will somebody tell us where it's all gone to? And the money they had stored away, the bank account, the KGB bank account, based on the Russian gold mines, which are the biggest gold mines in the world. What has happened to all that money? Well, what's going on? And then what about the 10 secret cities? As you know, Stalin built 10 secret cities. They're magnificent cities, by the way, the only good cities he ever built. The names are never on the map. And nobody ever leaves there or goes there without permission. And they do only one thing, they manufacture nuclear weapons. What's happened? Where are they? Are they disbanded? Are they destroyed? Where are they? Who's in charge? Who's in charge of what's happening? We're not told. Which leads us on to a big question. Who has so arranged our media that we're not told these questions? Even the questions are not raised. Who tells them not to mention these? Because they know as much as you and I know about it. Why are we not told about it? Why doesn't somebody raise the question? Nobody does raise the question at all. And it's like, you know, nowadays they're just discovering things that happened. For instance, that Eisenhower condemned 30,000 GIs to die in Russia. We're only finding that out now. They were captured by the Russians, and they were never released. And Eisenhower knew it and signed them away to death. We only know now that, for instance, that 1,000 Americans were killed by friendly fire while they were preparing for D-Day. It's just been revealed in the last week or two. So information is kept from the general public. Now, who does that? Who in the name of God arranges that we don't hear about those things? Who in the name of God arranges so we don't hear the news about what's really going on in Russia? Who is arranging all that? Because there's something going on here which we don't understand at all, and we're not being told about it, and nobody's even offering to help us. Because why? Well, there is this very strange idea, Bernard, which we all know about, and which we mention sometimes en passant, and then we pause because we don't know what we're talking about. Most people don't. And it's called by various names. And the most common name is the New World Order. And President Bush used this, and one of your prime statesmen in Canada used it too, and Mitterrand of France has used the phrase, and Kohl of Germany has used it, Helmut Kohl, the Prime Minister. And it's a phrase which we all use, it's the New World Order. And then we speak about that as one world government. And of course, we can't understand that, because when we speak about government, we think of, say, Washington or Paris or Ottawa. Namely, a government is a place in one place with all its ministries and powers and services centered in one place, and it administers a huge territory and has control of it, federal control or direct control or whatever, parliamentary control like in England. And that's what the idea of government. Of course, there is no one world government in that sense. There's no one world government, and there never will be. It couldn't be. It's impossible, because you can't macro-manage an entire world from one place. You just can't do that. That's not being done. And therefore there's no one world government, there's no new world order in that sense. There is a new world order in another sense, though, which is the only sense that matters. And that's where we're trapped. And it's this. There's a huge difference between our world and the world of, say, 1940, or 1920, or 1930. And it's this. Money has become international in a way it never was. Money has. There were always very rich people. There was always an awful lot of money around the place in various accounts. But money has been globalized now. What do I mean by that? It's this, that in former times, if, say, there was a stock market crash or a collapse of an economy in one country, it didn't affect another country very much. Nowadays, everything is globalized. If there's a Black Monday in October here in New York, it's Black Monday everywhere. In the money markets, Tokyo, Singapore, Paris, London, Rome, Rio. It's a black market everywhere, because the market is now unified. Money is globalized. Why is it globalized? Because we have now a new stage in capitalism, which is peculiar. See, capitalism started off, first of all, with individual men. In America, there were the robber barons, if you remember, who made money on oil and cotton and things like that, and mining and railways. And there were single individuals with powerful dynastic families, like the Buckleys, like the Kennedys, like all the other big families that made huge fortunes, and the Rothschilds, and dominated everything in their day, in their particular trade. But they were single individuals. And they were nationalistic. They were in one country, America, England, France, wherever. Nowadays you have men and women, but mostly men, whose wealth is international. They have simultaneously possessions in Malaysia and in Alaska. They run oil rigs in the North Sea and off Indonesia. They have gold and timber and silver, and they have diamonds and manganese and nickel and lead, and they have uranium and platinum, and they have land and manufacturers and foodstuffs in every country in the world.
So these people don't have a loyalty, let's say, to one particular country.
No, no, no. Everything is spread wide. You see, in the stock market, in the global market today, every day about $600 billion are sloshed around in various deals. There are hundreds of thousands of small investors, anything up to 500,000 or a couple of million. There are roughly about 80 men, some women, but mainly men, who every day on the international markets, and I've just named most of them, play with anything between 40 and 80 billion, 60 billion. And as the present Pope is saying, if you have 40 men in a room, and 10 of them are 10 foot high, and the rest are 4 foot, I'll give you one guess as to whom the 10 foot high men speak to. They obviously talk to themselves. They can really compete, make deals. Somebody who's a minor dealer with 100,000 or 200 or 2 million, come on, let's be funny. How can you match 60 billion? And these men govern the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods and decide and decry the life of nations, whether they live or die. Those men, they run this international thing called money, which is now another thing completely. It's on paper, it's funny money. It comes out in real cash finally and in results, but it's control. It's control of funds for living. And I've no doubt in my mind that behind the horrible massacre of almost 1 million people in Rwanda, Burundi, there is some deep interest which we're not told yet. But we will learn about it. We will learn about it. When we were all shocked at the death of Dag Hammarskjöld in the Congo and of Patrice Lumumba, who was the local leader in the Congo, the former Belgian Congo, in the 1960s this was, nobody knew what was happening. It was all about uranium in Katanga, a province of the Congo. But we weren't told then. But still about local massacres and shootings and killings, and brought down the airplane which Dag Hammarskjöld was, because he was protesting this conflict of interest of capitalists. And similarly with Rwanda, Burundi, we don't know the cause, but you can be darn sure that somebody's making money off it somewhere. And that's why it's going on like that.
But let's stop right here. There's other countries in that part of Africa where terrible things and killings and massacres are happening. Why is the media dwelling, let's say, first with Somalia and then with Rwanda? Well, there's several other countries where the same kind of things are going on.
I'll tell you, even rephrase the question. Who tells them not to talk about it? Who decides that, for instance, East Timor is an island off Indonesia? The Indonesians have invaded it for now almost 20 years, and they've killed about almost 1 million people. And nobody said boo to them. The northern Sudanese, who are Muslims, have been attacking the southern Sudanese, who are Christians, and they've killed 2 million in the last few years. We've never protested that. We know that, for instance, there have been continual massacres in Latin America. We've never protested that. But who tells the media not to report this? They say, we're going to give you the news. Nobody will stop us. They don't give us the news. Who says, talk about Somalia, but don't talk about East Timor? Talk about Rwanda, Burundi, but don't talk about the Congo. Don't talk about Latin America. Or vice versa. Talk about Peru, but don't talk about Bolivia. Somebody dictates this. They don't give us the news. Who dictates it? I don't know. I know there is a control over things, and you can't get certain things out unless the media are allowed to do it or decide to do it. I don't know what to say. Allowed or decide to do it. What I am pointing out is that there is today a force that wasn't there 20, 40 years ago, namely this force of the new capitalist. And the new capitalist, as I was saying, capitalism started off in the 19th, 20th century with individual capitalists making fortunes. That slipped then into what they call the managerial system, whereby a thing like NBC or Mobil Oil.
Or IBM is the best example.
Yeah, but even Exxon, Mobil Oil is probably better because, you know, Mobil Oil has more ships than the United States Navy on the water. There's more floating real estate. And nobody owns it. Nobody owns NBC. No single man owns IBM. That was the managerial system. Now it has slipped into the arrival of kingpins, very rich men. Jimmy Goldsmith of England is one of them. I mean, there are about a few. They surface, and they're fabulously wealthy. And Turner of CNN is another one of them. He has risen to that level of that capacity. And these are the money gentlemen who run the money in the world, and that runs life, that runs everything. Now that decides the price of your shirt. That decides the price of the tapes you're using for this, and the food we've just eaten, and the rents we pay for our house, and what goes on, who wins and who loses, and who can govern and who can't govern, who's supported by the media. Because if they're against the media cannot last. So there's no question of curbing our liberties. So we have freedom of speech and freedom of movement and freedom of association, etc., etc., etc. But at the same time, the entire shebang is under control, because whoever runs the money, finally, who holds the purse strings, runs the entire show. And we know that, and everybody knows it. However, you don't run up against this and attack it, because it can liquidate you. So you don't talk about this thing. There's a book by Woodrow Wilson, the famous Woodrow Wilson of the first part of this century, President Woodrow Wilson, called New Freedoms. He published it in 1930. It's a very little known book nowadays, because people don't know that Woodrow Wilson wrote a book, or wrote books. He wrote more than one. But in this book he said that when he became president, he talked to everybody. Manufacturers, industrialists, inventors, academicians, professors, physics people, astronomers. He talked to churchmen, he talked to social leaders, he talked to the armed forces, leaders in that, and in military affairs. He talked to anybody. He said his principle was to talk to them, get their mind, because he knew there was something going to happen in Europe, which was the First World War. It was going to change, as Lord Grey said, the lights of Europe went out forever with that war, and they all knew there was something terrible coming, and Woodrow Wilson wanted to prepare himself. And he said he talked with everybody, and he got one distinct impression from anybody he spoke to, that there was something in their lives and in the life of this world and the life of America that nobody would name, that everybody feared, which was all pervasive, which had power over everything, could block anybody, was really responsible for everything happening in the broad sense of the word, in the macro management sense of the word, but which nobody was going to talk about directly, but presumed existed. And there is that force in our lives we all know about, and we don't know much about it, and provided we don't make any bad mistakes, it will never hurt us. But it is there. It has come out now in this form of world government, which decides things finally. And you know that today the common talk in the United Nations and amongst diplomats and statesmen is that the world of the nation state is gone. And now what we have is region states. We have the North American region, which now has been formalized in NAFTA, this agreement between Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And we have the European community, and we're shortly going to have the Middle East community. And now we have ASEAC, the Asian countries, which is already formed. And it's another pact. And they're going to have region states. And the idea of a single country standing up for its own rights and fighting its own wars and having its own rules for its own strategic survival is a thing of the past. And that's the world outside. Now, what we must realize is that it's purely and simply humanistic. It has nothing to do with religion. It doesn't acknowledge Christ. It doesn't acknowledge any religion. It's not religious at all. It's humanistic strictly, and this world. And there's a name for it which we should really adopt, and it's a very simple name. It's Luciferian. Now, but we must be careful. Lucifer was the name of an archangel, who was the greatest of the archangels, apparently. He revolted against God. And it has been appropriated now for Satan, for the devil. But the Luciferian doctrine is very simple. It is that behind this facade of the universe, of the cosmos, there is an intelligence. And if you serve that intelligence well and intelligently, it will serve you and help you. And this is the common doctrine amongst men of no belief who succeed in this world. They do believe there's a system at work in nature, in the ocean, in the sky, and in human beings. And there are certain laws you must observe. You can't violate them, because then you violate the system. You violate the intelligence at work. It's not a personal intelligence, by the way. No, they don't hold that. They no longer believe in an old guy with cloven hooves and big ears and dirty yellow eyes and filthy habits who was trying to commit sin. No, it's not that any longer. Now it's an intelligence which is impersonal, behind the facade of the cosmos, which governs you. And you must pay service to it. You mustn't deceive yourself thinking about God and heaven or the angels or hell and the purgatory and all that.
And is this force changing the way in which you and I and the families that will hear this tape live?
Oh yes, oh yes. They're changing it completely. They want to break down the family. The Luciferian intelligence says the family served its purpose. It's no longer good enough. We must now have families that are directed to the group, to the state. And therefore we must have a new method of education. which transcends all the superstitious boundaries of the past. And that is what's taking place in our schools with what is called outcome-based education. They're teaching the skills of community relationships, cooperation, submission to authority. They're not concentrating on facts any longer. That's why most of our children are badly educated, except in these leadership skills and in community skills, as they call them. But it's more than that. It's that history is reduced then to contemporary history mainly, and it's also reduced to scientific and physical facts. The idea of God, the idea of faith, the idea of anything based on the supernatural revelation of a message from beyond the stars is out. There's no message from beyond the stars. It's this worldly.
I want to stop right here. We've already talked in previous tapes how modern man has lost the vertical dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Now what you seem to be saying, and I agree with it from my own conclusions, is that the importance of history is being diminished. So men are losing a sense of the past.
The past is only important insofar as we have something from the past, like an invention. But the lessons of the past, what men have learned, how they built civilization, what civilization was originally, what were its roots, that's all gone.
Well, then basically man is being reduced to one dimension.
That's right. That's right.
And what ramifications does that have?
It has this, that it stamps out the possibility of belief. There is no room for belief in it any longer. That's archaic and antiquated and out of date, and it's not in accord with the history books or with the textbooks put in your hand. It reduces man to a horizontal level, and the sky is made of bronze and the earth is made of earth, and there's nothing in between except you and me and our lives, and a thing called history. You'll notice that the people who preach this doctrine, who direct this movement, they always speak about history. We must serve history. We must follow in the footprints of history. History will be good to us if we're faithful to history. And it's another pseudonym, it's another name for the Luciferian view of the intelligent universe that we must submit to. Because then we'll be treated well. Some of us will die by disease or by accident, but on the whole, the world can be a happy place. Now, here's the difficulty, Bernard, that as of 1965, through its Pope, the then Pope Paul VI, the Church was told to greet this world, to help build this human habitat, to welcome the world as the only solution for man's ills, that the Church was going to turn around and finally become part of the world. This was the terrible sin, the terrible sinful conception that this man had, and that many Catholics adopted. And therefore they adopted the idea of being completely worldly, of joining all the worldly movements. And the idea that we were on a road of travel here, pilgrims for eternity, has faded out. Did you ever hear have you heard a priest say recently that we are on a pilgrimage to our eternal home? It's language you never hear. Whereas that's the language of the Roman Catholic traditional apostolic church. We are pilgrims, and we're beset by the world. The world is evil, will never be good, will never be perfect, and will try and derail us and send us to hell. But we never hear that anymore. So that's the result of the horizontal outlook. Now that was the look that was imposed by the people who implemented Vatican II, the Second Vatican Council.
Well, I know that the documents of Vatican II very often have glowing praise for this world and the modern age.
That's the idea. We've dedicated ourselves to belong to it. Whereas Christ said, don't belong to this world. This world is evil. This world is going to kill me and will kill you too. But I have heaven, and I have many mansions in my Father's house, and be faithful to me. The world has no hold on me, whatever. Now, this is the great difference. And you know, the basic criticism of John Paul II, it's a very basic criticism, and so he has failed egregiously. But again, I want to say to you, I think God has used this failure. His great failure is this. When we emerged from Vatican II with 16 main documents that the Council produced, nobody, especially John Paul II, who should have done it, nobody at all sat down and said to everybody, now we must interpret these in the light of tradition. What would the Council of Trent have said to this document? Say, Gaudium et Spes, as they call that document, or Lumen Gentium, or Human Dignity, or Nostra Aetate, all the various documents that have changed everything in their applications. Nobody sat down and said, let's interpret this in the light of tradition, 2,000 years of tradition. Nobody did. And therefore, the theologians and the directors of academia went off half-cocked and invented a new form of Catholicism, which is the conciliar church. And until that revision is undertaken by some pope, this pope or the next pope, or some pope, or some council, we will not recover from the shambles and the destruction into which we have slipped.
We'll also be very rootless.
We are rootless, utterly rootless. And that's the difficulty, and they haven't got the courage to admit that. And that's why if you speak to the normal, middle-of-the-road, conservative, good-living priest or bishop or Catholic, and there are many of them today, they go crazy when you start saying that, because then they realize that their long road back is so long to get back to what we originally were, that we can't get back there. We now have to rebuild all over again. And all they've been doing is trite, and it is death-dealing.
Fortune of having Father Malachi Martin at his home to interview, and we're going to be speaking about what is going on in the world today, both in the church and in society as a whole. And perhaps you should begin by giving our listeners a bit of a snapshot of what is going on. There seems to be a lot of events that are confusing, and people really don't know how to make out what is happening. What are some of the main currents that are going on in the world today, and how does that actually shape up? How can one give some sense to what's going on with all the wars going on, all the turmoil in the church, for example?
Yes. Bernard, it's such a privilege to be able to talk with you, and knowing that by your technology and by your efforts, we may reach hundreds of thousands of people, because as you have just said and implied, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people in fact today, are caught up in this vortex of events, disappointments, threats, menaces, uncertainties about the future, and whether they're Christian or Catholic or not, they all really come down to the same questions. What is happening? Where are we going? What is the lodestar now that guides us as a society of nations, and as Christians and as Catholics? You know, we both have agreed when we were talking off the air a moment ago that what is going on at the present moment is a real war. It's a war of spirits. And any man or woman who does not know that there's a real war going on, with battles being fought in various places, in the boardrooms and in the bedrooms and in the streets, in the factories, in our parliaments, in our legislatures, in the Congress of the United States, and in the Parliament in Canada, and all over the world, who does not realize there's a battle between good and evil, a war, and various battles of that war being fought, then they better sit down and take a good glass of cold water and rethink what is happening around them with their children and their wives and their husbands and their friends and their businesses and their country and their cities and their populations, what is happening. So much so that I feel, and this is not preaching, Bernard, this is straight from the shoulder, as they say, I feel that we should mentally and spiritually put this conversation under the blessing of Michael the Archangel. And as you know, his central shrine in the Catholic Church and indeed in the world is in a place called Monte Gargano in Italy, where he appeared and where there was an ancient basilica dedicated to him, and which still remains the center of devotion to Michael the Archangel. And the reason I invoke him is this, that he is, according to all Christian tradition, he is the general in charge of everything. He is the boss of all bosses, as regards all the angels. And in the nine choirs of angels, Michael's word is the word of our Lord Jesus Christ himself. So let us put that under his guidance. And you know, every time you say the Our Father, the first three invocations, you're using those in unison with three of the seven seraphs who are always in front of God. And when we say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, it's the sanctifier amongst the seraphs who's talking with us. And thy kingdom come is the proclaimer. He's the seraph proclaimer. And thy will be done on earth is the legislator amongst the seraphs. Michael even dominates those very privileged beings who are always in front of the throne of God. So in the name of God and in the name of Michael the Archangel and Our Lady, the Queen of Heaven and the Mother of all the living, let's start this good discussion and communicate some light and some guidance to the hundreds of thousands who really depend on the apostolate of the Word of God. All right?
Okay.
Now, it does seem to me, Bernard, and I think we both agree, that we must start with the essentials and then go out to the wider field. I think that in the last 5 years, the most significant event that has taken place is the recent trip of His Holiness to Denver. What did you think of the visit to Denver? Did you follow it on
I
TV?
followed it. There seemed to be a large turnout of people. All the media attention focused on the confrontation between John Paul II and the Clinton administration. Perhaps you could begin there.
Yeah, well, there's a preliminary remark to be made about the Denver meeting. Whether you like him or not, whether you hate or love the Catholic Church, whether you are religious-minded or not, there's only one man, and one man only on the face of this earth. And it's not the President of these United States, this superpower. It's nobody, it's no film star, it's no millionaire or billionaire. There's only one man who could invade a country, like John Paul II did, stand at the center of it, be greeted by at least 500,000 people, be the focus of the media, one way or the other, for the 4 or 5 days he was here, speak in front of the President of the United States and give out a doctrine which was repellent to that man in his foreign policy, in his domestic policy, and get away with it. What man could do that on the face of the earth? Only John Paul II. And therefore those who, like Stalin, are always saying, oh, there's no power left in the Church. How many divisions has the Pope got? The famous question Stalin asked Churchill about the Pope in the war. The answer is, what power has this man got? Why isn't he just like the Dalai Lama? No, they can't neglect him. That means there's a resident power there, and it's not guns, it's not money, it's not political power, because where in the face of the earth today is the Church politically powerful? Nowhere. It is this moral stature, this privileged position that the Pope of Rome, the 264th successor of Peter the Apostle, occupies, and willy-nilly they have to take it. They have to take account of it. You know how many journalists were accredited to the Denver thing? 11,000, for all over the world. What leader? I mean, it's a desideratum of every leader to have such popularity, even in such a short time, to stand and be listened to by 3.5 billion people all over the world at the same time that 500,000 are in front of him, all worshipping. No. We must regard the Denver thing as a triumph in its own genre. Now, of course it was hoopla. Of course it was circus. Of course it was PR. And by the way, the organization must have been tremendous, because there was, about 10,000 of them fainted finally with overheating and the cold and the hunger, etc. But the thing was so perfectly organized, and everybody received Holy Communion at the end of it all. Yeah, at the end of the Mass. In addition to that, as you know, for one whole year, we were very apprehensive about what would happen at Denver, because we know that thousands of dollars were poured from West Coast and from New York into organizing a counter-demonstration.
It did not succeed.
Nothing happened. They found they were up against that peculiar thing called the Spirit, and they decided to retire from the field, to leave it alone. There were some demonstrations, but nothing like we were.
Nothing significant.
Nothing that we were really apprehensive of, because there were threats, even extending to his life, to the Pope's life. But nothing happened, because there was this manifestation of Spirit. And when you saw him standing on the podium, whether at Stapleton Airport being greeted by President Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton, Bill, or whether you saw him standing on the altar at the final Mass, here was an old man of 73, shaking his left hand, which his doctors can't control, inhabited by what they call a megalovirus, which they can't analyze, who's already undergone one operation for cancer, who is obviously old and a shadow of the former ruddy self he was when he was made Pope in 1978. A weak voice, not a strong voice, and nothing exclamatory, nothing inflammatory coming from him, still commanding the respect of these people. You know, at the Mass, at the consecration, this is a huge place where they celebrated this field in Denver. There wasn't one sound. You could hear a pin drop during that time. And that's the silence of adoration and veneration, because the majority of people there did believe they were in the presence of the Lord Jesus of heaven and earth, and his only vicar on the face of the earth. So Denver, no matter how you look at it, was a success from the point of view of publicity, and of spreading the idea that there is a testimony amongst the sons and daughters of men that can't be obliterated by no matter how much opposition there is. So it was a triumph from that point of view. Now, but that does focus on John Paul II and his church. And I think that's where we should start. Because if you look at this Pope in himself, hasn't it struck you, Bernard, that all he can do finally is the papal trips? He can't reform his church. He can't uproot the Satanism now rampant in his church. The homosexuality still continues amongst the clergy, the pedophilia. The amount of people going to Mass is not going up. The amount of people observing the law is not going up. But he does have the power of these papal trips, papal journeys, in where there's a manifestation and a testimony to the truth. That's all he is doing at the present moment. He is issuing letters. And there's a vast underground of pious people who are following with their prayers and the devotion of the rosary. We can't say it's growing, we can't say it's diminishing. It exists, there's an underground. But at the same time, there is this poor, beleaguered, tatterdemalion church, its organization. So we have to deal with John Paul II and his church. I think that's the first thing we deal with, because he is an enigma for many people. He's an enigma. A lot of people feel abandoned by him. He appoints bishops that are unworthy of being bishop. We know they are, and we can give their names out over the public radio because everybody knows who they are. He has cardinals who are not really with him, who are in opposition to him, who want him to resign, want to get rid of him and have another pope to their liking. He is not liked by secular governments because he preaches a hard doctrine about population control, about birth control, and about abortion.
And about abortion, where this conflict occurred between Clinton and the Pope.
And fetal research. And the extraordinary thing about the Denver visit was that no matter what the media did, no matter what they did to take the light off John Paul II and his message and place it on the squabble between us and the secular powers over abortion contraception, it didn't succeed. For instance, the newsmen held, at Denver, they held a news conference, and they had a group of young people from all over the world there, and they tried to get them riled up on the question of abortion and contraception and male and female priesthood and women's ordination. And the young people said, we're not interested. The church has spoken and it's all over. The media failed completely, and they simply withdrew. They couldn't understand it. They can't understand it. And the fact was that these theologically unwashed media people were trying to claw their way at a 2,000-year-old church, and they got nowhere. The Spirit of God was with those young people. And similarly, after all the wave of articles emphasizing the amount of Catholics who commit abortion and contraception, and the amount of homosexuals there are in the church, and the pedophilia, heaping all the offenses of Catholics in a huge pyre in front of the world, the fact is that people stood back and said, no, this is not the issue. There's something else going on here we don't know. And John Paul II himself, I must say, in his press, they're very bad propagandists for themselves. And perhaps perhaps like Rhett Butler, he doesn't give a damn. Perhaps it's enough for him to state the truth and pass on, because he is a pilgrim pope. But so Denver does focus on the one man who is a key today. You know, Bernard often speculate that if the papacy disappeared, if the enemies of the papacy got their will and wiped out the papacy and made him just another bishop in Rome, squabbling with other bishops, as they do in the Anglican Church and the Orthodox churches, within a short time all Christianity would disappear, because the lodestone, the lodestar for all churches is their difference or their coincidence with the Roman Catholic Church. Wipe that out, a big black hole opens immediately for every other Christian sect.
Let's just stop here for a moment. What exactly is the Pope? Is he the chairman of the board?
No, he's not. The Pope himself is the 264th Pope and the 263rd successor to Peter. And Catholics have this one thing which everybody else covets. They are the only church, the only Christian group, who have a line, an unbroken line of men going right back through history, 2,000 years, to Jesus of Nazareth, who spoke to the first Pope, Peter. And no matter what their failings were, no matter how much they neglected the church in ways, no matter how many imprudences they committed, all of them, they're our historical connection with Jesus in his mortal existence. We're the only people with that, and that's something we can be proud of. We have that. Despite all our weaknesses and failures, we still have that connection. And you must have that historical connection. If you start in the 16th century, or the 17th century, or the 18th century, or the 12th century, bye-bye birdie. Your representative did not speak to Jesus. He didn't confer on you this, that, or the other. And you know, there are people today, some Protestant bishops and some Orthodox, who say, well, why don't we now form a common sort of a prayer where we can all gather, no matter what our differences are theologically, and let us reform it. The answer always is, Christ has not spoken to them. To none of them did he say, thou art Peter, thou art the rock, on you I'll build my church. And the gates of hell will not prevail against it. You will last forever. And whoever sins you loose, they're forgiven. Whoever sins you don't forgive, they're not forgiven in heaven either. So we have this advantage. That doesn't make us saints, Bernard, by any manner of means. So the Pope is the representative of that. And you know, the Church has a law in its canon law, repeated always in all canon law, all the various codes of law, which says, Pontifex Maximus, a nemine judicatur. The Supreme Pontiff can be judged by nobody. He can't be called in, lugged into a trial, a courtroom, and tried by anybody. There's nobody fit to judge him. And there's a very good reason for that. Because, you know, you and I, all our lives, we've had somebody above us. I've had my father and mother, you had your father and mother. We had the teachers in school. When I became a Jesuit, I had my Jesuit superiors, and we had the parish priest and the bishops. There's always somebody higher. There's only one man on the face of this earth who has nobody higher, and that is the Pope. And he stands with his back to the people he's the head of and faces the abyss of God. He must answer God. It's a terrible responsibility. Now, if any man has not been in that position, he can't judge the Pope finally. He can produce an opinion, he can say, well, I think this is wrong, this is bad, blah, 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 blah. He committed an imprudence there, he committed a sin there. That's all possible, because all men are mortal, including the Pope. He can make mistakes. But as Pope, nobody has this responsibility of facing God for the people. He is the vicar of Christ. And see, we must remind ourselves that Christ is sweet and loving and merciful and forgiving and pleading. He wants our love. But he also has dignity and majesty. And remember that the scripture is terrible about Christ when it comes to punishment. It says that in the last day, when the Antichrist is reigning, Christ will come on earth and destroy him. And the scripture is so contemptuous. He doesn't destroy him with fire or with lightning. He doesn't make the earth swallow him up. The scripture says merely, spiritu oris sui. He's going to blow him away like a bit of dirt. And as you know, in the last judgment of Michelangelo, Christ is condemning the evil ones to hell, and he raises his right hand. Look at that part of the Last Judgment sometime for about a half an hour and see the expressions Michelangelo, by divine inspiration, put on the face of Christ and his hand. The impression of power and ruthless punishment. No mercy. Depart, ye cursed, into the kingdom of Satan. So we mustn't forget that behind the Pope stands this powerful, majestic figure full of his own dignity of deity and Godhead, who is ready at any given moment to defend his Pope and to propagate his church. So let's be very clear who the Pope is. He is that, with all his weaknesses. And we have a man who was born in Poland 73 years ago, Karol Wojtyła, who lost his mother and lost his brother and was reared by his father, and who lived under two terrible regimes, the Nazi regime and the Stalinist regime, and who was elected, as it were, by accident in 1978, faute de mieux, as they say in French, because there was no other man they could find who could bind the factions in the conclave of 1978 September together, and that was Karol Wojtyła. Now, it's very interesting to think of what sort of a church he got. He was put in his hands as on a platter when he became Pope on the 16th of October 1978. It's very interesting to think what sort of a church was given to him.
Let's stop here for a moment. We see in the church today, within the church, homosexual groups, feminist groups are growing stronger by the day. What is the cause of this?
Well, Bernard, this is what I meant by the type of church was put in his hands as Pope. Now, when we say church, remember this. We're talking about the visible, palpable, audible organization. When you say the church, you can mean one of two things. You can mean that organization, beginning with the Pope, the cardinals, the archbishops, the bishops, the priests, the monsignori, the chanceries, including the Vatican chancery, the dioceses, the parishes, the institutes, the magazines, the newspapers, the schools, the universities, everything in that organization as such, abroad and at home, in the missionary lands and in lands long ago Christian. That's the visible church. We're talking about that church.
Right,
Yeah.
we're not talking about, let's say, the faithful.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about what is called the Roman Catholic institutional organization, composed of men and women and children, and buildings, and plants, as we say, and possessions, and money, and lands, and monasteries, and convents, and abbeys, and churches, and cathedrals, and libraries, and museums. That whole farrago of possessions. That's what we're talking about. The church, as the mystical body of Christ, is inhabiting in that, but it's also in heaven, and it's also in purgatory. And that mystical body is composed of all those in the state of grace. And look, they're on earth, and they're in purgatory, purging the punishment due to their sins, and they're in heaven. That is one body, and that's the body about which St. Paul says, and I am busy filling up in my own body the afflictions, what is lacking to the afflictions of Christ on behalf of his body, the church, meaning this mystical body. We're not talking about the mystical body, because that, as St. Paul says, is without spot or wrinkle. It's being purified, or it's pure already. And it's the church militant on earth, and it's the church suffering in purgatory, and it's the church triumphant in heaven. That is unassailable. That is in the possession of God and cannot be destroyed. What is human is the Roman Catholic institutional organization. About that we're talking. Now, first question is, what sort of a Roman Catholic institutional organization did John Paul II find handed to him by the cardinals who made him Pope? That is an all-important question. When I was young, I'm 72, the structure of that church was very simple, Bernard. There was the Pope. The central hub of the church was Rome, the papacy, and his chancery, his 15 main ministries or congregations. And out from that central hub there ran pipes of communication. And everything went out through those, instructions and dogmatic assertions and condemnations and praises and approvals, and back came the zeal and the obedience and the contributions of the various parts of the church, the regions and the provinces of the church, down to the little parish priests and the little nuns in their convents and the orphanages. So that was the central. There was one central hub and the pipes of communication flowing out. By the time John Paul II became Pope, that had changed. He was handed a machine composed of, again, the central hub of Rome, but now every diocese and every region of dioceses was a new hub. And that goes back to a big change made in the Vatican Council II. There was a famous vote on November 21, 1964. And by the way, we have to think on this for the moment, because it's very important. You would say, wouldn't you, that the Pope has supreme power in the church?
Yes.
And the bishops have power over their dioceses. That used to be the formal teaching of the church. There was a vote that day in which it was asserted that the bishops shared the universal power of the Pope, always subject to the fact that he had the privilege of overriding everything. But there's a story behind that. The night before that vote, a certain aide, a certain assistant to Paul VI, Pope Paul VI, went down to a conference room. He had left his comb or his breviary or something there by accident. He went down to pick it up late at night. And the room had been used all day by the periti, the theological consultants, and some bishops. And as he was leaving, his heel scuffed a few sheets of paper somebody had dropped on the ground. And he picked them up and was going to throw them away, but he saw the handwriting of a very famous peritus, who is now dead. And he started reading, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head, because the sheets outlined how Once that vote was taken on the following day, they would use it to unseat papal power. It was a strategic plan. Somebody had dropped a copy of it. So he rushed back to Paul VI, up to the papal apartment. It was about 11 o'clock at night. And he showed it to the Pope, and Paul VI said, "My God, they intend to use this vote tomorrow to destroy my central power as Pope, my primacy of authority and my primacy of infallibility." So then they said, "Well, stop the vote. You have the power." He said, "No, I can't do that. But I will write an explicative note, it's called Nota Previa et Explicativa, a note which must be attached to the vote when it's voted on the text, which explains that the power of the Pope, his privilege of infallibility and his primacy still remains, and he can override anything." He wrote that at that night, and it's a long note. And they took the vote the next day, and that vote then declared, formally, the text said, that the bishops of the church share in the universal jurisdiction over the church, which placed them on a par of power with the Pope. Now the Nota Previa et Explicativa, saying, side by side with that, you must remember that the Pope is superior to every council, and the Pope can make a decision without the Pope, without the bishops. Now if you consult somebody like, say, the one official, as it were, edition of the documents of the Vatican II, say Father Flannery, Dominican, you'll find the Nota Previa et Explicativa is not part of the text any longer. In other words, the bishops took that, dropped the cautionary note Paul VI had put in it, and asserted their own power. Now from that has developed this new structure of the Roman Catholic institutional organization, where every diocese and every region has its own hub.
And you see now the whole lines of authority are obscured by tons of committees at every level, the parish,
Remember,
church schools.
Out of that has come the National Conference of Bishops, like the NCCB, and its political left-wing arm, the USCC, the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. And out of that has come the regional conferences. Now the difficulty is, how does the Pope communicate with all that? On top of all that, on top of all that new structure, the priest senates and the national organizations of priests and the national organization of nuns, the committees in each diocese, they've sprung up like mushrooms. Now if the Pope wants to communicate, for instance, in June of 1988, he wrote a letter. Take this as an example of his difficulty. Dealing with this engrenage, this huge zareba of different hubs whirring away in their own way and administering without any regard to Rome at all, or in regard to the central hub of Rome, that the Pope himself and his ministries. Here's an example for you. He wrote a letter to the Universal Church, the Pope, this Pope, asking each bishop to institute in every parish, every week, an hour's adoration, with the rosary and with suitable prayers, for two motives: that the Holy Ghost would send good priests to the church, and number two, that the chastisements of Fatima would be mitigated. Have you ever heard that letter read?
I've never seen the directions carried out for sure.
Yeah, there was one obscure bishop in eastern Poland who has put it into practice, whom I know, I've been in contact with, and I have a copy of it. But what happens is, when the Pope writes a letter like that, it goes to the Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State, Cardinal Casaroli in this case, who is now retired, scribbles his impressions of the letter and sends it on then to the various diplomatic representatives of the church, say Cacciavillan, Archbishop Cacciavillan, the United States Apostolic Delegate here in Washington. He scribbles his notes on it and sends it to the Bishops' Conference. And they have a committee to deal with these things, a very quiet, discreet committee, and they'll examine it and see what they will do with it. Well, somewhere along that line, it was blocked. They decided they wouldn't do it, and therefore they didn't publish it, and therefore the Pope's voice is silent. Now, that's an example of how the instruction goes. If the Pope, for instance, wants to appoint a bishop, he's not the only signature. There will not be a bishop unless there are 3 or 4 other signatures with him, and they fight over it because they don't want conservative bishops. They don't want orthodox bishops. His enemies, because his enemies extend right up to Rome. Now, for instance, another thing which illustrates the confusion or the impotence of the Pope as regards his church is homosexuality. Look, you can be sure that already for 7 years we have filled his ears with audios and filled his eyes with videos and his cabinet with reports. He knows exactly what's been going on. He knows the amount of homosexuality amongst the clergy. He knows the cardinals who are homosexuals. He knows the cardinals who are Satanists and pedophiliacs, and the bishops and the priests. He knows all that. But the difficulty is they have entered the church. They are clergy. And for instance, there is no seminary that I know of in the United States which doesn't ask a young man who wants to enter the seminary, what do you think of homosexuality? If he says, I don't want it, I don't like it, I condemn it, he's sent away as pastorally insensitive. Because there are homosexuals in charge. They've been covering up all these years, shifting their men around once they're discovered. Now they don't want to be without homosexuals. And the Cardinal of New York recently ordained 3 active homosexual seminarians. How are you to make everything like that? And the present Cardinal of New York, for instance, and it's public knowledge, defended the right of homosexuals, active homosexuals, to hold a blasphemous mass and receive the Holy Communion blasphemously. He said they have a perfect right to this. You shouldn't disturb them. What sort of a mentality is that? It's a mentality which says homosexual agenda is in the church, we will not destroy it, because there are homosexuals in the church. What can the Pope do about that? Nothing. Nothing. And time again, when we've sent reports to the Holy Father, they've gone up a certain distance and then they put it at the bottom of a pile. Nothing is done about it. Nothing is done about it. That's another example of the blockage in this system. But it means, finally, that the Pope is not allowed to exercise his power. Now, it's much more complicated than that, Bernard, because you could say, Malachi, why doesn't he do it? He has the power. Why doesn't he just behead them all? Get rid of them all?
If the situation in the church is that bad, why doesn't the Pope simply fire all those bad cardinals and bishops and pro-homosexual ministers, etc.?
Because, Bernard, that's only part of the mosaic of trouble and decadence in the church. When he became Pope in 1978, he had already made his assessment of the condition of the Roman Catholic institutional organization. He found out that the prayers in the Mass had been corrupted. Somebody had gone through them systematically and eliminated the Catholic element in it. Anything about hell, anything about penitence, anything about God's punishment for sin, any appeal for mercy. The truly Catholic elements had been eliminated. There are books on this now, showing they had a team of theologians who went through eliminating and reforming the prayers in a non-Catholic sense.
And why was the Mass changed like that?
The Mass has changed like that because they hate the Mass. And as you know, this is one of the biggest mistakes Paul VI made. Instead of, you see, the Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council was quite clear about the Mass. It said, let the Latin Mass remain as it is, but you may change the partes populares, that is the credo, the gloria, the introit, the prayers at the end. You may change all those into the vernacular, but leave the canon stand. Now, if that document, voted unanimously, by the way, in the last day of the council, if that, in 1965, if that had been handed on to the proper agency, it would have gone to the Congregation for the Sacraments. But it wasn't. Paul VI collaborated with a very evil man called Archbishop Annibale Bonini, who was a Freemason, and had already written articles on what he was going to do to the church. And they created a thing called the Concilium. It was a council, obviously, the word means. It was an agency directly allowed by Paul VI to administer the new rite. And then he proceeded to write a new rite in contradistinction to the Vatican Council, which said, keep the old rite intact in Latin. So Paul VI, his grave error, and those who are trying to get him canonized soon are going to run up against this difficulty, that willingly and deliberately he bypassed that which could have saved the Mass and created his own Mass, which, as you know, in its first form was condemned by the cardinals as heretical, and he withdrew it and created the second one, now called the Novus Ordo, and put it in the hands of Annibale Bonini, whose explicit aim, he says in his articles, is to create a rite that anybody can accept, Christian or non-Christian. In other words, wipe out the Catholic rite. But at the back of it all, Bernard, there was a hatred of the Mass. And there was a hatred of the Mass because if the Mass is wiped out, the Church ceases to exist. Why? Because the sacrifice that maintains us all in existence and maintains some balance of good and evil in the world is wiped out. The eternal sacrifice of Christ on Calvary has ceased. And on that day, humanity is finished.
In other words, the defenses are gone.
Defenses are gone. Now, it didn't turn out as simple as that, because we had a man called Archbishop Lefebvre, whom we'll deal with down the line somewhere. But the point was that this is the type of church John Paul II had handed to him. Secondly, then, he found that in most seminaries there were heretics teaching, people teaching heresy. They were teaching heresy about the priesthood, they were teaching heresy about the real presence of Christ, they were teaching heresy about heaven, hell, and purgatory, about sin. They were teaching heresy about the Pope's infallibility and about the power of bishops. They were teaching heresy and error about the position of women in the church. They were teaching heresy about abortion, contraception, fetal research, masturbation, all the common moral issues that we now are debating wildly today. And it was universal. It's all over the church, north, south, east, and west. And what was he to do? He would have to change literally thousands of professors, thousands of bishops. And at that stage, he made a decision which depends on his Polishness. And this is a thing which we must remember. You see, when he became a bishop in Poland, he was under the jurisdiction of a man called Wyszynski, Cardinal Wyszynski. And Wyszynski was known as the Fox of Europe, because he outwitted the Nazis and he outwitted the Stalinists. And he said, we're not going to imitate Cardinal Mindszenty of Hungary, who stood up and said, no, we're going to talk to the Marxists. We're going to make them talk to us. They're not going to eliminate us. And he started the Slavic solution, which was to start talking with the Stalinists, at the same time burrow beneath them in the underground. And so he created a system of universities, high schools, kindergarten, printing presses, newspapers, seminars, libraries, all beneath their noses, and they couldn't touch it. And there were 34.2 million Poles. The majority were Roman Catholics, and they all joined. Even Jews joined it, because everybody hated the Stalinists.
So he created a parallel structure.
That's right, beneath, underground. At the same time, he had this famous mixed committee of bishops talking with the Stalinists. And gradually they out-talked them. And they couldn't touch him, because he had established also close ties with the Americans and with the papacy. And they were afraid to touch him. And Russia kept on telling the Stalinists in Poland, you've got to manage this, otherwise we'll invade and take over the country, invest it militarily. And of course then they instituted, his underground institution organized the Go Slow, the piecework. A factory worker who had to wear, say, gloves doing his work would cut up the work of putting on his gloves into 24 pieces. There was, first of all, the thumb he'd put in and pause of his left hand, and then the index finger, so that he'd never get to work. The work slowed down. The economy stagnated, so that the economy went down. And then the Stalinists found that they had to appeal to the cardinal to make the workers work. And gradually, they finally came to him and said, you've got to save us from the Russians, from the Soviets. They're going to invade unless you do something. Then they started a real talk. But he beat them on their own ground, the Slavic solution. But he accepted the situation, the status quo as it was. He didn't fight against the Marxists to get rid of the government. He talked to them.
Now let's take a look at the situation in Poland as it was, let's say, when he was dealing with the communists in the 1950s and 60s, and look at our situation in the church today. In both cases, there's many parallels in that the forces of evil are dominant.
That's right. Now, John Paul II's decision almost on the morrow of his election on the 16th of October 1978 was that it's all over. I can't fight it. There is no way I can replace these men. There is no way I can remove these bishops. They'll go into schism. They'll thumb their noses at me, which they were doing anyway. They won't publish my documents. They won't obey me. They won't receive me in their countries. They won't practice the devotions I suggest. They will not obey my laws. They already have violated the question of communion in the hand. They're violating in altar girls. Some of them are ordaining women already, as they did in America. By the way, we have ordained women in America who are not priests, but they went through a ceremony with a certain bishop who's now dead and one bishop who's now still alive. So he said, it's all over. Nothing can save this organization. It's thoroughly, completely rifled and honeycombed with corruption. Christ must be abandoning it. And you know, there's a marvelous priest called the Bacon priest, Bernfried von Straten, who founded the Church in Need organization. He's called the Bacon priest because his first thing was to get strips of bacon and give them to the starving Germans. Now he is a multi-million-dollar organization that supplies material goods to the whole church. And he gave a famous sermon here in which he said, Christ is deserting the tabernacles. He's walking, he's no longer there. The masses are invalid. The bread is bread and the wine is wine. He's leaving you. Like Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind, finally he doesn't give a damn. If you neglect him, if you have a bastardized right, if you teach the opposite of his law and say this is Catholicism, if you teach children to do what they like and allow married couples to do what they like, Christ is going to walk away. He doesn't need you.
So the source of grace is dried up then.
That's right. And John Paul II saw that and said, okay, the Slavic solution. I will not condemn these bishops. I'll do my best to draw them. I'll make them make their limina visits. I won't condemn them when they violate my commands. I'll endeavor to persuade them. I will go visiting countries as a testimony, as Peter, so that at least people see me. And there is a strong, very strong persuasion that at one stage Our Lady said to me in August of 1981, by the way, when he was lying in hospital, that as many people as possible must see your face and hear your voice, either in the flesh or in the image or in audio, so that nobody can say, or very few people can say, they haven't heard about you, they haven't seen you, they haven't know there was a voice crying in the desert. But beyond that, that's all he does. He doesn't enforce his law. He can't. He could, but then he says, if I do that, it'll all split to pieces. It's a fragile unity. And Bernard, look at it like this. Is there a Roman Catholic institution organization? Yes, a facade. A facade. It's only a facade. It's on the way out. It will implode. People are deserting it. We know that the bishops are not observant of the law. We know that some of them are atheists. We know some of them are Satanists. We know some of them are pedophiliacs. We know some of them are homosexuals. But that's not the chief difficulty. The chief difficulty is that we know many of them has lost their faith. They no longer believe. Let me give you an example. If I'm a bishop, and I can name 4 right off the bat who are in this position, and if I allow what is called a dignity mass in my diocese, and these 4 do, several do, but these 4 in particular. A dignity mass is where active homosexuals, married couples, married homosexuals, men and lesbians, come and go to mass and receive the body and blood of Jesus. Now look, supposing for the moment that the bread and the wine are validly consecrated, that is a true mass. That means that I, as bishop, allow these people living in sin, explicit sin, the night before or an hour before, coming to church, I allow them blasphemously and idolatry receive the body and blood of Jesus. De Deschausun, as they say in the language, you have only 2 choices. Either the bishop doesn't believe that it is the body and blood of Christ, he just believes it's holy bread in a social occasion, or he believes and he's a blasphemer, which is worse. But there's no other option. I cannot allow that. But the Cardinal Archbishop of New York does. The Cardinal Archbishop of Chicago does.
It's the norm in the United States and in Canada.
Yeah. Dignity masses. So the bishop who allows that, he cannot be excused from either being blasphemous or being a non-believer, in which case he's unworthy to hold a mitre. But they're there. They're there. And we had a recent incident here where there was a dignity mass interrupted by active Catholics who grabbed the microphone and started saying the rosary and saying, this is wrong. You people cannot have this mass. The Cardinal Archbishop of New York stood up and defended the right of the homosexuals to have their mass. I leave you and our listeners to draw the conclusion. He must either be a blasphemer or he must not believe any longer. Nobody has the right to blaspheme.
I'd like to raise another point here. Now, you've pointed out that the structure of the church is basically gone, and let's connect it with another point with the meeting in Denver. I know a lot of people who have stopped going to Mass, stopped participating in the activities of the official church, yet at the same time you go to their homes, you see a portrait of the Pope on the wall, you see a portrait of Our Lady on the wall, a statue of Our Lady also perhaps, and they might show up at these papal meetings. What does that tell you?
It tells me this, that they have given up on the organization. They no longer feel that the parish church and the parish priest and the local bishop represents their Catholicism. But they do know that there is a vicar of Christ called the Pope. And they hope that by going there, some light will be given them. But there's a loud cry from those people running to the church, a lament. Holy Father, why have you abandoned us? Why don't you champion us? Why don't you get rid of this parish priest who has a mistress or who is a homosexual? Why don't you get rid of the bishop who's teaching us heresy? Why don't you get rid of the schools where they teach our children sex ed, sexual education, and corrupt them when they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9? What is this? Help us. But when they see the Pope coming, they do know and believe he is the vicar of Christ, and therefore they go there. And they may say their rosary. And they may find a traditional mass which they go to quietly once a month, traveling 300 miles sometimes to get there with their children, or not. I know people who can't get a traditional mass, and therefore don't go to mass. They say the rosary and they cry and weep at home on a Sunday. It's become weeping day. But that's what they're left with. Now they're in a very peculiar position, but that's the decision John Paul II made. He didn't set out on a witch hunt. He didn't set out to burn them all up, to cut their heads off, to expel them, to create blood. No, the reason was not because he didn't want to, because he's a Pole, but it's gone past that point. There is no resurrection of that organization. That's his conclusion. There was no way of resurrecting. Just as Wyszynski said, there is no way we're going to convert the Marxists. Either we talk with them and maintain some sort of a peaceful unity on the surface while we burrow beneath, or else we have no solution but Minzenti, who was a martyr and lost the whole shebang, or Cardinal Teen of China, who fled before Mao Zedong and arrived in Rome as a refugee. But Wyszynski had this fox-like mind. He said, no, let's fool them. Let's talk to them. Let's insist they talk with us. And he did, and then creating his underground. So the Slavic solution consists of John Paul II is nourishing certain religious orders with quite a secret vows to him. He's nourishing a lot of people by personal visits. He wants no organizations. He wants
So in a sense, the faithful are forced into a situation where they're playing kind of a waiting game.
That's right. It's a complete waiting game. But then it's a burden on them. And when you meet them, when I meet them, Bernard, I'll tell you the way I act. Because you meet them, they're in tears. And they say, well, what's the Holy Father doing? Why is he not doing this? And why there's so many people around the place saying that they know what to do and saying the Holy Father is wrong and I can't find a good mass and the priest, they won't hear my confession. They say there's no hell, there's no punishment for sin. It's un-Catholic. I always say to them, look, you have the gift of faith. All that's required of you is to stay away from sin, say a rosary, go to Mass if you can find a valid Mass, and receive Holy Communion and confession at least once a year. That's all that's demanded of you. You're not responsible for the church. You're not responsible for this parish priest, or the bishop of the diocese, who is a sinner, or for the cardinal, who is just as bad as anybody else, or just as good as anybody else. You're not responsible for the Pope. You're not responsible for anything but your own soul. Take care of that and put up with it. That's God's will. That's where He's put us.
So part of God's will in our lives is that we simply have to bear this cross graciously.
That's right. And maintain our beliefs. And pray, and keep our faith and inform ourselves. Now there are plenty of books. Now there are plenty of priests. Now there are plenty of organizations. If you want to know what to do, in any case, you have it at your hands if you search. But you've got to search. Because remember, this now is a war. We are now girded for war. There are a battle every day of your life. If you want to know, should you have more children? if you want to know, can you practice contraception? If you want to know, is it wrong to masturbate? Is it wrong to support fetal research? Is it wrong to vote for Mr. Clinton? Is it wrong to attend such and such a mass? Is such and such a teacher in the church a theologian or a seminary professor or a bishop? Are they wrong or right? You can find out, if you want to find out. But now it's an effort. And there's this difference too in Christ. You know, when I was young, that was a long time ago, 40 years ago, in my teens and in my early 20s, but it was so easy to be a Catholic. Because we had a Catholic community. We had Catholic teachers, we had a Catholic church, we had Catholic cops. The community was Catholic. And if you deviated, somebody lashed you behind, or somebody called you in. There was always something to hold you, to keep it together. Now, and you could be therefore blasé, because you knew there was a safety net. Now there's nothing, no safety net. You're on your own, buddy. You either know the law, and if you don't know it, you get acquainted with it. And if you want to know if you have difficulties and you want to get answers, you can search and find it, but you now have to search. The responsibility is yours. You do it now for your children and your wife and your husband or your friends or your family or your factory or your shop. Now you must find out. You can't simply presume you're okay. You're not. You've got to find your own information. But this is the church that was handed on a platter to him. And he had the decision to make. Either do I start a witch and take out my axe and cut off heads, expel people, clean out these Augean stables of the dirt and the muck? Do I get rid of all my heretical bishops? Do I get rid of these cardinals who don't believe any longer and who are in the pay of foreign governments, or who are homosexual, or that's our Satanist worshippers? Do I do all that? Or what? He said, if I do that, then what remains of unity is gone. It'll destroy things. Now, he made the decision not to do that, to maintain whatever fragile unity there was. And if he was snubbed by bishops, which he has been, and if he's neglected and he's insulted, I remember a very prominent cardinal just called him a ham actor, and a very prominent Bishop Weakland of Wisconsin has shown great contempt for the Holy Father as a person. He never, as John the 23rd said about the people who calumniated him, he said, no, I've never bent down and picked up the stones, flung at me and flung them back at my enemies. And he hasn't done that either. But he does keep on doggedly doing what he does. He's accepted as it is. Once a piece breaks off and floats away, he lets it float away. Because that's the responsibility. He will not enforce things. He knows things about his bishops that are disgraceful. He can't do anything about it. He's got to put up with them. Sit up and shake their hands, get their kisses ring sometimes, and you must give them their blessing, knowing that they don't believe any longer. They don't believe any longer. It's a facade. They're now members of a gilt-edged membership club. They've got money, they've got influence, they'll never want, and they're friends, and they can find their pleasures. And what can he do about it? He could scupper them all, get rid of them, but then the church ceases to exist as a visible organization. And that's all he has. So he's waiting too, and he's always waiting for the Virgin, waiting for Mary to come.
Is there an underlying spiritual reason for this crisis in the church? Is Satan being, let's say, especially active now?
Yes. Every indication we have, and it all stacks up to one conclusion and one conclusion only. These, we know, are the last days of these Catholic times. These Catholic times were the times up to the 90s when the church existed as an organization, accepted everywhere, and viable, and powerful, and strong. That's all over. Apparently Christ has decided that he wants to liquidate that organization and have another one. We don't know what one will come out. We know it will contain a pope, and it will contain bishops, and priests, and the Blessed Sacrament, and the Rosary. Beyond that, Bernard, your guess is as good as mine, or the Pope's. We don't know. We know the present one is being liquidated, because nobody in his right senses today will say the church is flourishing. Nobody in his right senses today will say that Russia is converted, that the Baltic states are returning to religion. They're not. Religion is dying down and dying out.
Could we have a situation where whole countries apostatize and the faith never returns?
We have situations where whole countries, virtually whole countries, have apostatized. Whether they will return or not, I doubt it. I doubt it. Countries don't return until the chastisement comes. That's another subject we'll discuss. But the point is, the present situation, concentrating on the church John Paul II got and the policy he formulated, that's it. And he still maintains the facade. He still welcomes the bishops for their ad limina visit. He still treats them as if they were doing their duty, knowing they are not doing their duty, knowing that some of them are plotting against him, knowing that some of them want him to resign before his time and get out so they can elect a man after their own heart who will be an anti-pope.
And we will discuss,
we'll discuss that.
That's
on
last
the,
interview.
but at the present moment, it's the condition of his church. So let us Catholics not be at all self-inflated. We have an ailing, decadent, unstable organization, honeycombed with evil, in the possession of our enemy, dominated by Satan, who now has free run for the last time to do what he can before the end, before Our Lady comes. This is the organization we belong to. And we have weak parish priests, we have some nuns that are very good, and a bale of them who are in feminist rage, this peculiar new feminist rage, which is anti-Marian, anti-Jesus, anti-family, anti-God, anti-fatherhood, anti-motherhood, anti-sonhood, anti-daughterhood, which is out to destroy everything, which is, of course, Satan's purpose. We're in the grip of that, and let's not put a tooth on this either. We have churches in which Christ has ceased to dwell. He has left our tabernacles. It's merely bread because the priest doesn't intend to consecrate. There is no consecration. There's no valid mass. We have bishops who are not validly consecrated. How can they ordain priests? They can't, if they're not validly consecrated bishops. So we have this organization which we can't be proud of. We have to defend it, and we have to maintain our status in it. But we cannot defend it as godly. It isn't any longer. It is now in the possession of Satan to a large degree.
And it would be counterproductive for the faithful to go on rages against the Pope for saying, why doesn't he step in and do something?
He's doing the one thing, the only thing he could do to preserve some sort of a facade. And remember this, that he is impotent in this sense, that unless he were to disrupt everything in a crusade against himself, against his own church, he can't change anything. God has withdrawn grace. You see, look, when you and I are tempted, supposing I go into my friend's office and I find that $2,000 lying on the floor, somebody has dropped. And supposing I'm a non-Christian, I'm whatever, and I decide, I'll grab that. Nobody will know it. And it's $2,000. I can get at that moment what is called an actual grace from God, helping me to resist the temptation. Similarly, if I see a beautiful woman or a beautiful man, instead of letting my lust go, I can get an actual grace from God for that act of saying, no, I won't touch the money. No, I will not lust after that man or that woman. An actual grace. But I won't get sanctifying grace. Sanctifying grace comes through the sacraments. Now, supposing your baptism is invalid, supposing your confirmation is null, supposing you don't go to confession, supposing when you receive the sacrament it's only bread and wine, it's not the body and blood, you have no sanctifying grace. And God has a very peculiar law, which we all know about, but which we don't reckon with. Adam and Eve violated his law. I'm punished for that. God has this funny law about human beings in the coagulations. For instance, supposing you and I are married, and I'm a lush mother, I'm a drunk, and you're a crack father. We produce a child who is alcoholic and crack. The child never did anything. But God's law is they go in groups in coagulations. The Bible says that fathers ate sour grapes and the children's teeth are blunt. The whole race is blamed, as we all are blamed for Adam and Eve. You know, the church has never called them Saint Adam and Saint Eve. No, never. They're not canonized. And he says, we have some big questions to ask Father Adam and Mother Eve. Why did you do it? Why did you condemn us all? But we were condemned on their say-so. We didn't exist. And all sin and all misfortune and all disease and all death entered the world because they ate the fruit when they were forbidden. So God, in this case, too, is the same thing. He has unworthy priests, unworthy bishops, invalidly ordained priests, invalidly ordained bishops. We suffer. He doesn't send an angel to make up the deficit. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even make the Pope put them back, but the Pope can't.
Here's another thing. You can't necessarily count on God intervening at a certain moment and putting everything right.
No, he doesn't do that. That's not the way he governs his church. He governs people because people have free will. And either you follow that or else the consequences come on the innocent. on the innocent. Look at the present moment, Bernard, as you and I talk. You can be morally certain, metaphysically certain, that somewhere in America, in the USA, there are 50 to 80,000 embryos living in tanks. These are children conceived and then isolated for experiment. They will never be baptized. They will be killed by force in experiments. Some of them will be used for in vitro fertilization. Others will be used for genetic research.
Others used for shampoo and that kind of thing. It's unbelievable.
Where's God? What has happened? Why does God allow that? These are what we call the prisoner innocents. We pray for their baptism by desire. We pray for their baptism by some means by God. And we pray, I do in my Mass every day, I baptize them with a formula used by the present Holy Father, in the hope that there's some measure of mercy in God's providence, which we all believe there is, but we don't know it. All we know is that they suffer and they remain embryos, but they're living souls. Every one of us is a living soul, saved by Christ, waiting for the waters of baptism. Now, why doesn't God intervene? He doesn't. That's not the way he governs his world. It's a different macro management principle we have. Coming down to brass tacks for us, though, it means that John Paul II said, all right, the organization is corrupted beyond repair. And Our Lady has said she's coming with chastisements and finally with restoration of the church. I will wait. I'll bolster it. I'll get to see as many people as possible. I'll speak as many languages as I can master. I will visit as many capitals and draw as many people. I'll be seen and heard by as many people in the flesh or in image or in audio as possible. That's all he can do. And wait and wait and wait. And that's what he's doing. That's the Slavic solution. Many people don't understand it. And traditionalists blame him for not reinstating the traditional Mass. It's worth his life. If he tried to do that, I think they would kill him. Those who are against the traditionalist Mass, they wouldn't stand. Others are angry with him because he doesn't remove bishops. He can't remove them. He could in principle, but in practice he can't. If he were to violate the rules, the normal rules in the Vatican, he'd have a total revolt in his hands. At the present moment, he can't mail a letter or receive a letter. He can't make a telephone call or receive a telephone call. It must come through Central. Everything is governed by him. He has his emissaries and his friends that come to see him. It's one-on-one, the diplomatic pouch, and he has his own way. But that's a limited activity. He is trussed up like a chicken, and with more than one visitor, and I was there once, he stands up, puts his arm by his side, and said, look, I'm just like that here. I'm a prisoner. I'm trussed up like a chicken. I can't do anything.
He's St. Peter in chains. Above and beyond the traditional critique of John Paul II in that he hasn't been struggling with the bishops and the dissidents is a second component of a critique. And this second component of the traditional critique of John Paul II is that he has been meeting with people like the Dalai Lama, setting up the meeting in Assisi, meeting with the voodoo priests in Africa. What is the reason for this?
And how do you reconcile it with the idea
How do you reconcile
of the Vicar of Christ?
Right.
Wouldn't you think you should go in front of the voodoo priest and say, I proclaim to you Jesus Christ, convert or be damned?
Exactly. That's the traditional critique.
That's right. You know, Bernard, the first thing I think we should remember is this. As loyal Catholics, that is, as loyal believers in Jesus Christ, who said, you are Peter, upon this rock I will build my church. The first duty we have is, despite our human conclusions, is to have a prejudice in his favor and to say, okay, let's sit back and look at this and consider it closely in the light of this man's entire history and the condition of the church and the condition of the world. Now, here again we're up against this basic option John Paul II made once he was made Pope. He was faced with the stark realization that his Roman Catholic institutional organization was dead. It was finished. He was contemplating its last days. And he is, as now we know from various indications, he is the last Pope of these Catholic times. There never will be another Roman Pope of his stature and of his kind. He's the last one. Now, side by side with that, there's this persuasion he has as Pope, that because it is in its last stages, because around the corner comes utter catastrophe for this organization, as well as for the human race, in the form of chastisements, that a new era is going to open in which the Holy Spirit, which is always moving wherever men are good, no matter what they are, voodoo priests, or Protestants, or Catholics, or Jews, or Muslims, or whatever, he knows that there will be a rallying by Mary as Queen of all the living and as Queen of Heaven, that she will enlighten people's hearts, that she's coming in the clouds of heaven, in her reign, soon, and that this will touch voodoo priests and Orthodox and heterodox and all the people of the world, showing them where they stand and what the church is and who she is and who her son is, the Lord and Savior of humanity. And therefore John Paul II's ministry as Vicar of Christ to all men, he's not Vicar of Christ merely for Catholics or Protestants, he's Vicar for all men. He represents the Father and represents the Son and the Holy Spirit. He is supposed to mirror in some way or other the benignity of that before the miracle of conversion takes place, the miracle of revelation. And his idea is, and it's true, if you examine all his words, and I make it my business, as it were, I'm paid to know what he said to the voodoo priests, and what he said at Assisi, and what he said to the Dalai Lama, and what he said to everybody non-Catholic who comes to him. There's never a budging. He never renounces his position. He told the Jews at the synagogue in Rome when he visited them, which violated a lot of people's ideas, we believe in Jesus Christ, a member of your race was the Son of God. Threw it at them, that was that. There's no mincing of words. And when he had the Patriarch of Constantinople, Demetrius, over there, he told him the same thing. And when he's speaking with Alexei, this scoundrel who's in charge now of the Russian Orthodox Church in Moscow, the Patriarch, he's nothing but a scoundrel, he told him the same thing. There was no budging away from that. And remember that I'm a historian and a theologian. I have to go back as far as Cardinal Bellarmine in the 16th century to find a pope who has spoken so clearly about papal privilege. On, I think it was January 17 of this year, he gave a talk in which he was utterly intransigent about papal infallibility, about papal primacy. Nobody can mistake what he says. But he insists that he does bear the Holy Spirit, and that in visiting the voodoo priests, and in visiting the people in Assisi, and in having the Orthodox, the Lutherans come down from Scandinavia to St. Peter's and celebrate some sort of prayer with him, he is maintaining his position as the vicar to all men, preparing their hearts and souls, and of their parishioners, that they did see Christ one day in this man. They had the option to opt for the future when it comes to them in the shape of Our Lady's reign. There's nothing wrong, basically, with that. It does violate everybody's idea of what the Pope should be. And listen, brother, let me be awfully frank with you for one moment and be very human. I don't want a Pope I shake hands with. I don't want to sit at breakfast table and ask him to pass the salt. I want a Pope in amber of reverence. I want him, I kneel and I kiss the instep of his foot and his ring and say, Holy Father, what should I do? That's my belief as a traditional Catholic. But I know that those days are past for the moment. He has to behave like a normal man. And for instance, when he sent a message to the United Nations a couple of years ago, he didn't say, I, the Vicar of Christ, the Patriarch of the West, and the representative of God on earth, tell you this. No, he addressed them, he said, I, John, Bishop of Rome, and Son of Humanity, advise you this verse. This is the accent of Jesus. Jesus, you know, never said, I'm the Son of God, explicitly. He never said, I'm going to come in the clouds of heaven and kill you all unless you do what I say. No, he had this meek and mild invitation, come and follow me. So John Paul II is preparing, in the light of what he sees coming, he's preparing, disposing souls to look finally and say, oh yes, he was here, that man in white. He did fly in Alitalia. He did talk with us. He does represent the truth. This is what he's preparing. Now it's hard chaw, as they say in America. It's hard fare for anybody to swallow on who believe that the Pope must always be recognized by the Pope, by everybody, and should behave himself and keep away from all sinners who have nothing to do with him. Christ himself was accused of sitting with harlots and wine bibbers, if you remember, in the Gospels. They calumniated him. So they're calumniating John Paul too. Now, look, here you're faced with an option. I was never Pope, neither were you. Neither of us will be Pope, as far as we know, Bernard. None of us sat in that catbird seat. We don't know what weight is on his back. We don't know what pressures are on him. We don't know what he's been told by God. We don't know what revelations were made of him, and he's had personal revelations. We don't know, and therefore we can't judge him. Pontifex Maximus ad nemine judicatur, the church says in this universal code of laws. We can't judge him. We can have our reactions saying, goodness me, how could he do that? These voodoo priests with their devils and their mime and everything else, and these heretics and these Orthodox Greeks and Russians who don't acknowledge his primacy, how dare he talk to them? He should say, go home and either come back to the unity of the church or else. That's not the way of Christ, apparently. There's nobody is in any doubt in his mind where John Paul II stands. He says, I am the vicar of Jesus. I am the successor of St. Peter. I am the patriarch of the West. I am the vicar of God for everybody. Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, Muslim, non-Christian, atheist. My enemies themselves, I represent God. And the big, see, there are things that happen to the Pope that have happened to him that we don't know. For instance, with Mikhail Gorbachev, his 2 visits to the Pope. If people think that they discussed politics merely, if people think that Gorbachev didn't ask forgiveness for his sins and ask direction, if people don't know what John Paul II said to him in his native language, Russian, as to his function in history, then if you don't know, don't judge. You don't know. You were never in that seat. You don't know what pressures are on him. You don't know what responsibilities he has. All you have to do is to believe in his vicarage as Christ's representative. You have to believe that his intentions are correct. He has never yet violated a rule in dogma. He has never renounced anything that he shouldn't renounce. He has never given up one iota of his authority. He has never said to bishops, do what you like. They do what they like. He has reproached them as far as he can. But there's a certain point he can't go beyond without utterly sending them into total and complete schism and breaking the church up. He wants to maintain a fragile unity until the church comes. He also wants to seed abroad. And there's no doubt about it, if I am a voodoo priest in Haiti, say, but at the same time I meet a poor man and I give him a cup of water. At the same time I resist temptation to sleep with somebody who's not my wife. That can only come about through the Holy Ghost, the grace of God. And that grace comes through the Catholic Church, not through anybody else. You know the old conundrum, can I be a good Presbyterian and go to heaven, not become a Catholic? Can I become a good, can I go to heaven if I'm a good Jew or a good Muslim? The answer is yes, you can. But not because you're a good Jew, not because you're a good Muslim, not because you're a good voodoo priest, but because in the light of whatever good you did under the inspiration of the Holy Ghost, you get the grace of the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. Invisibly, but really. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's the way it happens. So he is seeding all that. Who am I, with my little parochial criticisms, to say he shouldn't do that? I never sat in his chair. I never faced God, the abyss of God's greatness, with the people of God behind me. I can't make a mistake. I can't afford to neglect the chances. So that when you find him, though, you find John Paul II at the crux, at various crusades, the cruxes of his life, standing for instance, with the President of the United States, standing beside him at Stapleton Airdrome, the almighty head of the only superpower existing, backed by everything the United States is. And there's this little frail figure of 73 with his shaky left hand and his weak voice. And he stands up and he says, look, you've got to defend life. You have to defend life. Attacking immediately abortion. People say, well, listen, be diplomatic, don't mention that. Leave it. No, no, no. He's going to say it. And he said it again and again and again and again, right through his visit.
And it's interesting that Clinton did not give any response.
No, no, no. He didn't dare. He didn't dare. Now, when we get into the question of the world in which this church is, this bedraggled, decadent shambles of a church is, we'll see where all that coheres together. But as regards John Paul II, the wisest thing is to say, okay, I don't understand this. I wish that he simply was other. He's not. But he is the vicar of Jesus. He is sinless in this respect. he has the privileges and the gifts, the personal gifts as Pope. I must respect that and wait and pray, say my rosary, go to Mass, avoid sin, rear my children well, be decent to my husband or my wife, and do my duty and pray for the Holy Father that he have the light. Because the only difficulty John Paul II has is the light of the Holy Ghost. He must have light, because on his behavior and his decision depends so much, because he's in the middle of a world where with the geopolitics of faith, the geopolitics of faith means that he has thought of the various political systems, north, south, east, and west, and all the various countries, and of the whole world. Remember, this is a huge 4.5 or 5 billion people world now. He must think of all that in the geopolitics of faith. He must see it all as somehow englobed in God's plan, because God sent his only begotten Son to save all men, whether they're saved or not. That was the purpose of it. Universal salvation. Whether they benefit or not, that depends on their free will and the grace of God. But he must think of them with the geopolitics of faith. But he also has to contend with the geopolitics of reason, which is what's going on in the world of men who don't kneel down, whose parliaments are not dominated by the crucifix, who have no idea of serving God, whatever. They have an idea of making money and having a good time with food and women and sex and power and pleasure. What is happening there with all their decisions, the geopolitics of reason, the way they reason for their security, national, international, and financial? So this is the balance you must achieve with this man. There's no disunity between what he's doing and what he's doing in the world. He made a resolution, by the way, that he would go anywhere where men were. He would talk with any body of men as John Paul II, as John, Bishop of Rome and Son of Humanity and representative of Christ. And he would do that continuously. Nobody could forbid him to go anywhere, he said. And he will not be forbidden. He will go anywhere, talk with anybody, scientists or atheists or psychiatrists or midwives or politicians or academicians. He will talk with them all, because he has the Wyszynski principle. Talk, and build your underground. And that's his principle. And we belong to the underground, brothers, if we belong anywhere. Because the church doesn't exist as it used to. The visible Roman Catholic institutional organization doesn't exist.
I think that part of the problem for many of the faithful, myself included, is that there's a yearning for the situation as it was, let's say, when Pius XII was Pope, and he was clearly the monarch, and people would kneel down and kiss his ring.
Of course, and he retired behind the screens, and he was hidden away in the amber of the papacy, preserved in that amber of reverence. That day is past. Let me tell you something. Take Christ. He was, from what we know, a Caucasian. He was about 5'11", from what we know of the shroud. He had a strong body. He probably was brown-skinned, as all the Jews at that time were. He was probably dark-haired, from what we know. We're speculating on that part of it, his pigment. He walked around, and people addressed him as rabbi, master. And when they tried to make him king, he ran, he fled. And he refused to be crowned, refused to be accepted as a leader. And finally they got a hold of him, they stripped him naked and they scourged him, they thrashed him, and they crucified him, covered him with blood, and buried his body in a hurry to get rid of him, so that there would be no ruckus with the Romans. Now, of course, if I had met Jesus in Galilee, on the shores of the lake, or if I had seen him in Jerusalem in the week of his passion, I'd have adored him, fallen down in front of him. I'd have kissed his feet, as Mary Magdalene did, and adored him, and the disciples. But the wide world didn't. And why do I expect my Pope to be more reverenced than he was? Is the disciple above his master? So John Paul II is saying, okay, they have stripped us of our dignity. They have stripped us of the aura of divine authority. Let's walk as Jesus did and suffer this passion of calumny, detraction, commonization, and what's the word? Bastardization of my status. I'll still walk with dignity through this passion. So why shouldn't he do that? If that, in his opinion, and he's Pope, is the only way he can get around Is he getting along with in order to go along? Is he going along in order to get along with? Sure, just as Christ did. Christ went along in order to get along with. He didn't say, I'll wipe you all out. No, he didn't. He went along with it. He was a victim of the circumstances. But being Lord and Master of all circumstances, he turned it finally into the salvation of the church. Similarly with this Pope too. Why should we think he should be above his Master? No. We who know him should reverence him and pray for him. And we should venerate him. But Mr. Clinton is going to shake his hand. Mr. Cole is going to shake his hand. People are going to have breakfast with him and ask him to pass the salt. Sure they are. I call him Mr. Pope or Signore Papa or whatever it is. We have to put up with that, just as they talk to my beloved Jesus, the Son of God. They talk to him as if he was just another rabbi. Rabbi, tell us what you think of this. The other rabbi said this. What do you say? And ate with him and slept with him by his side and walked with him. How many of the disciples were like that? Even after he rose from the dead, the disciples still said to him, when are you going to restore the kingdom of Israel? Because they wanted to be the chiefs, the presidents and the military men. Even then, before the Holy Ghost came, they didn't understand. So it's no fault of ours that we don't understand, but above all, let us not make a final judgment on this Pope until Our Lady comes, until the denouement takes place, until his vindication takes place. And pray for him in the meantime. He has the light, because Bernard, he needs light, the light of the Holy Spirit, every day, more and more, because we are now entering a dark, long night of civilization. And he's the Pope, he's the last Pope of these Catholic times.
Let's now take a look at this dark, long night which is descending upon the world and the circumstances that the Church finds itself in today.
We're now entering what we call the geopolitics of reason. That is how men reason their way through the politics of the entire world. Geopolitics, the politics of the globe. Because if there's one thing certain today, Bernard, it is that we are now in a world which is already one, in a very subtle way that people don't realize. Today, all the money markets are globalized. What happens in Tokyo and the Hang Sechs takes place in New York. What happens in Singapore and in London and Paris and Rome, all these money markets are in one global situation. There's no separation any longer. The flow of capital and the flow of capital goods, by which nations live or die, by the way, that flow is determined by these markets. And our money is influenced by the yen, by the mark, by the franc, and vice versa. We now are in a new situation completely, where already we're financially one, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not, we're financially in one ship.
There are no national economies anymore.
No.
Trillions of dollars flow every day between borders without any hindrance.
Because the men running it have no borders themselves. They're not French, they're not Chinese, they're not Americans, they're not British any longer. They're citizens of the world who have vast holdings. Now remember that every day on the international markets, something like $600 billion is sloshed around in various deals. And there are hundreds of thousands of small investors, anything from 20,000 to 200,000, small, picky investors. There are about 60 or 80 men, some women, but mainly men, who play with anything between 40 to 80 billion. They decide what nation lives and what nation dies. They decide if Somalia is going to be saved. They decide about Bosnia-Herzegovina, not the politicians. Why? Because they have the money. And it's not that they're merciless, no. They simply are very, very wealthy, and they grow more wealthy. And their interests are universal, they're global. They decide our money, and they finally will tell Clinton what not to do. And he has not to do that, and he has to do what they tell him. Because we now, remember that nationalism is no longer strategic. We don't need any longer to have a nationalism in order to survive today. But there are other things that we have, and here's where the Pope comes up. The first geopolitics of faith, the clash between geopolitics of faith and geopolitics of reason takes place in the question of birth control and population control. And it's very important, because it was at the nub of the meeting in Denver, and is at the same time the bugaboo of this nation today, with the pro-life and the pro-abortion movement, and then the whole movement of medical research, fetal research, and marriage and the family. It's all bound up in one ball of wax. Here's the situation. Since the time of President Nixon in the 70s, there have been a series of executive orders by the presidents of the United States, every one of them, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, and Bush. Now, an executive order in these United States is an order that can't be gainsaid. The president makes it, and it is law to be applied. This executive order has declared that 13 countries are strategically necessary for the United States. And these countries are strategically necessary because they contain resources we haven't got and we need for our survival, mainly military, but then economic too. They contain large Catholic populations, like the Philippines. And the executive order says we must be intensely occupied in population control. Keep the population down. Why? Very simple. All these countries are underpopulated. By the way, there's one country in Africa which is overpopulated. Demographers, when they speak about population, they consider a country underpopulated when the ratio of people to the land is such that the people can't work the land for their own sustenance. And most countries in Africa are underpopulated. There aren't enough people to work their resources. We don't want them to get sufficient population. Why? Because then they will be developed countries. They'll cease to be underdeveloped, UNDCs. They'll cease to be LDCs, low development countries. They'll become viable, and then they have command of their own resources. And what about our strategic necessity? So this document, which is now public law, and has increased our spending of billions of dollars on Planned Parenthood and on birth control, sterilization, condoms, all sorts of, anything that can stop STEM population, is now the law. It says we have to limit population for our survival as the United States.
It's actually become an international crusade.
Yeah, because it's law. We have declared, Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Nixon first formulated this, we have to limit population for our survival. It is strategic. It is as strategic as possessing nuclear power. If we hadn't got the hydrogen bomb, we wouldn't survive. Similarly, if we don't restrain populations in these countries, we can't survive. Now, that's what the Pope is facing. When Clinton and he stood at Stapleton Aerodrome and on this podium, and the Pope, Clinton having spoken, a nice deferential welcome, by the way, there's nothing wrong with it, he behaved himself, in spite of his origins. The Pope spoke, and he made it quite clear where he stood on abortion. There you had the clash completely. The Pope would not yield, no yielding. And right through his whole visit, he stressed the same thing again with the young people, and with everybody listening to him, and the government listening to him, that I am here, I am not yielding on it. And if you want war on the point, we'll give you war. But we will not yield on this. And this is the big clash between the two things, the geopolitics of faith and the geopolitics of reason. There's more to it, though. There's much more to it. Because there's a worldwide depression. Every country is affected, including us. Solzhenitsyn said a couple of years ago in one of his letters that a country which has lost moral spirit can't last, no matter how rich it is. And today we know that the United States, our social order, our political order, is riven with corruption. We know that. The rise of crime, the absence of moral observance in marriage, the fact that homosexuality is now enshrined as an alternative lifestyle. We have homosexual marriages. We're going to have much more of that. We're going to have the homosexual family placed on a par with the normal family. In fact, heterosexual families are now regarded as funny. They're not as up to date.
And anyone who in any way criticizes this new order is immediately stigmatized.
They're
and
politically incorrect and socially unacceptable. That's the condition of our situation. Whereas the majority of Americans, and I'm sure the majority of Canadians, don't want that. But it's foisted by evil. And it's maintained in public because the organizations have been very, very clever at it. So we have that. Number two, there is no Christian principle governing international movements. We didn't go to Somalia for the love of God. We're not dealing with Bosnia and Herzegovina for the love of God. Otherwise we'd have gone in and done something about it. We will tolerate any suffering. We'll tolerate another Holocaust. Let our friends, Jewish friends, remember, and they know it. We'll tolerate anything if that helps our national survival, because we have lost direction. And there's no doubt about it. That's the evil and the immorality of America today. In spite of the fact the majority of the people are God-fearing, are good. In a day's walk in America, I'm sure it's Canada the same thing, you find good people. You find the odd, there's exception to every rule, but normally people are good. But they're helpless in the light of the evil that has descended on us all. And that evil is very simple. The law of God is not observed. Education is being totally secularized. Children are being taught errors from the very beginning. And there's a new system of education taking place, OBE, outcome-based education, which is totally unchristian and is meant to de-Christianize the masses of children.
And let's take a look at the situation that the average family is faced with. The average family is under siege, and you don't know from day to day if you're going to keep your job. Every day you pick up the newspaper and you read about hundreds of thousands of layoffs here and there and everywhere.
That's going to continue. It's going to get worse, not better. Economically, we're in trouble. And no matter what the new administration of the United States says about its deficit package and new plans, we know the deficit is going to be much greater by 96 than it is now. It's not going to be solved. And we're going to have suffering. Now, on top of all that comes the geopolitics of faith. And John Paul II says, and he's told the leaders, over and above your economic difficulties, over and above your financial difficulties, over and above the economic depression, I must tell you that there are punishments coming from the hand of God. There's worse than the Mississippi floods. There's worse than Hurricane Andrew. There's worse than AIDS. There's worse than the explosion of Mount Helena. There's far worse. There's far worse. Some of them listen to it like Gorbachev. Some of them don't. But he keeps on telling them that. And this is only a prelude to it all. Unless you convert to Jesus Christ, because finally the king of the world is Jesus Christ. He must be acknowledged on every flag and in every parliament and in every city.
Do you think that's why this New World Order doesn't seem to be working very well?
Well, it's working very well from the point of view of the organizers. Money is one now. There's one system of money. And the big decisions are made by few people and implemented in macro management worldwide. Oh, it's working. But we are not benefiting from that because we happen to be in the trenches. We're what my father called the poor bloody infantry, the PBI. We're not the privileged ones, but it's working.
So they don't mind if there's hundreds of thousands of layoffs every day, or if...
They don't mind the killings in Bosnia-Herzegovina. They don't mind the Holocaust. Any Holocaust, the Armenian Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust, the Sudanese Holocaust, the East Timor Holocaust. They know all these things are going on. They supply the arms with which these Holocausts are performed. They don't care about the drugs. American chemical companies manufacture the chemicals necessary for the laboratories in Latin America, in Colombia and Peru, that make the drugs that are corrupting our people. They don't mind that. They don't mind that. That's money. So the New World Order is working perfectly, as far as the instigators of the New World Order goes.
Is there a place for Christianity in the New World Order?
None. There is no place. There is for the moment. That's why they would like to get control of the papacy, by getting a man elected to it after their own hearts. Because there's no doubt about Roman Catholicism, even in its sociological condition today, is a source of stability. And the American government has tried, if you could get the papacy to lay off abortion, to lay off its opposition to birth control, think of the boost it would get in these 13 countries. The church propagating condoms, and the churchmen do, the church propagating sterilization, propagating what the Chinese do, limiting one child to one family. What a boost. It would solve the problem overnight. There'd be no more overpopulation.
The battle would be over. Place for Christianity in the New World Order?
No, not ultimately. For the moment, yes. Those who are managing the New World Order see the church in its structure, in its visible organization, as a source of social stability. It's schools, it's universities, it's people obeying what they're told to do. If you can get a hold of that organization, you literally control the lives of nearly 1 billion people. Remember, we are almost 1 billion people today, nominal Catholics. If you get that in train, under control, think of the power you have. But for the idea that these people would practice contraception, would not practice contraception, would not practice abortion, would insist on social justice for all nations and the proper distribution of wealth, superfluous wealth, who would vote against war as a means of making money. I mean, remember, the merchants of death make money on war, as they do in Bosnia-Herzegovina now, as they do in Somalia, as they do in Indonesia, as they do in Africa, as they do in Angola, as they do in Latin America, as they do in Europe, as they do in Armenia. All that will be wiped out. Oh no, that's no place for that. Behind it all, Bernard, there is this mysterious thing, which we must touch upon. And we can't say much more than what I'm going to say. There's no doubt about it that it's not merely that there are a crowd of men and women who are, strictly speaking, Luciferian. That is, they believe that this universe is dominated by an intelligence which is intracosmic, which is worldly, which is not God. It's Satan, really. And that if they carefully follow the dictates of this spirit of intelligence, they will create a safe and happy world for some people, for themselves. But there's much more than that. We have sufficient evidence to know that within the Roman Catholic institutional organization, Satan has been enthroned. He has been given a place by his adepts and surrogates amongst the clergy and amongst the people. And one of John Paul II's difficulties today is that he is frustrated because within the fold, within the sanctuary, as Paul VI said, there's now a positive influence by Satan who has servants among us. Servants among the priests, service amongst the nuns, service amongst the bishops, servants among the cardinals. He is being served. And therefore he can frustrate the will of the Holy Father and the will of Jesus through the Holy Father. We know this. The historical circumstances of the enthronement of Satan in the Church of Rome is something else. But this is a fact we have to deal with. We can't get rid of it until Our Lady comes with great power. Because once you do something like that, once that happens, God doesn't act immediately. He's a macro manager. He manages things in the long run. And if men turn their back on him, he lets them turn their back on him. He doesn't force them back. And there is this now power within the church, satanic power. It's Satanist. And it is influencing our actions and decisions as bishops and as priests and as cardinals and as administrators of the church. Until Our Lady comes and cleans that out, sorry pal, we have to carry it and fight it. That's why Satan has such power today. That's why there's such corruption. That's why grace can't work. Remember, the early missionaries who went to China and Africa, they found that when they went into a village or a group of pagans, their first difficulty was physical. They ran into physical difficulties because Satan ruled there. He didn't want them there. And there are stories, true stories about trying to change the place names in streets from the name of a god to the name of one of the saints. And the ladder would be taken away from the man. He'd fall down and break his neck. And water was polluted. And there were physical difficulties because Satan does acquire physical power once you admit him to your household. And he has great power. Remember that the existence of Satanism in this country is an established fact, that we have at least 8,000 covens, Satanist covens, which include priests and nuns as well as all priests.
Do these people exist at high levels of government?
Oh yes, they do. They do. Without mentioning any names, they do. Right through the government, in the church and in the state, and in the states. So that there is a presence of Satan today, willed and accepted. You know what appalls us as exorcists in this part of the country? Up to about the year 1975, people committed errors and finally became possessed. A small amount of them invited possession. Today, we find over 50% originally invited possession. People are now saying, possess me, give me power, give me strength, give me pleasure. There's this new reign of Satan. And he gets very angry when he's disturbed because his best PR job is to prove that he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. Whereas he reigns behind every bit of wainscoting and in every bedroom and boardroom where people worship him and pay attention to him. He has signal victories like, for instance, the fact that the North American Boy Love Association, the NAMBLA, is a recognized authority today. Is recognized. It's a public organization. And whereas the American armed forces now must have Wicca chaplains, witches for chaplains for witches. And they have a newspaper published by at the expense of the American taxpayer. The thing is, besides homosexuality, there is Satanism, and it's rampant and respectable. Because the argument is, you're a Roman Catholic, you want respect, you want your chaplain, you want your newspaper, you want your bank balance. I am a Satanist. I claim to worship Satan. I have a right to have my bank balance, to have recognition, to have my place in the public square.
And a right to have those holidays off that are part of my religion's feast days.
We're admitting that. So that's where we have gone so far. The point to be noticed by Christians and Catholics above all is that Satan has been enthroned. And poor Paul VI, at the end of his life, regretfully had to say, the smoke of Satan has entered the church, has entered the sanctuary, and is around the throne. He knew. He knew.
Was this foreseen by Pope Leo XIII?
Yes, it was. It was. And we know it all. When you examine all the evidence back from the last century to today, it all stacks up to the following. That in the latter years, in the last decades, and the last decade above all, of this century, the second millennium, Satan has a one last wild fling because Our Lady is coming. And he knows that's the end. That's the end of his reign. So his 1,000 years of freedom to destroy the church will be over by the end of this millennium. And this pope, this poor man, innocent in all he was chosen as pope precisely at this moment. That's his fate, his terrible fate, that he was chosen to be the pope. And after he dies, or after he's killed, or after he resigns, or whatever, then we have the mourning of the magician. We don't know what's going to happen. We do know Our Lady will come and save us.
Now let's take a look at something else that's happening that's probably related both to our discussion, the papacy, and the dark night that's falling. It seems like old guards of any shape and stripe seem to be crumbling. People will pick up the newspaper and read, for example, that the monarchy in England is in serious difficulty, that institutions which dominated America's business scene like IBM are crumbling. Why do you think it is that all these age-old institutions are falling?
Because the civilization which gave rise to them, by the way, the Roman Catholic Church created that civilization, is at an end. It's the evening of the civilization. All the reasons for the existence of a monarchy with some decorum and some leadership power, some leadership role, they're gone. They no longer believe. They don't live Christian lives. They're no longer Christian in their behavior. They may have been baptized. They may not have. But the civilization as a whole, in its academia, in its public life, in its politics, in its war, in its peace, in its economy, is totally paganized. The civilization has ceased to be Christian. And the Catholic Church, which created that civilization, the Roman Catholic organization which did, is disappearing with it, and with the monarchy. And hence we have an outbreak of what students are now calling tribalism. You have the Walloons and the Flemings in Belgium who want to separate. You have the Bretons and the French in France. You have the Italians who want to split up. We're going to start splitting up too. There are going to be separatist and secessionist movements in the United States.
It's happening already, both in the United States and Canada.
Yeah, it's going to happen. And according as the economic situation gets worse, and people get more desperate and resort to violence and arms, you're going to see much more disruption. And I'm always telling my own nieces and nephews, they don't believe me because they don't know. And they're post-baby boomers. They were all born in the 60s and 70s. I always say to them, you don't know it, kids, but you have already lived the best years of your American lives. And you can say the same to people in Canada. You've already lived the best years of your Canadian life. You may not have liked it, but compared to what's coming, it was a paradise. But everything is breaking up. And that is because finally Christ has said, I'm turning my back on this civilization. It has ceased to be Christian, and I have no further interest in this race, apart from my sacrifice on Calvary and the salvation of men. And he's letting it break up. And you see, God has such power. Look, I can drink, I can eat, I can marry. But supposing I drink to excess, he doesn't send an angel to say, Malachi, stop that. No. He will allow me to corrupt my entire life and kill my body and go to hell for drunkenness. I can get married. I can also lecher. I can seduce and commit adultery and fornication. I can become a homosexual and get AIDS. I can kill myself. I can destroy my wife and children. In other words, Christ, if you misuse your powers, the natural powers given you, lets the misuse destroy you. He doesn't need to act. There's an inbuilt sanction, a sanction built into the world. You violate it, it destroys you. And that's his punishment, his real punishment, besides hell. But there's a real punishment built into human nature. We violate our rules. We accept our homeless as such. We will not punish criminals. We corrupt our system of justice, so we no longer have a system of justice. All right, what are you going to pay? More people will be killed. More babies will be violated. More women will be raped. More men will be beggared. More people will die in misery and malnutrition. More people will hate each other. There'll be more violence. The punishment is built into it, and that's the civilization has its own seeds of destruction. And that's what is happening to us today. This thing is falling to pieces. There's no longer any reason why I should be honest with you. No longer why I should honor your wife. Why I should honor you. Why don't I seduce you or your wife? Take your money. Destroy you. Why not? It's a jungle. It's no longer the law of God. There's no longer a strong church voice. There's no longer a strong moral voice in my parliament. The parliament doesn't give a damn about Christ. The Congress of the United States doesn't give a hoot about the laws of salvation. Not a hoot. It'll violate any law for its own advantage. And similarly all other parliaments. Tell me one that doesn't. It doesn't exist. So the civilization is corrupt. It's no longer Christian. And Christ is saying, all right, the built-in sanctions are going to operate against it and destroy it. But when it's destroyed, I can build something else. And he will build something else. But this time it'll be the reign of Christ himself. That's the situation. So there's no getting out of it. And we'd better make up our minds that that's bad enough. But built into that is the battle between us, the war between us and Satan for souls. We are all responsible, primarily for my own soul and then for those around me. But don't get any grandiose ideas that you can save the world, change it all back. You can't. The Pope can't. Because this is it's an ongoing one-way street. And at the end of it, there's a chasm. And the chasm is destruction of all that we have ever stood for, civilizationally and culturally. It's going out the window. We've bastardized our art, and we've bastardized our drama. There is no new, vivid literature growing up. There are no great poets, great dramatists, great writers, great philosophers. It's a desert at the present moment. People often speak about the change from communism in Eastern Europe. People forget that for 75 years, and for the best part of 45 years, most of those millions were bastardized intellectually by the great lie of the communist utopia. They were mongrelized morally by no law except the law of force. They were corrupt socially. They learned not to work, not to labor, not to make an effort. You couldn't change it. And suddenly, they're freed of all that. They can't recover overnight.
Let's take a look at that situation, because some economists were predicting that as soon as the monstrosity and the stupidity of the communist economic system disappeared, there would be an economic renaissance and a boom of unparalleled proportions.
Fools. They forget what Solzhenitsyn knew very well and said openly. A nation without a moral fiber cannot succeed with the best resources in the world. Because finally, ideas have consequences, and faith must be there to create something. It was never created by pagans ever. They never created anything big except in the life. Some faith, some religious faith. We haven't got any. God is expelled. And so there's this awful struggle now to try and maintain some equilibrium in the middle of a world depression. And it's not getting better. Everybody predicts it's going to get worse. How worse? God only knows. We do know that in the middle of it all will come the chastisements that have been promised us, which can't be mitigated.
And what are some of these chastisements that have been promised us?
Widespread hunger, widespread war, disease, then awful things which are exceptions like 3 days darkness over the entire world, baffling all our meteorologists and scientists who won't know what's happening, who will have various explanations, any explanation except the hand of God. There will be parts of the continent that will be washed away out to sea. There will be eruptions of volcanoes that are extinct for the last 20 million years. There are going to be family against family, disruptions of nations and of cities to break up. How easy it is to paralyze a city with its sewer system and its electricity and its water and its power and its communications. Just destroy it. And we already had a foretaste in the World Trade Center here, where they're going to blow it up.
Well, certainly any large city is a sitting duck now for any terrorist who wants to plant a bomb in some skyscraper.
You know, I have a nightmare sometimes. I wrote about it in one book of mine, that people are sitting at their TVs looking at St. Peter's, and that dome is imploded with a bomb and collapses. I have a nightmare that's going to happen. And we'll see it on TV. It will be destroyed.
And that would be symbolic of the collapse of Western civilization as
That's
we
right.
would know it.
And of the organization, the Roman Catholic organization. And when you look at it coldly and objectively, it doesn't matter two hoots, finally. God can manage all that. But that does mean that we're sitting on the brink of a coming catastrophe we can't change, we can survive, and it can be mitigated by prayer and patience and holiness. But we can't avoid it any longer.
What can a family do to protect itself? Because I know people that, let's say, figure that some type of socialistic government is going to take over. We're going to be in a worldwide depression, and they're making all kinds of preparations that say they're trying to store some guns in their basement. They are investing in financial instruments to make sure that they'll have enough when they retire. Is that going to save them?
No, it won't save them. It may help some of them survive physically, but morally about their children. What's going to happen to their children in the schools where they're taught pagan doctrine, where their outcome-based education makes them little robots because they're affective. The affective side of their character is under control. They've been taught to say yes and no according to the will of the state. And that's what's happening.
Well, it's even getting to a situation where it takes a heroic family just to hold itself together.
And it's going to be heroic, and it'll be more than heroic later, short time later. It may mean martyrdom. It may mean they will get rid of you. By various means. You can get rid of people by evicting them, making it impossible for them to earn bread, catching them on violations of rules made about their children's schooling, about finance, about their business. They will be martyrs. They finally will be martyrs. And anybody who wants to rear their children today must homeschool them to some degree. There's no good school any longer. Not really satisfactory. You've got to homeschool them, besides letting them go into these institutions.
Are Christians perhaps entering once again into a situation which they first faced during the first 3 centuries?
Yeah. We are expelled. And today, in any normal dinner table in Manhattan or in Los Angeles or Atlanta or Chicago or Paris or London, if you dared say anything against homosexuality, if you dared say anything about abortion or fetal research, against these things or critiquing them, you won't be invited back. It's bad form. If somebody says, well, he's going to see his mistress, you're supposed to take that as marvelous. Or somebody says that, well, he's come out of the closet and he's a homosexual and he does this, that, that. You're supposed to accept that as saying that, well, he's changed his club. He has, joined a new organization. Today, and if we protest, if we say, no, I'm a Christian, I can't have anything to do with that, you're avoided. You're ostracized. You're regarded as funny, as a fanatic, as politically incorrect and socially unacceptable.
Is there perhaps a new form of totalitarianism, not in the sense that Hitler or Stalin were, but it's kind of a silent psychological totalitarianism?
Oh yes, and we'll finally eliminate you, marginalize you. And Paul VI, to give him his due, did say that probably, not in his lifetime, but probably, Catholics would become a minority on the fringe of civilization, marginalized. And we're already marginalized, by the way. In this city, New York, for instance, there isn't one Catholic voice speaking in municipal councils. Not one. Everything is decided on the principle of the big dollar or the big pleasure. And nothing, those who fool themselves, like the present authorities of the church, if they're friendly with and nice with these people, they'll get what they want, are finding out rapidly they get nothing. They're bastardized further and further and further and humiliated and eliminated finally. They have no power. So yes, it's heroic. It may lead to martyrdom. It may lead to martyrdom, just to be Christian, just to be Catholic, just to rear your children. And there are laws now in the making where make it practically impossible for you to homeschool. And we know that the wife of the President of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton, has said she's going to wipe out all homeschooling.
Did she say that?
Yeah. Yeah. Homeschooling, because it's interfering with outcome-based education. It's interfering with the control of the young people. And they intend to make these people serve their purposes of socialization and paganization.
So they have kind of an agenda of social engineering.
No doubt about it.
That will totally replace the natural order of society.
No doubt in the wide world about that. No doubt in the wide world about it. Now, at the same time, Bernard, at least in principle, it's quite clear what a Christian and a Catholic must do. It's very difficult to do it because we have so many contradictory voices. We do more damage to each other as Catholics than we do to the outside world. We attack each other. Traditionalists fight against progressives. People who follow Father Feeney are attacked by the Pius X people. The Pius X people are attacked by the Pius V people and by other traditionalists. And there are snipers and marksmen all around just taking free shots at everybody. And then there's a whole slew of so-called heretical bishops who are ordaining their own flock. It's an extraordinary fact that we are trying to shoot each other completely, kill each other off, instead of uniting as one solid bunch saying, no, we're all Catholics, this is what we hold, let's band together. It's impossible to get them together. And on top of all that, we have so many voices. And then people are doubtful about, for instance, you have Vasula Ryden, this amazing lady, Greek lady who now lives in Switzerland. And she has her writings. They're loved by some and condemned by others. She's derided by many people and adored by many other people as a true voice of God. There's Mother Teresa. But then how do you understand Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa's sisters, they're taking care of a Hindu who's dying. They say Hindu prayers with him. Hey, wait a moment. What's that mean? There are a few apostles that are clear. There are Catholic and Christian, like Fahrenfeld von Straten, the Bacon priest. There's no doubt where he stands. Paul Marx, there's no doubt where he stands. The present Pope, there's no doubt where he stands. But there are very few apostles you can say, that is truly Catholic and Christian. There are very few of them. It's a mixed bag. You take the Knights of Malta, take the Knights of Columbus. They have members who are Masons. They have members who are active homosexuals. What is this? What is this? Are the Catholics? No, Catholics, yes, but the corruption of the entire organization is confusing to people. And then you have so many seers, or videntes as they call it in Spanish, so many people having visions and publishing them, with so many priests supporting them and so many priests against them. And you have traveling salesmen who have weeping statues and bleeding statues. That finally, and then the derision poured on all that by non-Catholics and the hate. And then on top of all that, you have the corruption of the clergy, the pedophilia that goes on. There's just another priest now caught, a Monsignore caught in New York Archdiocese. So there's it's decadence, it's shambles.
It's a common thread to all these groups within the church. Every religious order is that it's faced with a breakdown of unity. I don't think there's a single religious order that hasn't been divided.
Not one. Jesuits, Dominicans, Carmelites, Franciscans, and they're all in revolt against each other, and then they also have opposition to the Holy Father. There's no unity any longer. There's no unity any longer.
But humanly speaking, could there be one person that would come and restore it? I don't think it's possible.
No, it must be Our Lady. It must be a supernatural thing. And she has, isn't Bernard, let's be awfully frank, even if people don't want to accept it. We know the agenda. We know the agenda very clearly. We're going to go on slipping down the slope. We're a big thing, it's a long slope. But we're very near the edge of that chasm over which we finally topple. And we're going to topple over it. And there's going to be chaos. What they call nowadays ordered chaos. Chaos under control. And there are going to be natural calamities, as well as man-made calamities, mistakes made by people. And finally, there are going to be calamities that come upon us from the hand of God. And people will say, by God, This is not caused by nature. This is something else. And at the end of all that, Our Lady will come, and there'll be a sign in the heavens, meaning she has come. And everybody will see that sign. They will know it. They will know it calls them to their conscience. It doesn't mean they're going to be converted. It means that those who are already converted will get better. It means that those who are wobbling may, if they want to, be confirmed in their faith. It means that the others who don't believe and refuse to believe will say, we can despair. There's no way out. It's simply God putting people on notice that things have changed.
But is it also Christ saying, I give you one more chance?
Yeah, it's God saying, there's a refurbishment going to take place. I will have an apostle in charge of you now who is going to be an apostle who will have the power to change things, because he must give the power. And remember, John Paul II, that poor man, Karol Wojtyła, he hasn't been given the power by God to change things. But there will be a pope, a leader of Christianity, arising who will change it all, because he will have the power built into him. John Paul II is supposed to preside over the decadence and the failure and hold things together as long as possible, because there are people to be saved still. But the man who will do it is somebody after his death. Not the next pope, but somebody else. And that's the mystery of what's coming in the future. And all we can hold on to is the fact that we can say our rosary, we can receive a valid Holy Communion, we can be absolved of our sins by a validly ordained priest, we can die with the rites of the church, we can save our souls, we can protect our children to a certain extent until they leave the nest. We can save our souls. That's all we need do. I will not be asked anything more by Christ. He will not say, what happened to the church in your time? Why didn't the Pope do this? He will not say that to me. He won't even talk about the bishop to me. He'll talk about me.
So ultimately, that's the only thing we've been promised is our salvation if we hang tough.
Hang tough and keep the law and maintain our Catholicism.
So we're not necessarily promised a situation in which we're going to have a thriving civilization.
No, it's not going to be beer and skittles. It's not a milk run. It's a tough chore. As I say, I'm always saying to my nieces and nephews and friends, look, you've already lived the best years of your American lives. You may not know so, but it is so. Look around you. Read the signs of the times. You know, Bernard, it's a good thing to end up on the meaning of the word, the signs of the times. You know, Christ said to he said, you know, you're an evil and adulterous generation. He told his contemporary Jews. And he said, you're asking me for a sign. He said, tell me, why do you stop where you stop? At sunset, you can say, well, tomorrow's going to be such a day from the reading of the sunset. In the morning, you can read the wind, the direction of the wind, and you can read the skies. You say what's going to happen during the day. And he said, you can predict political events for your political affairs, your economic affairs, military affairs. He said, why don't you read the other signs of the times about God? You're corrupt. You're sinful. He's punishing you bit by bit with the Roman occupation of this country of ours, the Judea. Why don't you read those signs and repent, and he will save you? But you don't. Why do you stop where you are? And he said, this evil and adulterous civilization will be given only one sign, the sign of Jonah. The Son of Man will be buried for 3 days and will rise again. His resurrection is the only sign of salvation. If you don't believe in it, bye-bye birdie.
And that's much more important than reading all these signs that you read about in the newspaper, economic indicators and...
If you have to, for your business as a broker or a doctor or an investor, do, or for looking for jobs, for your children, or for your family, or for your wife or your husband, or whatever the case may be, that's fine. But the chief thing is, are you reading the signs of the time? Do you know where we are? Do you know what's coming on top of us? Have you secured your soul? Are you living with uncleanness in your life, or in your children, or in your wife, or your husband, or your employees? Are you cohabiting with evil? Are you entertaining Satan in his jackboots as he strides around our boardrooms and bedrooms and streets and parliaments? If you are, then bye-bye, birdie. You have neglected grace. You haven't read the signs of the times. So it's tough today. It's either or. I must tell you, Bernard, that Christ has come to the point, as Clarenfield von Straten said, he's deserting our tabernacles. You don't show me reverence, you don't revere me, you don't take necessary precautions to have a valid sacrament, I'm leaving you. I'm walking away from you. You see, the point is, he doesn't need us. He desires to need us and wills to need us. But if you turn a blind, like the rich young man, he said, He loved him and said, look, sell all you have and come and follow me. And the young man was very sad because he was very rich, and he went away sad.
We have been discussing how difficult it is for a family to preserve itself and hold together under the forces that are working against it. What are some of these forces that are working against a family, and how have families' lives been influenced in ways perhaps which people don't even realize?
Well, Bernard, now that we can look back over a sufficient stretch of time, like say 20, 25 years, it is now quite obvious to everybody that there was a plan implemented to affect the public and private behavior of ordinary citizens. We now know that because those who formulated the plan have spoken very frankly about it. They set out to mold our language, to accustom us to see much more explicit TV, to get accustomed to violence as if it was normal, to see violent and disruptive sexuality portrayed on the video, on the TV and in films, much more than our grandfathers or fathers would have admitted, or we would have admitted 40 or 50 years ago, and to change our mode of thinking and talking, and in general to lower the level of moral and religious expression in language itself, so that now our language has been vulgarized, and we use words today we would never use before. For instance, I never expected to hear the mayor of New York talking about condoms in public. You just didn't do it. Or talking about the homosexual act in detail, which they do now explicitly. But my children, if I had children, would be taught that in schools with diagrams. And most parents accept that. Sex ed, as they call it, is even in Catholic schools. Whereas in my day, if one of my teachers told my daddy and my mom that he was going to teach me sex ed, Daddy would have knocked him down, I think. He wouldn't have accepted it.
And rightfully so.
And rightfully so, because he did all the teaching about sex ed we needed, with his large family of 9 children. But we have accustomed ourselves to hand that into the hands of externs, to people who have not our religion, and to be drawn up by people who live in faraway places like Albany, for New York, for instance, the state education system. So that this is the first thing we have to fight against. There has been a plan to mold people's minds along a certain way, to de-Christianize them, de-Catholicize them, to a certain extent to de-Americanize them. Because now what's hit upon is reciprocity, cultural multiculturalism, aid not the victim but the criminal. It's a funny turn of mind that the criminal has much more chance of pity and compassion than any victim, whether they're killed or raped or robbed or maimed or whatever it is. So there's an attempt to change our minds so that from the principles of justice and of chastity and purity and rectitude that we were reared with. That's there. That's number one. That's one difficulty we're up against. Another difficulty we're up against is this, that has now become very much, it's worse than smoking in public. You shouldn't talk about religion. You can't even say, well, I'll have a silent prayer. That is offensive, apparently. For somebody to say, well, I'm going to say nothing because I want to pray silently. That's very offensive, especially in little children. That violates the separation of church and state, apparently. And similarly with things like abortion and contraception, if you condemn these things in public, where with your friends, say that part of public behavior, normally people will say, well, don't be so extreme, don't be so fanatic about this. Be real. People don't share your point of view. But they can talk about their abortion and their choice of their women's choice, and my body is my own. But you can't talk about the other side of it without being considered a fanatic. And that's the turn of the events, that it's become unfashionable to be religious. And if you are religious and people know it, they regard you as peculiar, as somebody on the fringe. You're not normal. You're not normal. And similarly, as regards sexuality, the practice of sexuality, today, nobody is surprised when a young man and his fiancée sleep together for a year before they're married. Nobody can. In fact, if you say they shouldn't, people say, what's up with you? It's quite normal. That's the snag. And parents have children sleeping at home who have their lovers in, their future husbands in, or their lovers in. It's considered to be part of the liberty. Their body is their own. So you have this difficulty, and it's peer pressure on your children if you have children.
It's a very, very strong peer pressure. Let's say an example of it I run up against whenever suggest that I and my wife may want a large family. You immediately get, they look at you as if you have two heads.
That's right. What are you thinking of? Or what, I mean, they can't understand it. And then I have people, young married couples, say, no, we want to have a good time for the first 5 or 10 years, and then we'll have children. And
I've heard that many times.
And then they find out after 5 or 10 years that either she can't have children, or it's very difficult, or they don't want them, because money has got tighter, and they don't see the way to paying for it. So they're always caught by their own sins, by their own errors, by their own commissions. But these are the difficulties that are facing people. Then finally, there is the fact that whatever sources of education there are, newspapers, magazines, TV, radio, they are anti-religious and they're pagan. There is no semblance of Christian doctrine implied by them in the normal film. There's no semblance of. The most you can get would be what they call American values. And even those are distorted because there's always a political slant, left or right, to it. And so today we're faced with the fact that the civilization has deteriorated into a non-Christian civilization. And you just keep religion out of it. Everything will be fine if you keep your religion out of it. Don't bring your religion into it. Be as religious as you want to in private, in the closet. But don't come out of the closet. And above all, don't expect us to accept it.
And it becomes difficult to pass it on to one's children because they're exposed to television, school, blaring away at them that this kind of ideas are old-fashioned.
And the behavior of their companions, too, who regard it all as fuddy-duddy, to be otherwise. And everybody's doing it, so why don't they do it? And then there's the love of toys, the love of pleasure, the love of excitement, the love of food, and to do what they want, to have their own will. And their parents must become their friends, and not their parents. Cease to be parents and become their pals, which disrupts the whole idea of motherhood and fatherhood and sonhood and daughterhood. And the family itself finally perishes. So these are the difficulties they're up against. And you know, Bernard, you and I know you can do all you can. You can get the best books, you can lecture your children, you can give them examples, but if you haven't got the grace of God with you, it won't succeed. Because they must get grace. And that means they must practice their religion. They must learn their prayers. They must go to the sacraments. They must be taught. They must be corrected. You must curb their passions. You must teach them that what the others do is wrong, or not for us anyway. And that's very tough job. Tough love is a very difficult love to practice as regards your children today, because they're afraid of losing their children. They want to be loved by their children. Whereas I don't think the destiny of parents is not to be loved by their children, but to be respected. Love comes later, but love is very tough love. It must be. Now, that's part of the difficulties. There are worse than that, though, by way of difficulties, because willy-nilly, all our nations, yours in Canada, mine in the United States, and all of them in Europe, are now engaged in a new world order where the rule is money and industrial expansion and commercial activity and commercial success, where success is measured in terms of money, and after that then in terms of the men or the women that you consort with, not necessarily marry, in your popularity, in how rich you look, how exotic you look, what sort of an exciting life you lead. There's no cultivation of virtues in public at all any longer. Nothing is lauded along that line. They will laud somebody who's a role model in golf or in tennis, but they're not role models for eternity. There's no spiritual element present in it at all. And that's all part and parcel of this complete reordering of world affairs around to commercial and economic success. And the old values are gone.
Let's take a look at this, because it seems like both in the United States and in Canada within the last year, there's been a changing of the guard. And
it's a funny darn thing, that change of the guard, because don't you see a parallel between, say, President Reagan on the one hand, or President Bush on the one hand, and Mr. Mulroney on the other hand? They were cut from the same cloth, one way or the other,
right,
even though one is an American and one is a Canadian. And similarly, between the new person in Mrs. Campbell in Canada, and say President Clinton and his wife Hillary, who's has much of power, if not greater power, than he is in the American presidency. They're both cut from the same cloth again.
And they both have kind of a new concept of morality.
Absolutely new. The Clintons are absolutely clear on their mind. If you want to practice homosexuality, they're going to help you. They're going to have a law for you. If you want to kill your baby, they'll finance you, right up to the 3rd trimester. If you want to do fetal research on living babies, they'll finance you. So they have a completely different worldview.
And in their personal lives, that seems to hold true as well, because in their personal lives, they haven't practiced like the old morality in the same way, let's say, that the Bushes or the Mulroneys did.
No. That's all gone. They're not church-going, God-fearing Christian parents or couples. No, they're not. It's very different from that. They are the new generation of they're really Christian trash.
It's in a way, it's the generation that has grown up in the post-Christian world is now taking power.
That's right. The same thing in France and Germany and Italy. Same thing in Spain. There's no difference. It's universal. There's a change of role. And it's coming to the fore now people who I don't think ever knew what a Christian civilization was. They know it from afar. They were never part of it. And consequently, their direction of affairs is pagan. They try and understand, and then when they see their own good is involved, they'll behave themselves. But they don't believe in it, they don't live it as such. And they see nothing wrong with killing newborn babies, or killing babies in the womb. They see nothing wrong with homosexuality. They see nothing wrong with fetal research, provided it doesn't cost too much. And as for the rest of the moral law, it's what you can get away with, really. But don't be caught at it, if necessary. And there's a crassness there. There's a certain crassness as regards human life. Lacks a touch of compassion and gentleness, which is only found in people who are religious-minded.
Yes, and charity has gone cold.
Oh yeah, it's frozen out completely. It's frozen embers. It doesn't exist. So that's what we're facing, and we can't expect any other thing for the moment. And it's going to get worse, because this thing now is taking over because people are getting desperate. It's now getting very difficult to live. It's now getting very difficult to manage things properly.
Just even to hold on to a job is becoming difficult for many families.
That's right. It is. And I know a few families that sacrificed everything to retire to the country in various places in Canada and in the United States. But they're finding that they have got to get back to the city again. They can't find work. They can't find money. They won't be able to feed their children. It's a bad time from the point of view of that. And it's going to get worse. It's not going to get easier at all. So that's the situation in which we find ourselves. And either you take that in the spirit of faith and utilize the weapons of faith, or else I think you're going to be lost. I think you're going to go under, and your families, and your children, and then your marriage will go under finally. It'll be a hopeless world. And there's another difficulty too, which you mentioned. This is about, remember you mentioned something about the squabbling, intra-Catholic squabbling that takes place.
Yes. You see, you talked earlier about the fragmentation that's evident in, let's say, in Canada and the United States, where people, let's say, think of themselves, we'll use the United States as an example, they think of themselves not as an American, but as a black or a white or somebody.
That's right. They do. They fall into sub-tribalism, we call it. It's called tribalism by the demographers.
But you see the same thing in the church now, too, right across the spectrum.
It's fantastic. And when I find out that the members of the Pius X Institute, Lefebvre's Institute, are fighting with the members of Pius V, who are fighting them, and then the followers of Father Feeney from Boston, now in New Hampshire, they're fighting them all. They're being attacked by the others. And on top of that, you have other various factions of traditionalist priests who have nothing to do with nobody. And it goes on and on and on. They're all firing and flailing away at each other in a most extraordinary way. And they should be really defending each other and attacking those who are attacking the church. They don't, though. They spend a lot of time writing against each other and attacking each other and disrupting each other's meetings.
There is kind of a loss of perspective.
There is.
They're all engaged in their family squabbles.
Each one wants to win. Each one wants to win. And there are several questions, I think, which would be useful for your listeners and my listeners to know about or to have thought about. One is the whole question of Archbishop Lefebvre. Another is the question of the Father Feeney group and what they're saying about salvation outside the church. I think we should deal with both of those because they're big questions. Because for instance, I went out and gave a lecture to a certain organization here, a very well-known organization, about the church. And I happened to say in it that unless you're a member of the church, you won't be saved, which is normal Catholic doctrine. Oh, the priest nearly hit me. The priest and the chaplain, who was my host, and he tried to contradict me later on. And we had a huge discussion about that. So some clarity must be given to people's minds. What about a good Jew, or a good Mohammedan, or a good Methodist, or a good Mormon? Are they damned because they don't belong to the Catholic Church and have refused it, or never heard about it, or anyway never belonged? Are they damned? If we say outside the church there's no salvation, where does that leave the room for anybody to be saved except those who are baptized Catholics? Because the doctrine of the church is there may be baptism of desire, there may be baptism of blood, we don't know. We only know baptism of water. And that means that a priest or another human being stands over you, pours water, while saying, I baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If they don't do that, strictly speaking, dogmatically speaking, you're not saved. You can't enter heaven. You may go to some lower order of things, some limbo, but you can't enter heaven. You can't see God forever. And what about the babies that are born dead, or stillborn babies, babies aborted? What about all the embryos, their souls, they're babies too? What about all those? Are they all condemned to the outer darkness? Is that what God's mercy and compassion is all around? So it's a wide swath. And then there are millions, literally, as Carl Sagan would say, billions and billions of beings in China and Japan and India who never get near the church, never get near Christ, never get near the Blessed Sacrament, never get near confession, baptism, never. So it's a big question and has tortured the minds of theologians since the time of Columbus, because that's the first time it hit them. There was a problem about the salvation of people who are not baptized. Now, as regards the doctrine of the church, it is a very simple doctrine, really. It's this, that if you're saved, I don't care if you are a voodoo priest in Haiti, or if you worship the sun god in Tasmania, or if you're a pious Jew, or a not-so-pious Jew, or a pious Mohammedan, or a not-so-pious Mohammedan, whatever you are, if you're saved, it's because of the grace of the Roman Catholic Church, because there's only one source of grace in the cosmos. That is the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church, as the mystical body of Christ. You can't get grace otherwise. Now, if that's so, how does it work? Well, the Church says that it works like this. If you are a good non-Catholic, a Methodist, or a Haitian voodoo priest, or whatever you are, if you observe your conscience successfully, it's very difficult without grace. St. Thomas says it's practically impossible. But supposing you do, and you die in that condition, then God, in virtue of what you've done, without any help from him, he hasn't let you see a priest or be baptized or get a chance of learning about the doctrine of the church. In that case, because of that, he will grant you the grace of the Roman Catholic Church, so you're still saved because of the Roman Catholic Church. You can't be saved independently of it, because it's the only source of grace. That's the rule, and there's no exception to that. And we must touch on one thing which will walk on somebody's toes, but it must be touched upon. It's the question of the Jewish covenant with Abraham and God. There was an attempt at the Second Vatican Council, and since then, to say that the covenant, the Abrahamic covenant between Jews and God, was distinct and different from, and quite viable all by itself, from the Christian covenant. And therefore the Jews needn't be converted. And that they would be saved by merely being good Jews, merely that. That is Christian heresy. There is no such thing. The Abrahamic covenant was wiped out as regards salvation. But those belonging to the covenant will get a special grace because they happen to be Jews. But there is no salvation in the Abrahamic covenant. You cannot be saved by merely being a Jew. And people don't want to hear that. They consider that to be anti-Semite. It's not. If it's anti-Semite, it's the doctrine of the church, and the church will not change. And that's the first thing about it. The second thing then concerns the doctrine, really the history of the supporters of Father Feeney. They were condemned unjustly, and they were excommunicated unjustly. There was no excommunication really, and 4 or 5 years ago the Vatican told them there was no excommunication. Nobody who died excommunicated. Father Feeney himself was not excommunicated ever. Nobody ever was. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. So that any idea of calling it the Boston heresy is a misnomer. There was no heresy. He was teaching the normal doctrine of the church, except that under pressure he went to an extreme, because he was fighting against people who denied it all. And his expulsion, and the expulsion of his brother from the Jesuits, and his expulsion from the Jesuits, and their condemnation was engineered by people like Cardinal Spellman and Cardinal Cushing, who did not want to offend their Masonic friends and their non-Catholic friends. So it was totally unjust. And one day later, Bernard, not now, but some day later, the church will reinstate Father Feeney and say it was all a ghastly mistake. He wasn't excommunicated ever, either officially or unofficially. And the whole thing was a misnomer, was an anomaly, was a mistake, was prejudice, was slander and calumny. The man is probably a saint from the moment he died. That's number one about the Feeney case. On the other hand, the Archbishop Lefebvre case is something else. Was he excommunicated? And were his bishops excommunicated? And are all those belonging to and going to his masses throughout the world, are they excommunicated? Are they schismatics? Are they separated from God? If they die, do they go to hell? Can you go to Mass on a Sunday to one of their churches and satisfy your obligation? Can you receive the sacraments from them? Can you be anointed them when you die? Can they bury you? Or is all that bad, bad, bad and forbidden? The answer is awfully simple. Only once did the church in that matter talk about schism, and they've never talked about it since. They stopped calling him schismatic because they know he wasn't schismatic, Archbishop Lefebvre. They did excommunicate formally him and the 4 bishops and the assistant bishop. But nowadays nobody believes the excommunication was valid. Nobody, even the Romans. They know it was a formal action designed to frighten people away from him, but that they weren't excommunicated. He didn't die excommunicated. In Rome, this is the normal thing said, admitted nowadays, behind closed doors. They won't admit it in public yet. In time, they will send out a letter or a document saying that, unfortunately, a mistake was made. And the impression was given that this man was excommunicated with all his bishops and his people. And it was wrong. They weren't. They were quite all right. That will come in time. But it'll take time because the animus and the hatred of Lefebvre is still very high. Very high. And the official stance is he's excommunicated. But everybody knows he is. And then the Pope himself and several cardinals have already published statements saying anybody can go to their churches for Mass on Sunday, anybody can receive the sacraments from them, including confession and Holy Communion, anybody can be anointed when they're dying, anybody can be buried by them out of their churches. Now, they could not say that unless they were convinced there was no schism, there was no excommunication. So it's one of these Roman anomalies where the Romans made a mistake through prejudice and where innocent people have been lampooned. But it's left a scar on the past the 10th Institute.
Now what's interesting is that the controversy of outside the church there's no salvation, and the Lefebvre controversy are two controversies that refuse to die.
That's right. Yeah, they refuse to die, and this is one of the things which Lefebvre achieved. He said once, it's true, that he was going to put a fishbone in the gullet of the Roman bureaucrats. They couldn't swallow it and they couldn't cough it up. The difficulty is they can't change him. It's too well established economically and commercially and financially. They're independent. Rome can't withdraw their money. It can't take their buildings. The buildings all belong to a separate legal entity. And this is what angers the Romans about the whole Lefebvre thing, that he's untouchable. And they're now talking now and again to him and ask him to come down and talk with the Father Schmidberger, or somebody come down and talk to them, and they say, yes, we'll talk, but the conditions are these, and of course those conditions are unacceptable to the Romans, and therefore the talk break down. And then they wait for a while, and then they come at it again. Because the past the tenth people are not going to give up. If they perish, it's by internal trouble, internal combustion, not because Rome takes them over. And if Lefebvre had given in to Rome in I think it was 1986 this all took place, sometime like that, this society would not be dead. They'd have taken it over, liquidated it. The Romans would have. He saw the danger and said, wait a moment, we won't go along with this charade.
Well, certainly he did put a monkey wrench in attempts to eliminate the Roman Mass.
Oh, he did, yeah. They can never eliminate the Roman Mass, apart from Lefebvre. But now with Lefebvre's crowds, practicing it in propaganda, having a huge following, running into the millions, financially secure and independent, in several nations all over the world, with a certain unity about them, they're beaten at their own game. They can't do away with it. And therefore they set up the Ecclesia Dei and had the indult, the Mass indult, which are only excuses, really. And they have the Fraternity of St. Peter for ordaining priests.
What is interesting is that there's been a whole generation of young people have grown up in the post-1960s liberal era, after the changes are made in Vatican II, after the revolution that swept through our secular society in the 1960s. And these are people who are attending the traditional Mass. They may be going to the kind of meetings that were in Denver.
That's right.
They haven't been totally corrupted by this wave of liberal...
No, on the contrary, they're very conservative, strictly conservative citizens as well as Catholics. They won't be corrupted, but they're very adamant about it. And they insist on saying we're part of the church. We're a living part of the church. We're the best part of the church because we're keeping the ancient rite. And they can't be eliminated. They can't be eliminated. This is what angered the Roman bureaucrats. This really angers them and still angers them, because if they could buy it out, if they own the land, if they own the money, if they could close the seminaries, but the Lefebvres are getting nuns and vocations and priests, and they're founding schools. They're going on. And they'll go on living for a long, long time. And they'll cohabit with Rome for a long, long time. And they're not going to give in. And they're very fervent. A lot of them are very young, therefore they don't know the cost of being fervent. But that's what the situation Rome has. And Rome has stopped talking about excommunication and about schism. It doesn't talk about those things in relation to it. If provoked, it does, but it won't normally start insisting on this, because they know there's a very murky question there about excommunication, and that they can't call them schismatics, so they're not in schism. They're not in schism. They support the Pope much better than most bishops do. They're very faithful to the Pope. They declare he's the Pope, he's infallible, he has primacy of jurisdiction, he's the overhead boss, he's not merely a peer amongst equals. A lot of the bishops and cardinals themselves.
Well, certainly traditionalists in general do a much better job of adhering to the Church's teaching on contraception than the regular Catholics.
Oh, much better, much better, much better. So that one has got to be very careful about both the Father Fini doctrine and about the saying that the past the 10th people and Archbishop Lefebvre's crowd are all schismatics and heretics. And should...
Thank you, Father Martin, for taking part in these interviews. Before we close, I'd like to give an address where our listeners can get a hold of your books. And these books can be purchased at Angelus Books of Barrie, and the address is 38 Gills Court, Barrie, Ontario, Canada, L4M4L7.